At a royal academy, in a certain classroom, an enthusiastic teacher was lecturing the students below. Everyone, we are truly living in the age of heroes. 5,000 years have passed since the heroic chronicle appeared in this world. During that time, the mortal realm has undergone many changes. Just as Dellen's Royal Academy was chosen as the venue for this year's Lumern entrance exam. Among you, there will surely be someone who passes this exam and earns a place in the heroic chronicle. I believe the future holds heroes right here among us. To achieve that, you must. The teacher was passionately delivering his lecture when a loud noise suddenly interrupted him. The sound irritated him to no end. Students, pay attention during class, he snapped, his eyes turning toward a white-haired student dozing off in the classroom. The noise had come from him, as he was so sleepy that he'd slammed his face onto the desk. Leo, if you think you've mastered the lesson, let me ask you a question. What rituals were performed 5,000 years ago to designate someone as a hero? In response, the young teenager Leo scratched his head, stood up, and said, well, basically, if you make a name for yourself, people will naturally respect you. This was Leo Plove, 15 years old, a member of the Plove family. Hearing his answer, the teacher felt his blood pressure spike. Sighing heavily, he turned to the rest of the class. Anyone else want to answer? A red-haired student next to Leo raised his hand and spoke. In ancient times, there was no way to gain the gods' recognition. Heroes were chosen through sacred rituals, such as the blood ceremony. The teacher didn't hold back his praise. Excellent. Truly worthy of the greatest magical genius in our kingdom. Gulliver Trayton. Pausing for a moment, he continued to encourage the class. We have high expectations for this year's Lumern entrance exam. Unfazed by the words, our protagonist, Leo, snapped out of his drowsiness after being questioned. He flipped open the book in front of him, thinking, back then, meeting the gods was so easy. Sacred rituals honored the great heroes who fought against Urbans. The gods granted the mortal realm a miracle, the heroic chronicle. But why do they treat me like I'm invisible? Bored, he closed the book. Special note. This is the great hero Kai. Reincarnated but currently forgotten by everyone. While Leo was lost in thought, the students suddenly rushed to the window. Looking outside, sparking his curiosity. They're here. Where are they? Look, it's the Zerdinger family crest. Amazing, that's Celia Zerdinger. The students shouted excitedly, as if they'd seen their idol. At that moment, in the hallway, a young girl accompanied by numerous soldiers calmly walked forward. An announcement echoed through the classrooms. All students, please gather in the assembly hall without exception, as the Zerdinger family is visiting our school. Hearing this, Leo stood up from his seat. Seeing this, his red-haired friend Trayton teased. Leo, planning to impress the Zerdinger family? Think they'll notice you? Leo shot him a look as if he were an idiot. I'm heading home. I'm not interested in that stuff. Unlike you. With that, Leo turned and walked out without hesitation. Behind him, Trayton, embarrassed and annoyed, shouted, I'm not interested either. I just want to see Celia Zerdinger as a rival. But all he got was a dismissive wave from Leo, which nearly set him on fire. I'm serious. Time passed quickly. The scene shifted to a training ground, where Leo tightly gripped a wooden sword, preparing to practice. Though he never neglected physical training, he thought to himself, my body is definitely stronger in this life. Suddenly, a voice rang out beside him. What's got you so deep in thought? As the words ended, a woman appeared before Leo, swinging her sword with eyes locked on him like an enemy. Before he could explain, Leo quickly raised his sword to block her strike. He tried to speak, but the woman cut him off. It's been a while since I've sparred with you. You won't get into Lumern with mediocre talent. This will be your final test. With that, she raised her sword and attacked again. Leo gritted his teeth, struggling to parry her heavy blow. Seeing his body tremble after just one strike, she taunted, should I go harder? She increased her strength, her attacks growing faster, forcing Leo to barely keep up. After a few dozen seconds, he was panting heavily from exhaustion. Aren't you pushing me too hard, Mom? Leo complained, but his words had no effect. She even scolded him. You're fighting and still have time to talk? She pressed her attack with even greater force, moving at a blistering speed. But as she struck, she suddenly regretted it. Oh no. I used too much force. If Leo can't dodge, she thought in panic. Yet, in that critical moment, Leo calmly tilted his head to dodge. His expression composed. Taking advantage of her shock, he swung his sword to her throat, gently asking, "You okay, Mom?" The woman stood stunned, unable to believe she'd been defeated so easily. Just how deep was this boy's talent? After a moment of shock, she stood, brushed the dust off her clothes, and asked, "Leo, are you still planning to go to Lumern?" Lumern Academy, the human race's hero academy among the 4 academies of the races. That's where my record-breaking potential is most likely to be recognized. Leo thought, nodding. Yes, of course. Pleased, his mother said. The Zerdinger family is visiting Dellens and will stay at our estate. The Zerdingers are staying at our place? Leo asked, puzzled. Yes, I'm not only thrilled about this, but I'll ask Viscount Zerdinger to teach you the Zerdinger aura technique. With that, you'll be strong enough for next year's Lumern exam. She patted his head, unaware that Leo was thinking, Mom, I'm planning to take the exam this year. Time passed, and the scene shifted to the front of the estate. As his mother had mentioned, the Zerdinger family had arrived. From a luxurious black carriage, a girl named Celia stepped out, wondering, why'd I have to come here? Why did Uncle choose this place? Why not rent an entire hotel? I just want to focus on the Lumern entrance exam. Why stay with such a small family? Questions swirled in her mind. Beside her, her uncle Gis spoke up. Aren't you curious about Leo? The one who said he doesn't care about the Zerdinger family. Celia arrogantly tossed her hair, saying with a dismissive tone, HMPH, some knight wannabe who can't even use aura. Probably not worth noticing, right? My perspective is a bit different. Gis whispered. They greeted the estate's hosts. It's an honor to meet you both, they said. Bowing. Welcome, Gis Zerdinger, replied the lady of the house. Reyna Plove, wife of the Plove family. Standing beside her husband, Dada Plove, the family head. Say hello, Celia. This is the Marquis, Gis prompted, calmly placing a hand on her chest. Celia introduced herself. I am Celia Zerdinger. I look forward to your hospitality. Pleased to meet you. Celia smiled, thinking, this girl is just like her father and uncle. After observing Reyna, she suddenly froze. Wait. Black hair, red eyes. Could she be related to our family? As if reading her thoughts. Gis nodded and explained. Reyna Plove, she's your. The scene shifted to the guest room, where siblings Gis and Reyna were enjoying tea and chatting. Gis recounted. We stopped by Dellens Royal Academy earlier. It was bustling with students. But I heard Leo Plove wasn't interested in us and went home. Reyna laughed heartily. The mighty reputation of the Zerdinger family is such a letdown. If that upsets you, I'll apologize on my son's behalf. He's only focused on training. Curious, Gis asked. What kind of kid is Leo? Reyna declared. Leo has unbelievable talent. Gis's expression grew serious. Do you really believe Leo is worthy of inheriting the Zerdinger flame? And not just because he's your son? I believe he's more than worthy. Reyna replied. Gis smiled. If you're that confident, I'm looking forward to it. But I'll need to test the boy's potential myself. The scene shifts to Leo, sitting cross-legged as if in deep meditation. His right wrist flickers, emitting a soft glow. Suddenly, Leo's eyes snap open, and he whispers, finally, the vessel to contain it all is complete. The reason I haven't learned aura until now is that once a person accepts an aura, their body naturally adapts to it, losing the chance to build up mana and mental strength. In my past life, if I had mastered their power and essence more perfectly, if I had handled everything correctly, perhaps I wouldn't have left behind those seeds of talent. This time, I'll fully master it, starting with aura. As Leo speaks to himself, a voice calls from behind, You're Leo Plove, right? Turning around, Leo sees Celia Zerdinger. Noticing his attention, she kindly offers, From what I can tell, your basics are solid. How about I teach you some swordsmanship? Celia says cheerfully, though her real motive is to score points with Reyna, Leo's mother. Leo doesn't agree right away and asks, And you are? Celia proudly introduces herself. I'm Celia Zerdinger, also known as the Sword Maiden of the World. I see, thanks for the offer, but I'm not interested in being taught by someone weaker than me. Leo replies with a shrug. Celia's jaw drops. You're saying you're stronger than me? Her face is full of disbelief. Leo explains. In a life or death battle, you'd win because I don't use aura. But in pure swordsmanship, it's a different story. The protagonist speaks confidently. Celia's eyes flash with anger. Spotting some weapons nearby, she grabs a sword and challenges him. Fine. If you're so confident, let's duel. She smirks inwardly. You think having aura makes you stronger than me? I'll show you reality. Celia proposes. If I win, you'll be my servant for the week I'm here. And if I win? Leo asks. Celia declares. If I lose, I'll be your servant. They seal the deal. Leo swiftly picks up a wooden sword from the ground. Let's get started. He charges forward, unleashing a powerful slash at breakneck speed. Celia reacts just as quickly, blocking with her sword. But after the clash, her expression changes as she thinks, his speed's not bad. But that alone won't cut it. She launches an attack, and Leo does the same. This time, Leo moves faster, striking first and forcing Celia to block. On the second clash, Celia feels like she's been hit by a charging carriage. What kind of strength is this? She screams internally, leaping back to dissipate the force. It's the right call. Leo's sword strikes the ground, shattering the stone floor into countless pieces. Seeing Celia retreat, Leo presses forward, giving her no chance to counter. Overwhelmed by his relentless momentum, Celia knows she can't block him. Leo swings directly at the sword maiden, but his strike is stopped by an aura barrier. Isn't this supposed to be pure swordsmanship? Leo asks coldly. I just reacted instinctively. Celia replies weakly. No matter. I'll still win. Leo says calmly, stunning Celia. What? The difference between having aura and not is night and day, she shouts. Leo only asks, want to test that? He removes the bracelet from his wrist and tosses it to the ground. Recognizing it as a magical bracelet, Celia gasps. That's insane. Without further explanation, Leo gives a faint smile and charges, slamming his wooden sword into Celia's aura barrier. The barrier shatters into pieces. What is this? So brutal. Celia screams inwardly. This guy's a lunatic. Time passes, and the scene shifts to Reina, strolling with her brother Gis. Suddenly, she spots Leo ahead. Leo, come greet our guests. Leo looks at Gis and bows. I'm Leo Plove. Gis extends his hand. I'm Gis Zerdinger, your uncle. As you might know. Pleased to meet you. He shakes Leo's hand firmly while Reina asks, by the way, have you met Celia? Leo hesitates, glancing at Celia, who's being carried out on a stretcher by knights. What happened to the young lady? It all happened so fast, the group says in a panic. Seeing his unconscious niece, Gis rushes over to ask. A knight quickly explains in detail. The more Gis hears, the more astonished he is. The boy defeated Celia without using aura? Impressive, he praises. However, Leo doesn't bask in the victory, believing Celia lost because she underestimated him. Gis asks, what was your agreement? Leo replies, the loser serves the winner. So Celia Zerdinger will be my maid for a week. Gis's face darkens. A promise is important, but Celia is a Zerdinger. You can't make her work as a servant. I'd like you to cancel that promise. In exchange, I'll offer another reward. Like, Leo cuts him off. I refuse. This is a promise between me and Celia. As long as she carries the Zerdinger name, she must take responsibility. Even if I teach you our family's aura technique? Gis offers, unaware he's facing a legendary hero with a wealth of techniques. Leo chuckles. An aura technique to cover up your niece's failure? That doesn't seem worth learning. Repeatedly rejected, Gis loses his cheerful demeanor. Leo Plove, you just declared a direct Zerdinger family member will be your maid and said our aura technique is worthless. Correct? Yes, exactly. Leo replies confidently, unfazed. Suddenly, Gis laughs heartily. Don't you think that's a bit bold? Leo clarifies. I don't mean to insult the Zerdinger family. If you offered the aura technique as a reward for defeating Celia, I'd gladly accept, but you're offering it to cover up her mistake, implying that if she hadn't let her guard down, she wouldn't have lost. Yet, even if Celia was serious, I'd still win. Leo's confident words intrigue Gis. He's rejecting me because he dislikes my attitude. Truly interesting. If the Zerdinger family had a kid like this. He waves to the knights to take Celia to the servants' quarters to fulfill her promise. Turning to Leo, he says, Leo, privately speaking, just call me uncle. Yes, Uncle. Leo nods, pleasing Gis. As Leo leaves, Gis no longer needs to test his potential. Turning to Reina, he says, Sis, you asked me to teach Leo our family's aura technique, right? I think I'll convince Big Brother to let Leo learn the phoenix breath. Time passes, and the next morning, the scene shifts to Leo's bedroom. Celia, dressed in a maid outfit, her face flushed with embarrassment, grits her teeth and says, For 1 week, I will serve as young Master Leo's maid. I am Celia Zerdinger. In the room, Leo was engrossed in a book. Hearing Celia's voice, he glanced at her, nodding appreciatively. It suits you. The simple maid outfit paired with your elegant demeanor, it's quite a combination. His tone carried a hint of implication, making Celia tremble with irritation. I know I'm beautiful, but that's such a weird way to say it. Oh, no, I didn't mean to offend you. Sorry, I have a friend who always raved about beauty excessively. Guess I picked it up from them. Leo replied, sighing as he recalled the words of a close comrade from his past life. When peace comes to the world, I'll dedicate my life to spreading beauty to everyone. That's what his old teammate always said. Celia calmed down and remarked, A friend who loves beauty like that must be wonderful. The problem is they were too sincere. Leo thought, remembering a past incident. His beauty-obsessed comrade once suggested to 2 female teammates that they model for his sketches. Though strict, Riza has unmatched grace. And Luna, for art's sake, would you pose nude? I brought my sketchbook, he'd said eagerly. Only to receive a beating from both women. Back to Celia, noticing Leo clutching the book. She grew curious. That book looks like a special training manual. What are you reading? Leo glanced at it and casually replied, This? I read it a lot as a kid. It's The Origin of Heroes. Celia was stunned, knowing it was a fairy tale. And Leo was 15. She approached, examining the books on his shelf, and commented, You seem obsessed with The Origin of Heroes. Even scholars studying great heroes couldn't match your collection. She marveled at the number of books Leo had gathered. He shrugged, saying he collected them by chance. Celia picked up a book, muttering, But there are especially a lot about Kai. Leo's face briefly flickered with nostalgia. Among the feats of great heroes, the unclaimed achievements, I think they might be his. Celia shook her head in denial. He's probably a fraud, trying to steal the hero's glory. That's the common opinion. Of course, I think so too, Leo whispered, so softly Celia didn't catch it. What? She asked, not foolish enough to repeat himself. Leo changed the topic. Let's start training after breakfast. Celia's eyes lit up, probing. Young master, may I train with you? She smirked inwardly. I want to uncover the secret of your strength. Leo agreed instantly, as he had no secrets in his power. It'll be tough to keep up. You sure you want to try? His teasing tone made Celia shout in frustration. I'm Celia Zerdinger. Despite her bravado, training with Leo revealed crushing pressure. Soon, she was drenched in sweat, panting heavily from exhaustion. Observing her, Leo commented calmly, When your stamina hits its limit, your reflexes slow, your movements get sloppy, and you expose your back like this. Celia eyed him skeptically. Pushing your body this far, you call this training? Exactly, Leo replied, shaking his head. Kids these days are too weak. After 5,000 years of progress, aura techniques have advanced, but physical training is neglected. Aura optimizes physical strength. Enhancing your body also improves your aura. But people don't value physical training. After resting, Celia struggled to her feet. Attacking again. Don't underestimate me, you white-haired jerk. She charged at Leo, but with snail-like speed. He effortlessly knocked her back with one swing. Celia was nearly in tears. Why can't I win? Leo approached calmly, saying, Frustrating, isn't it? Here, take this. He handed her a command bracelet. When Celia touched it, its weight slammed her hands to the ground. This is a gravity-enchanted bracelet. Wear it during training starting tomorrow, Leo said, smirking as he saw someone else suffer with him. Time passed, and the scene shifted to an open field. While Leo and Celia trained, Gis observed quietly from behind. He thought this would be good experience for Celia before Lumern. Challenging her pride isn't a bad thing, he mused, then called out to Leo. Leo, I plan to request the family head to let you inherit the phoenix breath technique. Leo was startled. Having heard of it, Phoenix Breath, the origin of all Zerdinger aura techniques. Only those recognized by the family can inherit it, he thought. Celia protested immediately. Father won't agree so easily. Gis nodded, explaining, true, so there's a condition. You must pass this year's Lumern entrance exam. He said calmly, but Celia panicked for Leo. What? The Lumern entrance exam is a real combat test. You know it's too dangerous for someone like Leo, who doesn't use aura. In contrast, Leo wasn't scared, he felt an indescribable thrill. Real combat? Perfect. I have no other choice. Gis asked, what do you think? Leo nodded confidently. My parents said they'd respect my decision. So, I'll participate. Leo's response didn't surprise Gis. As expected, the kid already planned to take the exam this year. With newfound motivation, Leo dove into training. Take a break, then let's continue. He resumed running. Who said I can't keep up? Celia shouted. A week later, the scene shifted to Dellen's academy. Today was the Lumern entrance exam. Since morning, the place was packed, awaiting the test. Celia's appearance drew all eyes. Isn't that Celia Zerdinger? Amazing to see the sword maiden in person. Who's the guy next to her? Curious whispers arose. Celia glanced at Leo, asking, nervous, young master? Not at all, Leo replied lightly, his teasing gaze reminding her. But you should watch how you talk. The sudden remark startled Celia. Just then, a voice called, Lady Celia. They turned to see the red-haired Gulliver Trayton. Spotting Leo beside Celia, he was shocked. Leo, why are you here when you don't even use aura? Trayton quickly greeted Celia. Lady Celia, great to see you. Are you well? Celia and Leo stared at Trayton like he was a fool, leaving him flustered, unsure what to say next. Finally, he introduced himself. I'm Gulliver Trayton. I greeted you last time you visited the school, the greatest magical genius of Dellen's. Before he could finish, Celia cut him off. Sorry, but I don't remember you at all. Bye. She grabbed Leo's hand and darted away. Just then, another voice boomed. Celia, long time no see. The voice was so loud it drew the entire hall's attention. It came from a young pair, both with striking silver hair. The brother, Avid Llewellyn, 16, and his sister, Chelsea Llewellyn, 14, hailed from the Llewellyn family. Who are they? Leo asked curiously. Observing the pair, Celia instinctively clenched her fists and explained. That's the Llewellyn siblings, from the heroic noble family of the Rodran Empire. They're members of the Llewellyn family. They're also competing in this exam, so we can't lose to them. Leo, the Zerdinger family losing to the Llewellyns is unacceptable. Her eyes blazed like car headlights. But I'm from the Plo family, Leo replied, bewildered. The Llewellyn siblings approached, greeting Celia again. Long time no see. Celia, the swordswoman nodded back. Indeed, it's been a while. Avid Llewellyn, who's the person next to you? Avid asked, glancing at Leo. Celia proudly introduced him. This is Leo Plove, a member of the Marquis family in the Delrod Kingdom. From the Plove family. Hearing this, the younger sister, Chelsea, immediately lost interest. Just some nobody, she said coldly. Avid shared her dismissive attitude. After brief pleasantries, they left, not without a parting shot. Celia, the top spot is mine. Let's go. Chelsea, yes, brother, Chelsea replied. Watching their arrogant demeanor, Celia grumbled irritably. What a nuisance. I'll definitely beat them. Just then, a loud sound drew everyone's attention. On a raised platform, a young teacher appeared. It seems everyone's gathered. I'm Albie Geron, a professor at Lumern Academy. At the mention of his name, Celia's expression shifted, and she muttered, could that be Albie, the sorcerer of the evil eye? Seeing her surprise, Leo asked curiously, who's that? Celia was even more shocked that Leo didn't know the professor. You really don't know? He's a hero recorded in the Heroic Chronicle. Her tone was filled with admiration, making Leo take the figure more seriously. A hero of this era. The mana in that left eye must be the evil eye, Leo thought, observing the energy radiating from Albie's left eye. Unaware of Leo's thoughts, Professor Albie explained the test. The exam includes combat against others and monster slaying. Each of you will take part in both segments. I find this method tedious. With that, he incinerated the papers in his hand, pulled a book from his coat, and activated the Heroic Chronicles power. Albi's World. Chapter 1. The Beast Forest. A massive magic circle appeared beneath everyone, radiating intense energy. Albi said coldly, "I won't tolerate delays. I'm combining everything into one round." Back to Leo. He quickly recalled what he knew about the Heroic Chronicle. It's not just a record book. Its true value lies in storing the trials past heroes faced, recreating their worlds. Conquering a hero's world allows one to inherit their power. It's practically a hero training system. Back in reality, they reappeared in a gloomy forest. Albi's voice echoed from the sky. "This is the Beast Forest. The test is about survival. You can cooperate or eliminate each other as you wish. Do whatever it takes to survive. If you want to quit, shatter the orb you're holding to return. That's all." His voice faded. While others were still panicking, Leo felt a sense of familiarity. This place is just as it was before the Beast Queen Silatuna corrupted it. This was once the elves' forest. Around him, some weaker-willed students were freaking out. "I want to go home." Another scoffed. "It's just an illusion. So pathetic." Leo thought otherwise. Wrong. Though this world is recreated from Albi's memories, everything here is real. If you face a life-threatening situation, you'll die for real. At that moment, a green light arrow shot from the forest straight at Leo. Always vigilant, he dodged in time. The archer was none other than Chelsea Llewellyn. Seeing Leo evade, Chelsea stepped forward, saying, "We've met before, haven't we? It'll be fun to take down someone from the Zerdinger family." Leo corrected her, "I'm from the Plove family. But you were with Celia earlier." Chelsea shouted, instantly casting wind magic, forming an energy scythe in her hand. With his experience, Leo was mildly surprised. "That's magic that didn't exist in my time. But the fundamentals haven't changed." He gripped his sword tightly, ready for anything. Seeing Leo's calm demeanor, Chelsea grew annoyed and sighed. "You're still composed with me standing here?" She spun her scythe and hurled it forward like a buzzsaw. However, the attack didn't faze Leo. With a simple swing, he deflected the scythe effortlessly. Seeing him do it so casually, Chelsea's expression shifted. "He's a nobody, but I can't sense any aura. Is it an undetectable aura trait?" she wondered. Leo suggested, "That attack was too basic. Why don't we team up instead? This test usually rewards those who survive longest." As a mage, wouldn't having a swordsman by your side be useful? He smiled persuasively, but to Chelsea, his words fell on deaf ears. "Hey, too bad, I'm a battle mage. More importantly, you called my attack basic?" Her voice dripped with anger. But Leo calmly affirmed, "You heard me. For wind magic, that move was too predictable. In terms of power, it's just that." Hearing Leo lecture her, Chelsea's eyes widened. "You're lecturing me on magic? A direct descendant of the Llewellyn family? Let's see how you handle this basic attack." She swung her staff, firing multiple wind blades and arrows at Leo. But as she attacked, she realized Leo had vanished from his spot. "He's gone? I can't sense any mana trace." "How?" Chelsea panicked. Suddenly, Leo appeared in front of her, landing a punch to her stomach, forcing her to her knees. "So, should I politely ask you to cooperate now?" Leo tied Chelsea to a pole, starting a fire with a mischievous grin. Time passed quickly. By evening, Chelsea Llewellyn groggily woke from her daze, finding herself tied to a wooden pole. Below, a blazing fire roared, as if she were about to be sacrificed. "What is this?" Chelsea screamed in panic. Seeing her awake, Leo pressed his offer. "Will you cooperate with me now?" Chelsea gritted her teeth, glaring defiantly. "Never. I don't need anyone but my brother." "Windblade," she shouted, activating magic to cut the ropes. But at that moment, a small red magic circle appeared on her wrist, blocking her spell. "That's a magic sealing array," Leo reminded her, though with his limited mana, he couldn't sustain it long. Chelsea retorted, "This kind of magic? I can break it easily." Leo smirked coldly. "Think I'll let you focus?" The flames crept closer, singeing part of Chelsea's dress. "Wait, stop, it's too hot," she yelped. Leo persistently demanded cooperation. Out of options, Chelsea relented. "Fine, I'll do it." Leo didn't free her immediately, instead making her swear on her family's honor. "All right, I swear on the Llewellyn family's honor to cooperate." "Stop it." Tears welled in Chelsea's eyes. Leo chuckled inwardly. Too easy. She's still a kid. He yanked the rope, causing Chelsea to fall. Catching her gently, Leo said warmly, "Looking forward to working with you." Llewellyn Mage. The scene shifted outside, where students battled in the forest while teachers observed via monitoring screens. Grading and evaluating. The more he watched, the angrier Professor Albie grew. Such low-class fools. Choosing to compete, utterly stupid. But he praised those who quickly grasped the essence are those two. Celia Zerdinger and Avid Llewellyn. The Rodran Empire has a bright future. Albie's gaze shifted to another screen, spotting Leo and Chelsea teaming up against a giant buffalo. Wait, isn't that Leo Plove? His actions at the campfire were odd, but convincing Chelsea Llewellyn to cooperate is a big point in his favor. He lacks the power or brilliance of Celia or Avid, but he's an unpredictable wildcard. He murmured, intrigued, watching Leo's screen. Back to Leo. Despite being forced to cooperate, Chelsea couldn't help but admire his skills. Having a knight alongside is really useful. One question. What kind of aura do you use? I haven't sensed any mana from you, she asked curiously. Leo didn't hide it, saying bluntly, I don't know how to use aura. Chelsea was dumbfounded, her mind reeling. What? How do you do this without aura? Leo replied, the essence of things is what matters. That applies to wind magic too. What do you think its essence is? To answer, Chelsea unleashed a burst of wind magic, creating sharp blades that sliced apart a sneaking monster. She smirked mockingly. Talking about magic in front of a Llewellyn? Ridiculous. Leo wasn't fazed, calmly pointing out, I commend the power, but your usage is all wrong. Stepping forward like a teacher. Leo made Chelsea grumble. You're such a... Before she could finish, Leo signaled her to stop. Hold on. Chelsea saw why. Ahead were several shriveled corpses. Long withered. These look like mummies. She frowned. Leo said, I've seen things like this before. Now I understand the condition to pass this test. He muttered, but suddenly sensed danger. Without thinking, he lunged, grabbing Chelsea and pulling her aside, dodging a strange attack. From a distance, a group approached. What a shame. I wanted to take down Chelsea Llewellyn before she was eliminated. The guy next to her is nothing special. The voice belonged to Traden, who had allied with a group of students to eliminate strong competitors. All right, attack together, Traden shouted, the group charging like rabid dogs. But they shouldn't have engaged Leo in close combat. Instantly, he landed a punch to one attacker's face, dropping him like a dead dog. Seeing their ally fall so quickly, the others panicked, hesitating to attack recklessly. Support me, Leo called to Chelsea. Oh, right, she replied, still shaken from the close call. After a moment of shock, Traden's group regained their nerve. Shouting, what are you doing? Attack. They rushed forward recklessly, unaware that Traden, their leader, had quietly slipped away. I can't go down like this. I'll find another target, he thought, sprinting off. Meanwhile, nearby, Celia spotted Traden's figure and moved in the opposite direction. This led Celia and Avid Llewellyn to find Leo, Chelsea, and the defeated students sprawled on the ground. Seeing her brother, Chelsea joyfully rushed to hug Avid. Brother, Avid comforted her. Chelsea, are you safe? Celia asked with amusement. How did you two end up together? Leo replied, oh, I suggested we team up. She was stubborn, so I persuaded her quite well. His sly grin made Celia sense there was more to the story. What are you planning this time? She asked warily. For some reason, Leo began helping the defeated students up. Chelsea asked curiously, why are you helping them? Leo explained, competition isn't necessary now. We'll conquer this world together. The beast forest is in an abnormal state. See those corpses? All the moisture was drained from them. That's not the only oddity. Haven't you noticed there are too few monsters here? Celia realized the issue, exclaiming, now that you mention it, it's like they've been eaten by something. There must be a high-level monster scaring the others into hiding. The white-haired Avid Llewellyn nodded. I get it. Albie's first heroic feat was slaying a high-level monster. As he spoke, the group felt a terrifying killing intent bearing down on them, making them sweat. Looks like it's here, Leo muttered. Back to Traden. He was using illumination magic to navigate. No matter what, I'll take you down. Leo, he growled, then noticed a shadow blocking his path. Traden raised his staff to inspect it. Realizing it was a corpse, he stumbled back in shock. "What the hell is that?" he shouted. Suddenly, a glob of slime dripped onto his staff, prompting Traden to look up curiously. Traden looked up and froze in terror. Above him loomed a colossal spider, eyeing him hungrily. The scene shifted to the grand hall outside, where some students, having ended the test early due to danger, were bragging. "I took down about 15 or 16 of those things," a brown-haired student boasted. "Same here," another nodded. Meanwhile, Professor Albie watched them, his face full of disappointment. "In total, about 500 so far. All failures." Hearing this, another professor panicked and urged, "But Professor Albie, no matter what, you need to select around 100. Like the other regions, only 50 students are still in the test." Albie remained firm. "If they don't meet my standards, I'll fail them all. The headmaster entrusted me with this exam because he knows that." He focused on the monitoring screen showing Leo, thinking, "True heroes are found in moments of hardship." Leo Plove, he's noticed the forest's anomaly. But can he conquer this world? Albie wondered curiously. Back to Leo's group, they were gathered, moving swiftly forward. "Damn, it's pitch black," a long-haired student complained. Suddenly, Celia, leading the group, halted and signaled, "Wait, something's ahead. Everyone, prepare to fight." She channeled mana into her sword, making it glow with a soft red light. Soon, they spotted Traden's body ensnared by something. "What is that?" "The one behind is the real deal," Avid warned. He prepared to cast a spell. But before it could form, Leo shouted at Traden, "Gulliver, snap out of it. Break the crystal now." Heeding the call, Traden gritted his teeth and shattered the crystal orb. His body turned to light, teleporting out of the world. The giant spider let out a frustrated screech, as if its prey had escaped from its jaws. With Traden gone, Avid unleashed his magic freely. "Wind Fang," he called, sending countless sharp wind blades slicing forward, drenching the spider in blood. Despite the heavy bleeding, its wounds healed at an astonishing rate. Seeing this, the group paled. "That's still not enough?" Leo thought grimly. "As I suspected, this is Tarantulia, the spider princess." He identified the monster. On the other side, a student wielding an axe gripped his weapon and charged into melee. "Take this, you monster." But before he could reach the spider, one of its legs swatted him far away. Celia had no time to worry about the fallen student. "I'll finish it in one strike," she declared, gathering intense energy at her sword's tip. When fully charged, she unleashed a laser-like blast, piercing the spider's head, but its life force was too immense. Within seconds, the hole in its forehead healed completely. The unbelievable sight left Celia stunned. "Impossible." Seeing Celia's attack fail, Avid stepped up to show off. "The destruction a mage can unleash far surpasses a knight's." Confidently, he cast Tempest Strike, creating a devastating wind blade that tore into the spider's body. But for the Spider Queen, the damage wasn't enough, it only enraged her further. Avid dealt the most damage, drawing her wrath toward him. Chelsea quickly cast a spell to protect her brother, saving him by a hair's breadth. Avid only suffered a minor arm injury. "Are you okay, brother?" Chelsea asked. "Thanks, Chelsea," Avid replied, seeing Celia and Avid helpless. The axe-wielding student despaired. "What is this monster?" Leo explained. "It's an unnatural regeneration ability. This is the daughter of Silotuna, the Tartarus Queen, a monster from Urban's army that ravaged the elven forest." The group stared at Leo like he was from another planet. In his mind, Leo recalled, the mana in Albie's left eye is that of the elven king Tarantula, ruler of the cursed wild forest. It destroyed the elven forest and devoured the king's arm. "I thought Luna killed Tarantulia, but the king's right arm in its stomach, or rather the infinite life energy from the Ring of Life, saved it." The group burned with fighting spirit. "If this monster is the key to the test, I'll defeat it," Avid declared. "Who said that?" Celia retorted. Both bombarded the spider with skills. But Leo knew it was futile. "It'll keep regenerating until your mana runs dry," he warned coldly. "Then what do you suggest?" Celia asked. Leo replied, "It'll take 2 people working together." Avid flatly refused. "No way. I'll get the highest score." "No, I will," Celia shouted. Seeing them bicker, Leo snapped, If we don't conquer this heroic world, we'll all fail. Both froze, reining in their rivalry. Avid said, even if we cooperate, it'll take time to prepare an attack strong enough to kill it instantly. Only Celia and I can hold it off long enough. Celia fell silent. As the group hesitated, Leo stepped forward. I'll do it. His confident expression stunned Celia. What? That's suicide. You don't even know aura. I know, but I can still hold it off for 5 minutes. Leo replied calmly, as if it were no big deal. Avid worried. What if the attack fails? Leo answered, I don't think it will. Fire and wind are always good friends. They work well together. His words made Celia and Avid exchange glances, as if an idea sparked. While they planned, Leo charged at the spider. Gripping the axe tightly, he slammed it into the creature's mouth, making it scream in agony. Back to Leo, watching the monster rapidly regenerate. He thought, as expected, this is the limit without using aura. To buy time effectively, he called to Chelsea. Chelsea, use wind magic to blow all the weapons around toward me. As he spoke, he dodged a massive spider leg thrusting at him. Hearing his request, Chelsea panicked. If you move that fast, you'll get hurt. No time to explain. Leo insisted. I'll catch them. Don't worry, just hurry. Which weapons? Chelsea asked. Any, Leo replied. Following his command, Chelsea used wind magic to send a weapon flying toward him. Based on the sound, Leo deduced. From the sound, it's either a curved sword or a double-edged longsword. He channeled strength into his legs, leapt into the air, and grabbed the 2 weapons flying toward him. Using his momentum, Leo unleashed a flurry of sword strikes, severing the spider's legs one by one. However, under the destructive pressure, the sword shattered after a few hits. Leo immediately shouted, "Send the next weapon." Without needing further instruction, Chelsea coordinated seamlessly, sending weapon after weapon. Leo showcased his masterful weapon skills, relentlessly attacking the spider, leaving it no chance to react. Chelsea was stunned. He's our age. But this is like a war god in action. Avid, watching, no longer dared to underestimate Leo. So he's not just some ant. He muttered. While pummeling the spider, Leo sustained a light scratch on his cheek. Feeling the warm blood trickle, he grinned excitedly. I still feel alive. If I can't take down a bug like this, those guys on the other side would mock me. Gripping his sword tightly, he poured all his strength into a slash at the monster's body. The sword shattered as usual. Leo called for another, but Chelsea cried out. That was the last one. The sudden news stunned Leo. But fortunately, Celia had completed her skill. Intense energy surged from her. Take this, you filthy bug, Celia roared, swinging her sword and unleashing a scorching pillar of fire. The spider didn't even have time to squeal before it was reduced to a roasted husk. After its demise, a notification rang out. Albie's World. Chapter 1. The wild forest has been cleared. Exhausted, Celia collapsed to the ground. It's over, she sighed in relief, turning to Leo with admiration. You really held that monster off for 5 minutes. Well done, Leo. Before she could finish, Chelsea cut in. That was incredible. Absolutely amazing. You looked like a hero from the stories. Really? Leo sighed, knowing he wasn't just like a hero, he was one. Chelsea gazed at him like an idol. Absolutely. I want to be a battle mage. But close combat is my biggest weakness. Please teach me. Celia smirked inwardly. For naive lambs who haven't endured Leo's training. This should be fun. I hope everyone gets to experience Leo's training at least once, she said with a mischievous grin, leaving Chelsea confused. Leo ignored the chatter, picking up a ring that had dropped on the ground. So the loot is this ring? A beam of light shot out from it, and a tiny figure with wings appeared. Leo recognized it instantly. Silith, do you remember me? I'm Kai. Prince Silith gave a faint smile, as if acknowledging him, then turned into light and merged back into the ring. Leo thought, looks like he's become the Elven King, thanks to the artifact Albie found. He gained that mana eye. The surrounding space began to collapse. A voice announced, countdown to return from the test zone. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Reward for clearing. The Oath of the Elven King. A mysterious shadowy figure appeared before Leo, whispering. Its face was hidden, but Leo's eyes widened, as if recognizing it. Time passed, and the scene shifted to a bustling town. An old man reviewed a report, muttering, "Looks like the exam in the Western Territory is over." He was Alian Bedian, master swordsman and headmaster of Lumern Academy. Beside him, a secretary-like woman groaned. "It's done? But the other regions still have plenty of participants. How many did Professor Albie pass?" Alian glanced at the report, surprised. "Oh, for Albie, this is a decent number. 40 passed, quite a lot." "Huh?" The secretary sighed. Alian chuckled. "Don't stress. I thought only about 10 would make it." "Curious?" the secretary asked. "I bet Celia or Avid Llewellyn took the top spot." "Who was it?" Alian replied. "It was tough to choose. Apparently, one person was nominated as the freshman representative." The secretary was shocked. "Professor Albie nominating someone? That's surprising. Was it Celia Zerdinger or Avid Llewellyn?" Alian said. "It's a name I've never heard. I didn't expect Albie to rate them so highly. I'm curious what kind of student this is." Albie nominated Leo Plove as the freshman representative, citing his potential to become a hero. Time passed quickly, and the scene shifted to a massive bathhouse. Leo, the protagonist, was relaxing in a steaming tub. "These kinds of aches need care and time to heal. This is perfect," he murmured, leaning back. In his mind, the mysterious shadowy figure's voice echoed. "The reward for clearing is the oath of the Elven King." Leo wondered, when you conquer the world of a living hero, you usually don't get rewards. So why did only I receive one? Just me? Before he could ponder further, Lady Reyna entered the bathhouse, startling Leo. "Mom, what's wrong?" he asked. Reyna's expression was serious. "Leo, do you know why I was exiled from the Zerdinger family? I lost the Zerdinger flame saving a comrade. But I never regretted it. Leo, I want you to use your strength and talent for what's right. Congratulations on being accepted into Lumern Academy." She flashed a hearty smile. Time passed, and the scene shifted to the opulent city of Lumeria, home to Lumern Academy. Through a spatial teleportation gate, Leo's group arrived. "You've reached Lumeria. Make sure to collect your luggage before leaving the gate," a voice announced. Leo gazed at the architectural complex across the river, whispering, "This is the heart of Lumeria, and that's Lumern Academy." Uncle Gis's voice rang out. "Leo, how was your past month? Congrats on passing the entrance exam." He extended a hand in greeting. Leo responded, "Thanks, Uncle, but what brings you here?" Instead of answering directly, Gis asked, "Our family has been debating endlessly this past month." "Know why?" Leo guessed. "Have they decided on the Phoenix Breath inheritance?" "Exactly, though my sister is no longer a Zerdinger. You're still her son. The elders were impressed that you passed the grueling Western region exam," Gis said, pulling a golden key from his pocket and handing it to Leo. "This is the key to a subspace. Open it." Leo held the key, twisting it in the air as if unlocking something. A mystical magic book appeared before him, radiating a noble aura. Gis instructed, "Drip a drop of blood on the page." Leo bit his fingertip, letting a few drops fall. The book glowed brilliantly, and strange runes appeared on the pages. "Now only you can read this book. Mastering the Zerdinger family's secret technique isn't easy, but I have a feeling you'll grasp it quickly. Congratulations on becoming a Zerdinger." Gis patted Leo's shoulder with confidence. The scene shifted to a roadside cafe where Leo was meeting Celia. While looking for her, he bumped into a girl his age, causing her stack of books to scatter. "Sorry, I wasn't paying attention," she said, scrambling to pick them up before hurrying off, leaving behind a student ID. Leo picked it up, murmuring, "Chloe Muller, Lumern Academy freshman." Setting that aside, Leo entered the cafe. Celia was already there, complaining, "Leo, you're late. Uniforms, textbooks, there's so much to buy." Leo apologized. "Sorry, I had to meet Uncle Gis." Hearing this, Celia brightened. "So they've decided? What's the result?" Leo demonstrated. Fiery wings materialized behind him, radiating dazzling light. "Is this how it's used?" he asked calmly. Celia, shocked, dropped her items. "No way. It took me 3 weeks to even sense the secret technique." "Leo, who are you?" she thought in awe. No wonder. She didn't know Leo was a legendary hero who could master techniques effortlessly. Time passed, and the scene shifted to a dock. A modern, engine-powered ship appeared. Freshmen marveled. "Wow, It's huge. A professor approached. Welcome, freshmen. I'm Professor Alandu, in charge of the night class. We're heading to Lumern now. Board the ship. The group hurried aboard, where a dessert buffet awaited. As everyone enjoyed the treats, a voice called to Leo and Celia. Hey, you two lovebirds, got a minute? I'm Card Thomas from the Moira Kingdom. From potions to weapons, I sell it all. Come to me if you need anything at school. He handed them a business card, adding that as an alchemist, he had plenty of goods. Celia bristled at being called a couple, so Leo responded, Nice to meet you. I'm Leo Plove from the Delrod Kingdom. Carr was impressed. Delrod? So you passed the Western Region exam? That's amazing. Leo scanned the surroundings, feeling uneasy. Am I the only one who thinks this is odd? Everything's too peaceful, like something's off. Celia sighed. A warm welcome for freshmen who passed the exam, isn't that normal? Carr, munching on cake, nodded. Yeah, no reason they'd be harsh to students before classes start. But right after his words, the ship shook violently. A massive tentacle rose from the sea, slamming into the vessel, cracking the deck. Panicked cries erupted. Professor Alandu, help! Calmly sipping his wine, Alandu replied, Help you? You're Lumern Academy students, hero candidates. When danger strikes, you must overcome it yourselves. He glanced ahead, where a giant octopus with a fanged maw emerged from the sea. The sudden turn of events infuriated Celia, who stomped her cream cake flat. Seeing this, Leo sliced through a tentacle with his sword and calmed her. Celia, stay cool, she snapped back. Worry about yourself. With that, she attacked the octopus, her sword enveloped in a radiant aura. But the creature retaliated, spewing a massive water jet at her, leaving her drenched. Leo was at a loss for words. That's its natural response. It counters heat with water. Basic knowledge, he said dryly, earning a fiercer glare from Celia. Elsewhere, an unnamed student was ensnared by a tentacle, about to become the octopus's lunch. Damn octopus, Leo growled, rushing to the rescue. Together, they severed the tentacle in half. Carr, hiding under a table, watched Leo and Celia fight in sync. Dumbfounded, that's Celia, top scorer of the Western region. But who's this Leo guy? He marveled. Before he could say more, a frozen tentacle nearly hit him. Hey, watch it, he shouted at the one who froze it. Leo followed the trajectory and recognized the girl he'd bumped into earlier. Her powerful ice magic was anything but ordinary. Responding to Carr, she snapped, Why don't you stay back if you can't protect yourself? Carr whined, Gods, the strong ones never care if we get caught in their battles. As if cursed, another tentacle hurtled toward him, like he was a magnet for severed limbs. This time, Avid and Chelsea intervened. The competition's not over. Celia Zerdinger, Avid taunted. Feels the same, Celia retorted irritably. As the students fought, Professor Alandu sipped his wine, muttering, Many monsters lurk in the lake leading to Lumern. One's perfect for a welcome party. His eyes narrowed, observing the standouts. As expected, the top performers, Chelsea from the east, Celia Zerdinger and Avid Llewellyn from the west, Chloe Muller from the north, Wand Theeden from the south, and Duran from the center. This year's freshmen are exceptional. But the most impressive is that unknown freshman. Flawless swordsmanship, moving as if he predicts the Kraken's actions. I'll meet him in the night class. Alandu smiled in anticipation. Thanks to the combined efforts of the top students, the Kraken couldn't hold out and admitted defeat. The ship carrying them docked at Lumern Academy. Disembarking, the students were pale and nauseous. Imagine running out of potions already. Carr mumbled. Professor Alandu leapt from the ship's bow, saying, You'll cross that lake many times, get used to it. Now, to the enrollment hall. The scene shifted to the Electrode training ground at Lumern Academy. Freshmen gathered, with onlookers scouting for talent. See, I told you, no one's ordinary. Hope there's someone interesting this year. Whispers echoed. Unfazed, Professor Alandu announced, We'll begin the enrollment ceremony now. Line up by region, with the top scorer at the front. The headmaster will speak. The students quickly formed neat rows. Once settled, Headmaster Callie spoke. You're here to become heroes. My only advice, to be a hero. Prioritize yourself and surpass your limits. Those who can't don't belong here. Overexcited, he smashed the podium to pieces. The violent act silenced the students, who didn't dare clap. Seeing no response, Callie said awkwardly, "Did I talk too much?" The students, snapping out of it, cheered loudly, delighting him, but finding the noise lacking. He teased, "I can't hear you." The professors behind him froze, thinking, the longer you teach at Lumern, the more the grand image of a master crumbles. Ignoring the headmaster's quirky nature, the host continued, "Now, the freshman representative speech. Leo Plove, please take the stage." Leo, surprised, glanced at Professor Albee, who smiled and nodded. With no choice, Leo stepped up, delivering his prepared speech to the professors and students. "We, the freshmen, will join Lumern as proud members of this academy. Blah blah, thank you." The host didn't let him leave, asking, "Thank you, Leo. Now, share your goal as the freshman representative." Leo sensed the school's intent. They want me to rile up those who almost got this spot. Unafraid, he challenged, "Hello, I'm Leo Plove, freshman representative. If you want this position, come take it. I don't care who you are." His bold tone stunned the professors, who thought he was docile. They had expected a peaceful enrollment ceremony. Time passed, and by late afternoon, the scene shifted to Lumern's dorms. A guide led the freshmen, saying, "You've worked hard today. Starting tomorrow, for 1 week, exploratory classes begin. You can try any class. Then choose 3 for in-depth study. Rest early to avoid being late for your first class." Before entering his room, Carr called to Leo, "Leo, our rooms are next door. I'm excited for tomorrow. Good night." "Yeah, see you tomorrow." Leo nodded. Inside, he tossed his suitcase onto the bed and lay down without changing. But Leo wasn't careless. Closing his eyes, his consciousness entered a vast library-like space filled with countless books. "What I seek from Lumern is to find something. I hope my heroic chronicle is here," he thought. Time passed quickly, and the next morning arrived. The scene shifted to the cafeteria, where Leo was eating alone. Carr, carrying a tray piled 3 times higher than normal, plopped down beside him, suggesting, "Leo, let's eat together." Leo, unbothered, agreed, "Sure." No sooner had he spoken than trouble arrived. A tray of food was slammed down in front of Leo, accompanied by a shout, "Freshman representative, were you serious with that speech yesterday?" The voice belonged to Duran Moira, the Central Region's team leader, one of the standout individuals noted by Professor Alandiu. Duran's meal was ordinary, save for a hamburger adorned with a tiny flag, like a child's toy. Leo continued eating, ignoring Duran's irritation. "Seems my words yesterday were pretty provocative." "Huh? Well, it's no surprise a stranger would come picking a fight like this." His calm tone only infuriated Duran further. Feeling disrespected, Duran glared, "Don't you know who I am? I'm the Central Region's team leader." Leo and Carr, like 2 ravenous ghouls, ignored him, happily devouring their food. Duran was like a clown trying to get attention but getting snubbed. Unable to hold back, Duran unleashed a burst of lightning, kicking his tray skyward and knocking Leo's tray as well. But this didn't faze Leo. With supreme dexterity, he caught every bit of food back onto his plate without missing a crumb, even saving Carr's meal. Leo even stuffed extra into the hamburger in front of him, crafting a perfect double cheeseburger. "Wasting precious food like this is unforgivable," he said with a faint smile. Duran, seeing his provocation fail, went berserk. "I'll drag you off that throne right now. I can't stand a weakling acting so arrogant," he growled. Before they could clash, a large hand landed on their shoulders, stopping them. It was Professor Alandiu. With a cold tone, he said, "Let's see, a Central Region team leader and the freshman representative bickering on their first day at Lumern. Perhaps you're ready for what's coming." His dangerous undertone made both gulp nervously. Time passed, and the scene shifted to the night department's exploratory class. The students had been waiting, but Professor Alandiu hadn't explained anything, prompting a brown-haired student to ask, "Sorry, Professor, but it's almost class time." Celia also wondered why Leo wasn't there. As if to answer, Leo and Duran entered, drenched in sweat, looking like they'd run 10 laps around the campus. Celia rushed over, asking, "Leo, what happened? Did you get in a fight?" Leo didn't explain, just glancing at Duran with an amused look. Once everyone was present, Alandiu began, "So, everyone's here. Welcome, freshmen. I'm Elandu, your first-year night instructor. Duran, still fuming, shot Leo a lightning-charged glare. Carr sensed the tension. Oh, a full-scale psychological war already? Elandu, ignoring their feud, explained, 3 powers, mana energy, magical energy, and aura. Aura is the hardest to control. Who knows why? Celia answered, because aura reduces mana's flexibility during transformation. Elandu nodded approvingly. Correct. While magic and soul energy use free-state mana, aura absorbs and processes mana to suit the body. Who can explain how to use stored aura in the body? Celia thought. Isn't it just about applying some force to release it? No one answered, so Leo spoke up. We use aura by burning mana. Elandu, surprised, nodded. Correct. What's the most important thing when burning mana? Endurance. Leo elaborated, impressed by Leo's answers. Elandu asked. Leo Plove, have you studied aura before? No. Leo shook his head. Someone who hasn't formally studied aura grasps its essence. Elandu smiled faintly. Enough theory. Let's move a bit. He channeled energy into his feet, stepping into the air as if on solid ground. This is the aura step. The basic principle is focusing aura into your feet. Its applications are limitless. Students split into groups to practice this mystical skill. But it was tough, and most hadn't mastered it, except Celia. As a genius, she picked it up decently and bragged to Leo. I'll teach you if you call me big sister. Leo replied. The principles of aura operation aren't that different. He remained unfazed, not needing her help. Elandu noticed Duran's constant glares at Leo, smirking as if he'd thought of something fun. He clapped. Attention, we had a bit of chaos this morning. Chelsea asked curiously. What's that, Professor? Elandu called Leo and Duran forward, asking Duran, Moira, what's got you so upset? Duran replied, I'm not upset, but avoided eye contact. Sensing the reason, Elandu offered a challenge. Take it to the field. Central Region Team Leader Duran Moira and freshman representative Leo Plove will race 1-on-1 to decide the class representative. You can use aura freely. Duran flinched. Carr seized the moment to stir bets. Place your bets. Genius of the Moira family. Heroic lineage. Lightning aura master Duran Moira. Or the dark horse from the outskirts. The enigma who subdued team leaders. Freshman representative Leo Plove. Students murmured. I mean, he's the freshman rep, so he's gotta show something, right? But seeing him talk with Celia Zerdinger, it seems he can't use aura step. Heard anything about him yesterday? I can't stand this guy. Central Region Team Leader isn't a title just anyone gets. This freshman representative hasn't proven anything. Unfazed, Elandu saw both were ready and announced. First to the finish line wins. Whoever wins. Accept the result graciously. That's knightly spirit. Get to your positions. Celia thought. Logic says Leo can't win. But my gut tells me he always exceeds expectations. Go. Elandu shouted. Leo and Duran bolted forward with full force. Unsurprisingly, Duran, with his aura advantage, surged ahead. I'm taking the lead. Rookie, he taunted, speeding off like a rocket. His velocity awed the crowd. Wow, just as expected from Duran. So cool. As for the freshman representative, they turned to Leo, shaking their heads. Unbelievable. He's pathetic. As predicted, that guy's a fraud as the rep. Can't accept it. Chelsea, seeing Leo mocked, cheered. Come on, Leo. On the track, with lightning speed, Duran was halfway done. Carr worried for his new friend. Duran's already half through. Leo noticed. At the curve, for some reason, he braked hard, channeling force into his feet, and veered off the track. Celia's eyes were full of confusion. What's Leo doing? Following everyone's gaze, Leo leapt onto the observation platform, paused to track Duran, then poured all his strength into his legs, executing a phoenix step. The jump was so powerful it shattered the floor into countless pieces. And Leo shot forward, faster than a missile, passing Duran. He mocked, I'm taking the lead, turtle. Before Duran could process what happened, Leo crossed the finish line. Not just Duran, but the students who jeered Leo were stunned. Did you see that? This is no joke. Duran was supposed to be the fastest, but he lost to that guy. I'm sure he hasn't learned aura step. The group exchanged bewildered looks. Celia, unlike them, realized the technique Leo used wasn't aura step, it was phoenix step. Chelsea and Carr, like a pair of goldfish-brained enthusiasts. Didn't overthink it, just thrilled that Leo won. Professor Elandiu, with his experience, saw it clearly. Duran used his lightning aura to boost speed, as expected, but Leo Plove, though slower, had better control. He focused fire aura into his feet, creating a formidable aura step. An outstanding application for this generation. Perhaps a true hero will emerge. He smiled in anticipation. After his victory, Leo approached his opponent. Good race, Duran. If it was a longer track, the result might have been different. He extended a hand, but Duran, too frustrated, couldn't keep a civil face. Get lost, you arrogant loser. He swatted Leo's hand away and stormed off. Ignoring Duran's outburst, Chelsea rushed over, eyes sparkling with admiration. Leo, you were amazing. I want to train with you too. Carr complained to Celia. Why is she obsessed with him and not me? She should notice me too. Celia looked at him like he was an idiot. Obviously. Carr suggested. Class is over. Let's hit the cafe. My treat today. He'd clearly made a profit from the bets. But Leo declined. Sorry, you guys go ahead. Where are you off to? Carr asked curiously. I'm attending a summoning class. Leo said frankly. Carr was baffled. Why's a swordsmanship student going to summoning? Celia sighed. No clue what he's thinking. On his way to the summoning class, Leo mused. Something's off. Why did the Elven King give me the oath as a reward? Rewards from heroic worlds tied to the world's master's power. My reward relates to summoning. But Professor Albie is a pure mage, not a summoner. Normally, I get a magic skill. To bond with a spirit, I'd need to visit the spirit realm. For now, it's useless. A female voice snapped him out of it. So you're attending the summoning class too? Leo turned to see Traden Shaw, the Eastern Region's team leader. 17 years old. She nodded in greeting. Nice to meet you. Leo smiled back. Nice to meet you. Traden Shaw. Just call me Shaw. She waved off. Curious. I was sure Leo was a swordsmanship student. Didn't expect you to be into summoning. I'm interested in spiritual studies. Leo brushed it off. Then we'll see each other often. Shaw said softly. Leo asked, can you tell me what spirit you've bonded with? Shaw didn't hide it. Summoning a water elemental spirit. She requested, show me your spirit. Leo explained, I haven't bonded with one. Shaw was shocked. Really? If you need help later, call me. I can give you some summoning tips. Got it. I'll keep that in mind. But how old are you? Leo asked curiously. I'm 17. You're 15. Right, Leo? I saw you talking with Celia. Leo thought. 17? She looks way younger. Even younger than Chelsea. Shaw, as if her feminine intuition kicked in, squinted. You just thought something rude, didn't you? Nope. Leo looked away. Shaw smiled and proposed. Anyway, Leo, I was impressed by your race with Duran. Someday, please accept my challenge. Leo grinned. Of course. The scene shifted to the summoning class, where Leo was surprised by the small turnout. Only this many people? Shaw admitted awkwardly. Well, summoning isn't popular, and this is an exploratory class. Leo remarked. Surprising, holding class on this meadow. Suddenly, a massive black shadow loomed overhead, panicking the group. A black dragon. Where'd it come from? Scram! A student screamed in fear. Seeing their cowardice, a female voice rang out. It's acting like that because it likes you. Kid, nice to meet you. First years. I'm Yura Marin, your summoning instructor for the year. The male students, gazing at her stunning face and vibrant figure, felt their hearts race. I'd love to be her spirit beast. Leo acknowledged her beauty, thinking, if Dueno were here, he'd go crazy with his womanizing antics. Back to Professor Yura Marin. After waiting for the group to settle, she began the lesson. Alright, newbies, your presence here means you've got some talent for summoning. Right? Yes. The group shouted in unison. Pleasing Yura. Good. Loud and clear. Let's head to the practice area. Yura signaled her assistant, Carlo Corallo, a white-haired, bespectacled young man, who brought a griffin to assist. Carlo was the teaching assistant for the first-year summoning class. Seeing the transport ready, Yura said, you'll pair up in groups of 2. Now, mount the griffins. A student hesitated. Professor, it's our first time riding a griffin. He looked to Yura for help but met her angry glare. So you're saying you don't want to learn? If you think you can't do it, go back. Yura climbed onto her black dragon and flew off, leaving the students stunned. Carlo urged, "Come on, everyone, follow the professor." Riding the griffins proved easier than expected. Traden Shaw paired with Leo, asking, "Leo, can I hold the griffin's reins?" Surprised but agreeable, Leo replied, "Hold them as long as you want." After getting the hang of it, the group followed Yura, feeling the cool sea breeze. They realized how thrilled the mounts were. "I can't believe we're riding griffins. Lumerne's on another level. Hey, switch spots. I wanna fly. Wait a bit." Arguments broke out. Shaw, excited, said, "I was nervous, but it's tamer than I thought." Leo cautioned, "Careful. Griffins are hard to control for beginners." Shaw, puzzled, replied, "Huh? But it's so docile." Leo was about to explain when Yura blew a loud whistle. The sound irritated the group, and the griffins did a 180, turning ferocious and unruly. "This is bad. They're not listening. Why's this happening? Professor, help!" The students cried in panic. Yura didn't budge, demanding, "You think you're Lumerne students but can't handle a griffy? Control them yourselves." For Leo and Shaw's pair, their rebellious griffin threw Shaw off balance. Leo gently held her waist, guiding her hands. Griffins have high pride. Force them, and they'll resist more. "Leo, what are you doing?" Shaw blushed bright red, ignoring her. Leo took the reins, commanding, "Up." The griffin calmed instantly, speeding forward. Leo's control impressed Yura. "Not bad at all," she said. Turning to Carlo, "The freshman rep is a knight candidate, right?" Carlo checked his notes and nodded. "Yes. Does he have a griffin at home?" Yura asked. Carlo shook his head. "No, he's not from a noble family with griffins." Yura felt like she'd hit the jackpot. "Pure talent, huh? Looks like we've found a gem," she mused, stroking her chin. The scene shifted to the summoning island, the summoning department's practice area. Most students lay sprawled on the beach, dizzy from griffin riding. Leo wandered around, curious about the place. He noticed a fruit and picked it, only to realize it was a feather stuck to it. "A feather?" he muttered, his expression shifting. Shaw asked, "What's up, Leo?" "Nothing." He shook his head. Yura didn't let them rest, shouting, "Stop daydreaming. Focus. From now on, you're doing a practical test." The group gaped, groaning. "What? A test on the first day? This is an exploratory class. Why a test?" Yura explained. "Compared to other disciplines, summoning is a longer path. Who here doesn't know that? Mana control alone isn't enough. Contracting a spirit requires harmony with it. Controlling summons demands taming skills. That's why there are fewer summoning heroes. But peak summoners achieve greater feats. Aren't you here to become such heroes?" Eliza Hergen, a white-haired girl from the renowned northern summoning hero family Hergen, stepped forward. "Exactly. What's the test?" Yura glanced at her, explaining, "This island, Summoning Island, is full of summonable creatures. Summons are a summoner's weapon, so the test evaluates your taming ability. It's simple. Tame a summonable creature in this forest and bring it back. Once contracted, it's yours." The group buzzed with excitement. "Wow, that's Lumerne for you." Back to Professor Yura Marin. After waiting for the group to settle, she began the lesson. "All right, newbies, your presence here means you've got some talent for summoning, right?" "Yes," the group shouted in unison, pleasing Yura. "Good, loud and clear. Let's head to the practice area." Yura signaled her assistant, Carlo Corallo, a white-haired, bespectacled young man, who brought a griffin to assist. Carlo was the teaching assistant for the first-year summoning class. Seeing the transport ready, Yura said, "You'll pair up in groups of 2. Now, mount the griffins." A student hesitated. "Professor, it's our first time riding a griffin." He looked to Yura for help but met her angry glare. "So you're saying you don't want to learn? If you think you can't do it, go back." Yura climbed onto her black dragon and flew off, leaving the students stunned. Carlo urged, "Come on, everyone, follow the professor." Riding the griffins proved easier than expected. Traden Shaw paired with Leo, asking, "Leo, can I hold the griffin's reins?" Surprised but agreeable, Leo replied, "Hold them as long as you want." After getting the hang of it, the group followed Yura, feeling the cool sea breeze. They realized how thrilled the mounts were. "I can't believe we're riding griffins. Lumerne's on another level. Hey, switch spots. I wanna fly." Before Leo, a voice rang out, Just a child of the Zerdingers? I smell Reina's flame. Curious. Leo asked. You know my mother? The voice softened. Your mother? Huh? Then I wasn't wrong. If she had a child, they'd be about your age. Do I know her? Of course. I owe Reina a great debt. The speaker was Phoenix Farina, one of the 3 legendary spirit beasts. Bathed in flames, she gazed at Leo with affection. Introducing herself. My name is Farina, son of Reina. Leo greeted back. Hello, Phoenix Farina. I'm Leo Plove. What's your connection to my mother? You said you owe her? Farina reminisced. Reina saved my summoner, Luna, during a dungeon exploration in Saren. Luna lost all her comrades and was in grave danger. Your mother arrived, saved her, but in doing so, lost her blazing aura. Had that not happened, Reina would surely have become a hero. Hearing this, Leo felt sorrow for his mother but affirmed. My mom said she never regretted what she did that day. Oh, that's right, she's that kind of knight. Farina agreed with a warm smile. When Leo asked why Farina was on Summoning Island, she evaded. I can't tell you that. She pivoted. But aren't you a knight? What are you doing here? Leo replied. I'm taking a summoning class. Farina was stunned, then chuckled. How interesting. This must be fate. Leo Plove. I can finally repay my debt to your mother. Hold out your hand. Take this. She handed him a radiant golden egg. This is my son. One day, when you become a great summoner, I hope you'll bond with him. It's a pity for the summoner meant to receive it. Leo asked. Can I do it now? Farina froze, hastily warning. It's too soon, you could die. But it was too late. Oh no. Your fearless readiness reminds me of Reina. Good luck. Leo's consciousness shifted to a dark space. Before him was a warm, glowing ember. When he touched it, the flame roared fiercely, engulfing him in a fiery whirlwind. This heat is unbearable. This is the Phoenix's flame. To forge a powerful flame, we endure this pain daily. A creature living through endless burning rebirth. I understand your pain and share it. Leo whispered, sensing his resolve. The flame softened, becoming gentler. In reality, the egg's shell cracked, floating out of Leo's hands and hovering. The surrounding flames were absorbed into it. Have you succeeded? Farina asked. I did it. Leo smiled. Farina rejoiced. You're a genius. Leo Plove, you'll become the greatest summoner. Congratulations on bonding. His name is Fiora. I entrust my son to you. Farina smiled, but her maternal love was touching. Her newborn son, barely warmed by her for 3 seconds, was handed to another. Leo eyed the phoenix, skeptical. Is this really a phoenix? It looks like a chick. The tiny creature chirped, gazing curiously at Leo, reinforcing his thought. Yup, definitely a chick. The scene shifted to Professor Yura Marin's location. Students had found suitable summons and reported to her. Yura asked her assistant, Carlo, what time is it? Carlo replied, 5 minutes left. Only 4 students remain. Heavy footsteps approached. A massive black bear, Traden Shaw's summon, appeared. Professor, you're not done yet, right? Shaw asked, looking tattered from a tough struggle. Yura praised. You tamed a water bear as a knight apprentice? Impressive. Meanwhile, Wandon clung to a giant bird landing. A shadow raven? A spirit beast even renowned summoning families struggled to tame. Yura commended. Wandon clarified. I haven't bonded yet. Yura waved it off. That's good enough. More than enough. Eliza Hergin returned riding a colossal white snake, awing the crowd. I bonded with it since my family doesn't have one, she said calmly. Yura recognized. A Gorgon serpent? Fantastic. Carlo noted. Professor, time's up. The last student's coming. All eyes turned as Leo strolled out from the forest. A tiny chick perched on his head. Students burst out laughing. Haha, what's that? He tamed a chicken? What a fool. Probably gave up cause he's not cut out for summoning. But Yura, sensing the chick's aura, gaped. Damn it, you rascal. That's a phoenix. Time passed, and the scene shifted to Yura's office. Leo was summoned for a private meeting. Outside, he adjusted his clothes and knocked lightly. Yura called. Come in. Leo asked. I heard you wanted to see me? Yura said. Sit down. Honestly, this is the first time I've seen a phoenix. I didn't even know there was one on Summoning Island. A freshman bonding with a phoenix? That's unprecedented in Lumern's history. I know who you are. Leo. She locked eyes with him, her gaze serious. Across the desk, Leo gulped nervously, fearing his identity was exposed. Though he'd done no wrong, a hero reincarnated after 5,000 years would inevitably draw attention. But his worries were unfounded. Yura Marin hugged him tightly, praising, "You're an unprecedented summoning genius. I want to celebrate your achievement. But bonding with a phoenix should stay secret. If it leaks now, it'll cause unnecessary chaos. When the trial classes end, choose summoning as your main discipline. You have the talent to become a summoning hero remembered through the ages." She patted his shoulder with confidence. Time passed to the next day. Chloe Muller, the ice mage, yawned widely in the hallway. Spotted by Leo and Carr. "Your mouth's about to tear." Chloe, looking tired. Carr teased. Chloe explained, "I stayed up late reading magic books." Leo recalled her student ID and said, "You're Chloe Muller, right? Here." He handed it back. Chloe realized, "Oh, it was you. Thanks, freshman representative." The trio chatted cheerfully as they headed to class. Today was the trial magic class. "Leo, you're taking magic too?" Carr asked curiously. "Since it's the trial phase, I want to try as many classes as possible." Leo replied calmly. Carr envied him. "That's awesome. I'm only into magic, so I'm just doing this one." He whispered. The Ice Queen aiming for the top of the magic department. Chloe Muller. Glancing at Chloe, he saw her staring back. A chill running down his spine. "Too cold. I'm moving to the back." Before he could escape, a sharp ice pillar shot up from the ground, blocking his path. Chloe acted. "Carr, take the front seat. Since you're so interested, I'll help." She grabbed his collar, dragging him like a puppy. Carr silently wailed. Leo watched, amused. The mage siblings Avid and Chelsea greeted Leo. Minutes later, the teacher entered. His appearance thrilled the female students. "Gods, he's so handsome." Len Orr, the instructor, announced loudly, "I'll teach you magic this year. My name is Len Orr." He tapped a stack of test papers. "Before starting the trial class, you'll take a magic theory test." With a snap, the tests floated to everyone. Testing before learning anything stunned the students. "What, a test on the first day of a trial class?" Len confirmed. "Yes, if you don't meet my standards, you can't join my class." For Lumern students, this is the baseline. He pointed to Anna, his assistant. "Submit your papers to Anna." Anna waved. "Hand them to me." Leo glanced at the test. Trembling. "This is modern magic? Why are the formulas so complex?" He lamented. "I should have studied modern magic first." Everyone dove into the test, finding it easier than expected. "Simpler than I thought. But the last question. What's the answer?" "I solved everything except that one." They buzzed. Leo felt his head smoking. "I only solved one question. I should have studied modern magic." He handed his pitiful paper to Anna, thinking, "I'll self-study magic alone." Leo quickly left, as his ancient magic knowledge only embarrassed him. Len graded on the spot. "Over the past century, magic has evolved. It once required perfect understanding, now it's about memorizing activation conditions. But this progress has lowered mages' caliber." From Len's hand, a burst of light shot up, transforming the classroom into a cosmic wonderland. Students gaped. Len explained, "This is the essence of the magic I created. From end to beginning, I want you to study and craft your own magic. This test, 49 questions, 1 point each, based on memorization. The last question, 51 points, analyzes magic's essence. I hoped you'd solve it." Chloe reviewed her paper, sheepish. "No surprise. The last question was the only one I couldn't solve." Chelsea sighed. "Leo gave up? I wanted to study magic with him." Anna whispered to Len. "Professor, a student solved question 50. Len, thrilled, laughed. "Haha. Who? Someone got a perfect score on their first try." "Come up." Anna clarified. "They didn't get a perfect score." Len, still excited, said, "Really? Must have skipped some to focus on the last one. A shame, but good. Come up." Anna murmured. "No, they only solved the last question." Len's laugh stopped. "What's their name?" "Leo Plove." Anna replied. "Leo Plove, stand up." Len scanned the room, but Leo was gone. Chelsea explained. Leo left after submitting. The scene shifted to Leo eating ice cream with Celia. Recounting the test, Celia laughed. "Haha, so you left after solving just one question? First the chick in summoning class. Now one answer in magic." Leo, Don't you think you're doing something wrong? As a knight major, focus on swordsmanship. Leo, annoyed, retorted, "Want to train endurance with me then?" Celia stammered. Well, their chat was interrupted by Len. "So you're a knight major?" Leo plove. "You think my class is a joke? Why leave after solving just one question? Were they too easy to bother with?" Leo explained. "Professor, it's a misunderstanding. I thought I failed. Every question except the last was too hard. I couldn't solve them. I self-studied magic from ancient texts, so I wasn't sure about modern questions." Len's expression shifted. Instead of anger, he scooped Leo up like a kitten. Ecstatic. "Come with me." After speaking, Professor Len Orr gleefully dragged Leo away like a toy, leaving him no chance to resist. Celia, watching, was clueless. "That's Lumern's magic theory professor. A rather eccentric man," she whispered, her eyes puzzled. At that moment, Assistant Anna rushed over, exhausted. "Have you seen Professor Len?" "Celia? Something weird going on?" she panted. "Likely from chasing Len," Celia recounted. "He just left, but suddenly grabbed Leo and hauled him off." Anna panicked, sprinting after them, thinking, "Gods, what's that lunatic up to now?" Back to Len. He pulled Leo into a meeting room, scribbling questions on the board and demanding, "Solve these." Student Leo, though confused, Leo swiftly tackled them. For Len, this was a talent assessment. If he didn't solve the final question by luck, he must have his own magic system. "Show me now." Before Len could finish his thought, Leo stopped writing, saying, "I'm done with all of them." Sweat beaded on Len's forehead. "You solved all these in your head?" "Pretty much." Leo shrugged. Len, practically salivating, whispered, Finally. Meanwhile, Professor Albie was walking down a hallway when Len rushed up, looking like he'd won the lottery. Albie, uneasy, turned to leave, but Len lunged, clinging to his ankle, gushing, "Thank you, Professor Albie, thank you so much." Albie used magic to lift Len. Warning, this isn't your first overreaction, but today you've gone too far. Len, undeterred, rambled, "He's a magic genius. Leo Plove, the freshman representative you nominated, is a genius." Albie, baffled, said, "Magic? He's a knight." Len shouted, "No way. Leo must become a mage at all costs. I won't let his talent be wasted swinging a metal stick. Sending him to the knight team is an insult to magic." Anna arrived. Albie dispelled his magic, letting Len fall. Anna caught him. "Thanks, Anna." Len beamed. Anna, veins bulging, growled, "We need to get back to class." She thought, "One day, I'll kill this lunatic." Leo strolled in. Albie turned, nodding. Leo, flustered, thought, "Mages haven't changed over time. Just a bunch of crazies." A week later, the trial classes ended. Leo lay on the rooftop. Reading Is the Hero of Beginnings Really a Cheater? Closing it, he sighed, finding no useful information. In Headmaster Callie's office, he was working when 3 department heads, Magic, Night, and Summoning, burst in with forms. "Please review this." Leo registered for all 3 majors, a first in Lumern's history. They vied to pull Leo to their discipline, arguing even in the room, making Callie laugh. "Haha, this reminds me of the fictional hero. The 5th great hero, Kai, the only one to master all classes in history." The scene shifted to a running track, where Celia and Chelsea jogged while Carr lounged, chuckling. "Gods, why train on weekends?" Leo explained. "Chelsea asked me to coach her." Carr asked, "Why just running? Where are the weapons?" Avid and Chelsea, exhausted, replied, "It's endurance. Key for battle mages. Move." Chelsea shooed Carr like a fly, sitting by Leo. Next to Leo, Chelsea did a 180. "Weekend running's great. I missed this feeling. I want to run with you again." Leo, curious, said, "Really?" Celia spat out her water, grossing Chelsea out. "Disgusting. What's wrong with you?" Leo knew why, saying, "Anyway, I'll run with you. Let's do it properly." Celia yelled, "I said I'm not running with you." Carr, intrigued, asked, "What's up with you two? So close? I thought you were dating." Celia pointed at Leo, clarifying, "Gods, he's family. My aunt's son, my dad's sister's kid." Both gaped. "He's a Zerdinger?" Celia waved it off. "Not exactly. It's complicated. Drop it." She didn't elaborate, perhaps unsure herself. Leo stood. "Let's get serious." Chelsea cheered. Alright, let's go. Car didn't want to intrude. I'm off to explore room area. Celia pleaded, take me with you. But Leo dragged her like a chicken. Seeing her pitiful state, Car thought, why's my life devoid of proper nobles? On class assignment day, for classes 1 to 5, Car waved. Leo, over here. Leo asked, you already know I'm in class 5? Car puffed his chest. Nothing I don't know. Leo glanced at Chelsea, dozing at a desk. Huh, Chelsea's here too? Car teased. What did you do to her this weekend? Leo shrugged. Just basic training. Chelsea silently vowed never to endure that training again. A mocking voice from the upperclassmen rang out. Oh, class 5, the class of suffering? Wonder how many of you will survive the first semester. Poor underclassmen. My condolences. They laughed, far from sympathetic, but they shouldn't have spoken. The homeroom teacher approached. Poor? I think you two are the pitiful ones. Agree? The voice belonged to a teacher with a face like a homeless man. This was Horace Edmund, homeroom teacher of Lumern Academy's first-year class 5. Nicknamed, the Wailing Wall. He muttered, chair. 2 upperclassmen instantly braced themselves to form a seat. Horace sat, sneering at the students. Greetings, useless scum. This is the class for failures. The lowest scorers. You've probably heard of me. The Wailing Wall. Anyone know why I'm in charge of this class? Car, ever talkative, shakily raised his hand. To help us improve our scores? Horace turned, scoffing. Typical bottom feeder. Doesn't anyone in this pathetic class understand a Lumern student's duty? Chelsea raised her hand. To conquer heroic worlds through real-world missions. Horace nodded. Correct, but all I see are kids who die the moment they step into a heroic world. Better to expel the pitiful lot who drag down teammates and die prematurely. That's why I'm here, and why I'm the Wailing Wall. Observing Leo's calm demeanor, Horace thought, this guy might survive. To train these factory chicks. He ordered, change into gym clothes and head to the training field. It's time for combat class. The scene shifted to the training field, where everyone had changed and gathered. Horace lounged as if on vacation. Class begins to fix the rotten mindsets you've developed since entering Lumern. What saves you in the real world? Where lives come and go easily. Nella Carvin, a knight major with a healing aura, hesitated. Don't teammates protect us? Horace shook his head. No. It's your own skills. Only by honing abilities that shine through danger can you aid teammates. Are you confident in protecting them? Eliana raised her hand. I'm confident, Professor. Horace smirked. Then let's see your magic knight skills. Create a fireball. Eliana confidently summoned a fireball in her hand. Horace mocked. That's it? I doubt that could kill an ant. Eliana boosted her mana, forming 2 massive fireballs radiating intense heat, forcing students to step back. The group gasped. Not just 2, but twice the size. Horace acknowledged. Impressive. Why not try hitting this tiny creature? He summoned a diminutive humanoid wind spirit. It zipped toward Eliana, tapped her nose, and doubled over laughing. Furious, Eliana hurled her fireballs, but they didn't graze the spirit's clothes. The spirit flew back to Horace. Giggling, Horace taunted. What's the point of 2 fireballs if they miss? You lack effective skill usage. Train to surpass your limits. Until you catch this wind spirit. Class isn't over. Give it your all. Lumern heirs. Leo agreed. Despite Horace's harsh words, everything he says is true. He stepped forward. I'll try. Horace looked expectant. Go. Leo Plove. Let's see if you're as fraudulent as the fictional hero Kai or the first to master all attributes. Students charged at the spirit, only to be toyed with. Leo enveloped his body in aura, channeling it into his feet, and launched himself with a powerful leap. Moving like lightning, Chelsea and Carr, panting, groaned. Damn, how's it so fast? How do we catch it? Leo used airstep, soaring into the sky, targeting the playful spirit. Leo dove like an arrow. The spirit, caught off guard, reacted swiftly, darting aside just in time. Leo smirked, condensing aura into a whip, lashing at the spirit. Thinking he'd succeeded, Duran suddenly charged in with lightning speed, stealing Leo's moment. A homeroom teacher appeared behind Duran, clapping. Looks like our class 1 should teach you a thing or two. The white-haired, sly-faced man was Sejin, class 1's homeroom teacher at Lumern. Note: Sejin ranked second, Horace first in their graduation poll, fueling their rivalry. Horace, casually sipping milk, replied, "Oh, really? Will you teach my class for me?" Sejin glared at him like trash. Car buzzed. A clash between Lumern's pillars. Both have served over 20 years. Professors Alandu, Yura, and Len were their students. Nella gasped. "Really? How do you know?" Car blushed. "Proud. I'm sharp with info." Chelsea nearly gagged. Sejin smirked. "Horace, I don't know what you're scheming. Teaching the failure class, but I'll find out. I propose a match between Class 1 and Class 5 in Bastera." Lumern's historic sport. Horace stood, accepting. "As expected. You're a genius. Learning through real experience is best." Sejin, uneasy, said, "Class 1 will likely win." His voice wavering. Horace shrugged. "Doesn't matter. You teach the class." Sejin gritted his teeth. Students pitied him. Why does he always lose the graduation poll bets? Horace declared, "Class 5, this is your chance to hone skills. Face Class 1 in Bastera. If you lose, you're all expelled." His face showed no hint of jest. Hearing Horace's words, the class froze, then stammered, "Professor, are you serious? It's our first match, and their class has 3 team leaders." Horace ignored the power gap. "All the more reason to try harder. Push your limits. Why worry when the freshman representative is in your class? Pick 6 players to compete." He glanced at Leo. Leo understood the intent. "This is a test. Horace doesn't hate me. Many students lost morale after a week at Lumern. He wants me to rally Class 5. Those on the verge of giving up. I need to boost their spirit in this Bastera match." He resolved inwardly. Both classes chose representatives. Class 1 picked their strongest team leaders. Seeing the opponents, Chelsea strategized, "If we get expelled, how do I explain this to my family?" Leo asked, "Why so scared?" Chelsea explained, "You haven't heard of Bastera? Guess it's because you're from the outskirts. Bastera's a combat sport, a long-standing Lumern tradition." Leo, curious, said, "Isn't it just a ball game?" Carr jumped in. "It's not that simple, it's super dangerous." Celia, seeing Leo's group panic, smirked. "Chelsea, so scared? Already accepting defeat?" Chelsea glared, fuming. "Who's scared? Think I'll lose to a Zerdinger?" Leo put his arms around the group, asserting, "Don't worry, our class won't lose." Celia clicked her tongue, warning, "You too, Leo, I'll show you the results of my special training. This time, I won't lose." Leo Plove. Sejin stepped forward. Players from each class. To the arena. Leo turned to his classmates. "Who's with me?" Most shrank back, terrified. Luckily, Chelsea and Eliana stepped up. Chelsea cracked her knuckles. "I'll teach them a lesson." Eliana, eager to prove herself to Horace, said, "If we lose and get expelled, I'll win with sheer spite." Nella Carvin and a shy boy joined. Finally, Leo dragged Carr from the back. "Carr, you're the last spot, right?" Carr yelped. "Why me?" Leo finalized the team, reporting, "Class 5 is ready." "Professor." Sejin nodded. "Match begins." He tossed the ball into the air. Leo and Duran rushed for it. Duran, with his lightning aura, was faster, snatching the ball first. "Looks like we're up. Class 1, he said coldly. Leo landed, asking Tai, a blonde teammate nearby, "Quick, explain the rules." Tai summarized. "Bastera's simple. Channel energy into the ball. Shoot it into the goal without using hands or feet. First to 11 points wins." Note: Tai Makwa, summoning major. Duran focused his aura, ready to strike. Someone yelled, "It's coming. Brace." Duran punched, deforming the ball, which rocketed forward, tearing through the air. Leo, guarding, flinched at its speed, dodging. The ball hit the ground, soaring toward the goal. Carr gaped. Class 1 cheered. Duran Moira, "Nice one." Class 5 grew anxious, faces pale. Tai, lacking confidence, muttered, "Looks like Horace plans to expel us all." Leo stayed calm, asking, "How do we gain control?" Tai replied, 3 ways. 1. The ball goes out of bounds under the opponent's force. 2. Catch the ball. 3. Before he finished, Nella shouted, "Dodge." Leo and Tai turned to see the ball hit Eliana, making her cry out in pain. The culprit was Celia, giggling. "What are you whispering about? Not focused on the game?" Leo and Tai checked on Eliana. Tai explained, "Way 3. No direct attacks or blocking opponents. When a teammate's knocked out by the ball, The only way to counter is with the ball. Leo nodded, grabbing the ball. Thanks. Our turn. Sejin, despite his class's advantage, felt uneasy. In Bastera, fire attributes have an edge due to high destructive power. The Zerdinger flame is the strongest. He said to Horace, "You agreed knowing Celia Zerdinger's in my class? I don't know what you're planning. But your class can't win." Horace yawned. Silent. Sejin snapped. "Talk properly." Horace spoke. "Sejin, remember our first student? The Zerdinger kid?" Sejin nodded. "Of course. How could I forget the Bastera queen?" Horace smiled. "Her daughter's in Class 5. Class 5. Already weaker. Lost Eliana to injury. Abandoning hope. We're done. How we get into Lumern just to end like this?" Celia glanced at Leo with pity. "So you've made your choice?" Leo erupted in fierce flames. Someone shouted, "It's coming. Watch out." Leo poured his strength, launching the ball toward the opponent's goal. But Class 1 wasn't ordinary. Before the ball reached the goal, Chloe Muller cast a spell, forming an ice wall to block it. "As long as I'm here, scoring's impossible." Leo suddenly appeared beside her, murmuring, "Maybe, is that what you meant?" Without giving his opponents time to react, Leo channeled force into his feet. Leaping high toward the ball trapped in the ice wall, he smashed through the barrier with a punch, sending the ball into Class 1's goal. Professor Sejin silently praised, "His combat instincts are remarkable." Horace smiled with satisfaction. Class 5, including Nella Carvin, found hope, chanting, "Leo Plove, go!" Class 5 regained momentum. Sejin smirked. "Now I see. The real match begins." Both sides traded blows, keeping the score tight. Duran launched a lightning-charged shot toward Class 5's goal. Carr recklessly grabbed the ball with both hands. The lightning aura shocked him painfully. But he held on. "Haha, my mana's drained. It's yours." Leo, out of strength. Carr was helped off by Eliana and Chelsea. Class 5 grew anxious. The score's 10-all. This is the deciding point. But they have 3 top students. And we only have Leo. Too unfair. Chloe, knowing the next serve was critical, went all out. "I might lose at magic theory tests. But not this time." She waved her hand, casting a spell to create 4 illusionary clones. Celia and Duran, cloaked in aura, braced for Leo. Celia shouted, "Bring it, Leo." Leo surged his power into his feet, vanishing before their eyes, leaving them stunned. "He's too fast." Leo bypassed Celia. She flinched, realizing, he's not attacking, he's aiming to score. Chloe caught on. An illusion? Too shallow. Where's the real him? She focused mana into her eyes, searching for Leo's true form. But every figure seemed real. Chloe froze. Leo slipped through, scoring. Chloe muttered, "Star magic. How can a human use ancestral magic?" The referee declared, "Class 5 wins." Class 5 students hugged, overjoyed. "Thank gods. We're not expelled. I was scared of going home." Sejin, curious, asked Horace, "Expelled? What are they talking about?" Horace chuckled. "Haha, let's call it motivation." Celia, Chloe, and Duran held their faces in disappointment. Sejin sighed, encouraging them. "Upset about losing? When a match ends, win or lose, you greet your opponents. You did well, giving your all for your class, cheering your friends, fighting to the end. Stay steadfast and proud." Class 1 students admired Sejin. But the heartfelt moment lasted barely 3 seconds before Horace mocked. "Haha, losers, wrap it up." Sejin fumed, but spoke. Both classes did well. Class 1 showed talent. Class 5 never gave up, overcame challenges, recognized their limits, and succeeded. "I hope you compete harmoniously. Shake hands." The students shook hands. Celia grinned. "You dragged the match out longer than I thought. I expected you to lose sooner." Chelsea retorted, "I was gonna say the same. You're as stubborn as a squid prince." Carr beamed at Duran. "We won this time." Duran stared, unnerving Carr. Chloe, frustrated and near tears, glared. Leo extended a hand, comforting. "You were amazing, Chloe. With a bit more experience, you'll be extraordinary." Chloe snapped, "Are you mocking me? One day, I'll beat you." She vowed silently, gripping Leo's hand tightly. A month later, Leo's group sat drinking tea. Carr, eating like a starved beast, asked, "By the way, what clubs are you joining?" Chelsea, with noble poise, scolded, "Eat properly." Leo shared, I want to start a club. Carr was shocked. Chelsea, excited, said, if Leo's founding it, I'm in. Carr asked, what kind of club? Leo answered frankly, hero research. I want to study forgotten heroes and the primal hero Kyle. Carr and Chelsea exchanged looks, shaking their heads. Carr laughed. Kyle? He's just a myth. No one'll join. Chelsea saw a chance to be alone with Leo, shouting, I'm joining. Their chat was cut short by a yell. They're back, Carr recalled. Oh, right, today, fifth-year students returned from clearing a heroic dungeon. He rushed out to gawk. Fragments of heroic chronicles are being uncovered worldwide. Occasionally, they malfunction, spawning heroic dungeons. Lumern Academy's seniors clear these dungeons, collecting fragments of heroic chronicles. Typically gone for 2 weeks. Sometimes over a month. Mom must have gone through the same, Leo thought. Nearby, the mage Plove gushed with admiration. Wow, is this Lumern's pinnacle? Carr bragged. The muscular guy from the east is Lee Jamua. The southern woman is Torua Yan, and the bland hooded one is Ulta. But I don't see that person. Carr frowned, as if someone was missing. Leo asked, who's that person? Carr replied, Lumern's student council president. Suddenly, a hand grabbed Leo's shoulder, yanking him away. When Carr turned, Leo had vanished. The culprit was Celia. Seeing her rush, Leo asked, Celia, what's up? Celia said, you need to come to Lumeria City with me. The student council president wants to meet you. Leo was surprised. Why's the president looking for me? Celia, unsure, sighed, you don't care about school stuff. You'll find out when we get there. The scene shifted to a room with Eastern architecture. Celia fidgeted, glancing around. Why'd he pick this place? Leo shrugged. Smells nice. The student council president appeared. Celia darted to him like a kitten. Her brother, Reese Zerdinger, ruffled her hair and greeted Leo. Nice to meet you. Leo Plove, I've heard a lot about you. You're aiming to be an all-around hero, right? Reese, a knight major, was Lumern's student council president. Before talking, Reese ordered a steamer of buns for the group. To your taste? He asked. Leo nodded. Yes. Noticing Celia's unease, Reese asked, what's wrong? Celia admitted it was her first time trying this food, so she was nervous. She took a bite, her eyes sparkling. So good. Reese laughed. Haha. This is the restaurant I wanted to bring you to when you got into Lumern. Reese turned to Leo. Didn't expect you to be her son. Leo caught on. You met my mom before? Reese nodded. Yeah, a few times when I was young. She was famous at school. Leo grew curious. Reese shared Raina's exploits. She said the dorm desserts were awful, so she rallied students and stormed the headmaster's office. Celia shrieked. So she was behind that incident? Reese chuckled. Yup. Leo quietly assessed Reese. As expected, he's worthy of being Lumern's strongest. It's only a matter of time before he becomes a hero. After eating, Reese stood. Let's get dessert. I'll cover it. You guys head out. Leo and Celia left the table. Suddenly, Reese felt a burning in his chest. Pulling a glowing paper fragment from his pocket. What's this? The scene shifted to Leo's classroom. Eliana asked, Professor, why haven't we picked a class leader? Other classes already have. Horace, feet on his desk, scoffed. What a pointless question. Ty nodded in agreement. Horace recalled. Class leader? Oh, I forgot. Leo, you do it. Before Leo could agree, Eliana and Ty complained. Why? Shouldn't we vote democratically? Horace slammed a half-meter stack of papers on the desk. Class leader, take and organize these. Eliana shrank back, silenced. The intercom blared. Shortly, a joint lecture on the Seven Altars research. First years, prepare for the auditorium. Leo asked, Professor, should we go now? Horace nodded. That's the class leader spirit. The scene shifted to the auditorium, packed with students. Leo and Horace met Chloe. Looking exhausted, Leo greeted, Chloe, you seem tired. Chloe's eyes lit up. Got any recovery potions? Sell me some? Carr tossed 2 vials. All I've got. Leo worried. It's early in the year. Pushing yourself this hard? Chloe chugged a vial, insisting, I'm fine. Seeing her stubbornness, Carr admired. Impressive. She's top in magic theory. Chelsea added, but Chloe's worried. If Leo studies modern magic trends, he might surpass her in theory exams. Carr, confused, asked, So what if she's second? Chelsea looked at him like an idiot. Lost your brain? She's a tower mage. Battle mages like us don't mind slipping in theory. But magic research is the tower's core. Her honor's at stake. Are you even a mage? Carr shrugged. Of course. I use survival magic. My pride. Elsewhere. Reese, noticing the glowing paper, rushed to Headmaster Callie. After hearing him out, Callie's face grew grave. A heroic chronicle fragment malfunctioning? This hero fragment is actually reacting? Principal Callie asked, and Reese nodded firmly. Yes. This is a heavily damaged fragment. Supposedly unresponsive, but it actually reacted. Moreover, there were no artifacts nearby. Callie continued. Did it react again afterward? Reese shook his head. No, sir. With too little information, Callie couldn't deduce the strange phenomenon. Let's see. We need to investigate further. You just returned, so you must be tired. Well done. He called for his secretary, Elena, and instructed, take this to the Hall of Beginnings. The first-year general lecture hall. Elena nodded. Yes, I understand, and hurried off. Callie mused. Sometimes, a small fragment like this reacts if someone recorded in the heroic chronicle makes contact. Scene shift. Lumern's lecture hall. The first-year heroics class. Professor Artian, overseeing classes 1 through 8, was teaching. The students, seated together, were as chaotic as a bustling market. Artian, flustered, please, quiet down, but the students chattered on like machine guns. Artian's patience hit its limit. A unicorn appeared behind her, and her demeanor flipped 180 degrees. Silence. You brats, or you'll regret it. Want to die? Who's first? She roared, a far cry from her usual gentleness. Suddenly, like a switch flipped, she turned sweet again, finally quiet. Thank you. The students trembled. So scary. No matter how many times we see it. It's terrifying. The professor is terrifying. Class 8 thought, quaking. Leo was stunned. So she's a psychic mage. In my past life, psychic mages were extremely rare. Artian drew a dagger and began the lecture. We're starting the first-year heroics course. After the heroic chronicles appeared, heroic families emerged. To unlock a hero's world, you need an item deeply tied to them. Descendants of heroes have an easier time. This is why Lumern, where chronicles are kept, is closely linked to these families, like a key to treasure. Understand why heroics matters. It helps uncover clues to conquer heroic worlds and understand heroes better. By your final year, you'll choose a hero to inherit their power and face their chronicle. Elena entered, handing a fragment to Artian. She announced, this is a heroic chronicle fragment, brought back by a fifth-year student. The students gasped in awe. Artian opened the box, and the students held their breath. Curious, but she snapped it shut, before experiencing it. Tell me your goals as heroes. The students groaned in disappointment. Celia raised her hand. I want to become a knight surpassing all generations of the Zerdinger family. Artian praised. Wonderful, Chloe said. I want to write a spellbook with original magic to support heroes. Carr declared boldly. I want to support heroes. Artian cheered. Wonderful. Leo spoke. My goal is to completely eradicate Urbens. The hall fell dead silent. After 2 seconds, Artian stammered. Well, an astonishing goal. Next, Leo sat calmly, ignoring the odd stares. Upperclassmen scoffed. He's dreaming too big. Horace and Sejin overheard Leo. Sejin asked, what do you think? Chills. Horace replied, he's not spouting nonsense. He thought, for millennia, Urbens was shattered and sealed. Yet it revived multiple times. Even a single revived fragment caused disasters. The dream of completely eradicating Urbens, it's no simple feat. Artian continued, today, we'll read a chronicle page from the dungeon. Each class will guess the hero and learn to conquer their world. Professors are watching, so no trouble. The students buzzed with excitement. Touching a chronicle for the first time, so thrilling. Artian called, class representatives, come up. Leo and the others rushed forward. She said, 2 chronicles were brought back. We'll use one today, the other is a small fragment to show you they exist. She presented 2 boxes. Leo held the small fragment. Suddenly, an anomaly struck. A voice announced, the heroic chronicle has opened Kyle's world. A massive magic circle appeared on the stage. Sejin shouted, It's out of control. Their figures vanished, reappearing in an unfamiliar world. This is an alien world. The sky blood red, surrounded by countless monster corpses of all shapes and sizes. A girl in the group screamed in panic. Dead bodies. Horace dropped his playful demeanor, calming them. Brace yourselves. This is a heroic dungeon. Professor Sejin noticed something and pointed. Horace, I see a fortress wall over there. Everyone looked, spotting an ancient, cracked city wall. Leo recognized the scene. The Calamity Era. The final defense line. The last city. Gadol's wall. If this is that moment. Leo murmured. Suddenly, a voice spoke behind him. My unfulfilled wish was foolish. But we'll save the world. Leo turned, facing his old comrade, whispering, Lycinas. The black-haired girl smiled faintly. Dissolving into light, the space shattered, and the group returned to the lecture hall. The incident happened in a flash. Chelsea, bewildered, asked, Professors, what just happened? Horace ordered. Class is suspended. Stay calm and leave the hall now. The students fled in panic. Leo, pensive, held the fragment, realizing, this is Kyle's page. My chronicle. Horace glanced at him, his eyes thoughtful, his thoughts unclear. Scene shift. Class 5. Leo's friends grilled him about the heroic world experience. After hearing it, they gaped. You met the Wisdom King? A historical event. Lycinus's chronicle? Chelsea said in awe. Eliana sighed regretfully. I'm so jealous. Why did I let Leo be class leader? I missed my chance. Carr smirked. Really? Eliana turned and pummeled him. Today's your funeral. Carr curled up, taking the hits. Horace spoke coldly from the door. I'm here to scold the noisiest class. Choose. Self-study or get expelled. He left immediately. Leo pondered. Why is my heroic chronicle so chaotic? So damaged I can't even tell whose world it is? Someone must have deliberately sabotaged it. Chronicles are vessels for inheriting heroic power. If someone doesn't want new heroes to rise, it could only be Urban's. I need to investigate why the chronicle is fragmented. Leo quietly made plans. A month later, in the magic department class, Professor Len pointed to a magical symbol behind him. Original magic. A unique spell. He explained. This is your midterm practical exam. Original magic reflects a mage's individuality. Nowadays, array activation techniques are trendy. So few mages create original spells. But they can be secret techniques for emergencies. For example, the Elves' Star spell is a small replica of an original. Only one person can use the true star spell, its creator. Nebula Luna. Chloe glanced at Leo, recalling how he used a star spell to outmaneuver her in a game. Leo noticed Chloe staring, spotting a magic book emitting a dark aura beside her. Meeting his gaze, Chloe quickly hid it. Leo wondered, a cursed book? Len concluded the class. Everyone wants to explore unique magic. That's all for today. The students noisily left, concerned about the book. Leo stopped Chloe. Wait. Chloe, want to grab lunch together? His suspicion grew as she hid the book. Chloe declined. No time. I'll beat you in the practical exam. Carr jogged over, teasing. What's this? Leo, challenging the Ice Queen's top spot in magic? Chloe asserted. I lost to Leo in technique. But in magical theory, no one surpasses me. This time, I'll win. Leo smiled. If I back down, wouldn't that disrespect you? Chloe nodded. Leo extended his hand. Deal. Let's both prepare well. Carr admired. Such a natural handshake. Late afternoon, at the Hero Tower, Leo searched for chronicle clues. Lumern's restricted library is nearby. I might find hints about the lost chronicle. He climbed the stairs. A female student saw him, blushing and whispering. A first year? Why's he here? So cute. A voice called out. Leo Plove. I've heard a lot about you from Professor Len. Nice to meet you. It was Torua Yan, a fifth year from the magic department. Leo bowed. Torua asked, what's a first year doing at the Hero Tower? She blocked his path with her foot. Leo replied, meeting the student council president. I've joined the magic department. Torua stepped aside. Thanks, Leo said. Before heading up, Torua reminded him, Leo, declare your magic department major before the semester ends. Got it? Leo nodded. He entered the elevator and pressed the button. But it didn't move. Why isn't it working? Leo pressed repeatedly. A voice rang out. You need to channel mana to activate it. Nice to meet you. Leo Plove, the famous first-year representative. It was Lee Zamua, a fifth year from the night department. Responding to the greeting, Leo recognized the senior and bowed respectfully. Ahead, Lee Zamua, slightly curious about Leo's purpose, asked, "What brings you to the Hero Tower?" Leo answered candidly, "I have some matters to discuss with the student council president." His relaxed attitude made the senior laugh, stroking his chin as he remarked, "HMPH, a freshman who's not intimidated by me at all. Bold enough to march straight to the student council president's office. I wouldn't call it marching," Leo corrected, but the burly senior seemed to ignore it, suggesting, "You should seriously consider joining the night department. What do you say?" Leo could only muster an awkward smile, inwardly groaning. One after another. People keep trying to recruit me into their departments. I'm exhausted before the main topic even starts. Scene shift. Outside the student council president's office. Leo paused, knocked, and called, "President Reese, it's Leo Plove. May I come in?" A warm voice responded, "Come in." With permission, Leo quickly opened the door. Upon seeing him, the handsome Reese asked directly, "What's up?" Leo replied, hesitating briefly before stating his purpose. "I want to access the restricted library." His request immediately changed Reese's expression. With a stern look, Reese said, "Leo, I know you're not one to joke around, but there are only two ways for a regular student to enter the restricted library. The first is by conquering a heroic dungeon. By tradition, conquerors personally return retrieved chronicle pages to the heroic records. The second, I'll tell you if you join the student council." Reese smiled, adding, "Seems like everyone in the student council wants to pull Leo to their side." Time passed quickly. Scene shift. The familiar training grounds. Today was the night department's practical exam. Though not his department, many from other departments came to watch, including the ever-curious Carr. He was thrilled, finally. The day's here. The night department's first practical exam. So many people are watching. Can't enjoy a match like this without popcorn. He eagerly pitched his products to the spectators, prompting a sigh from the mage Chelsea. Carr sure is passionate about his business. Eliana burst out laughing. Haha, that's Carr's style. He'd still make a fortune even outside Lumern. Nearby, Leo scanned the crowd and noticed the mage Chloe was absent. Without delay, Professor Alandu announced, "First sparring match. Halil Snafe from Class 1 versus Leo Plove from Class 5. Step forward." Both advanced. Meanwhile, Carr spotted a potential customer and rushed over. "Professor Sejin, want some popcorn and soda today?" He cheerfully offered his goods. Sejin smirked dismissively. "You think I'd buy that?" asked Halil's. Undeterred, Carr turned to Celia nearby. She nodded, and as if rehearsed, Celia put on an adorable kitten-like expression. Looking at Sejin with pleading eyes, "Professor, can you buy us some popcorn? It looks so tasty." Carr joined in, shouting, "Sejin!" The crowd cheered wildly, with the students egging him on. Sejin, to save face, relented. "Give everyone one," he said calmly. Carr beamed, having sold another batch. Back at the arena, Leo smiled at his opponent. Good luck. Facing him was Halil's, a sly-looking night department student and heroic descendant of the Snafe family. Halil's replied, "Seems you don't take me seriously. You'll regret that." He licked his lips. Additional info from Carr. The night department's midterm practical requires winning 5 sparring matches. On the stands, students watched Leo curiously. "Wonder what skills this Class 5 freshman has," a girl asked. A boy nearby, seemingly informed, replied, "Since Leo's triple majoring, there's bound to be a gap compared to those focusing on one field. Don't forget Halil's is third in Class 1. Just behind Celia and Delans." Halil's disliked Leo, viewing him as arrogant and always hovering around Celia. Unaware of their thoughts, Professor Alandu announced the rules. The one who renders their opponent unable to fight wins. Treat this as a real sparring match. As the words ended, Leo's expression shifted, sensing an evil energy emanating from a nearby building. Scene shift. Chloe, the mage, was buried in study to defeat Leo. But the deeper she delved, the more despair she felt. Tearing a paper in frustration and gritting her teeth. "No. This isn't it. I can't create unique magic with my skills alone. Angrily, she swept the books off her desk, vowing, I absolutely can't lose to Leo in this practical exam. Making a decision, Chloe eyed the dark magic book Leo had worried about, murmuring, with this, I can win. This time, I'll definitely win. Her expression changed, no longer her usual self. Back at the training grounds, Leo stood frozen, staring toward the building due to the dark energy. Seeing Leo distracted after the starting signal, Halil seized the chance. Gripping his spear, he charged with lightning speed, too careless. Got you. He thrust his spear at Leo's face. With battle experience, Leo tilted his head to dodge. But Halil's attack didn't stop. He used Spear Barrage, transforming the spearhead into a writhing snake-like form, darting toward Leo's throat at blinding speed. Yet, it wasn't enough to phase Leo. With a slight movement, he grabbed the spearhead, stopping it cold. Leo's grip was so strong Halil's questioned reality. Wondering where such power came from, Leo yanked the spear, pulling Halil's body forward. Before Halil's could react, Leo channeled force into his fist, landing a thunderous punch to Halil's face. Blood spurted as Halil's flew back like a cannonball. Shaking his hand, Leo taunted, "Who said I was careless?" Though the punch left Halil's in agony, he stood, ready to fight. Don't get cocky. The battle's just begun. A strange green energy enveloped him. To Leo, it was laughable. A guy who can't even use aura properly, raw strength doesn't fix fundamental weaknesses. Unique aura. Huh, Leo muttered, eyeing the green energy. He cloaked himself in blazing red light for protection. Halil's, oblivious to their skill gap, boasted confidently. Unless it's Celia's fire aura level. You can't push me back, he declared arrogantly. A second later, Leo's red aura pierced the green haze, appearing before Halil's. You're the careless one, Leo said coldly, his sharp gaze crushing Halil's remaining confidence. In the stands, students munched popcorn, enjoying the fight like an action movie. Nearby, Dellens, once defeated by Leo, frowned at his performance. Celia Zerdinger, too, was puzzled. Leo, since when did you enhance your fire aura to this level? She thought, her eyes filled with awe and curiosity. From Halil's perspective, no matter how foolish he was, he finally realized Leo's strength was far from ordinary. Seeing the red aura enveloping Leo, Halil's thought in shock. What? This is Celia level fire? A maniac trying to master all disciplines. This strong? Anxiety over Leo's power caused a bead of sweat to roll down his face. He knew without his trump card, victory was impossible. With no other choice, Halil's unleashed everything. I prepared this move to defeat Celia, but I didn't expect to use it on you. Leo plove. With that, Halil's focused energy into his palm, unleashing his ultimate technique, Serpent Barrage. A green serpent shot from his hand, darting toward Leo at lightning speed. As it closed in, it coiled tightly around him, hissing menacingly. Even Leo's fire aura couldn't repel it, earning his silent praise. Not bad. From Halil's view, seeing his technique restrain Leo, he glanced at Celia in the stands, eyes gleaming with the excitement of a lovesick teenager showing off. What do you think? Celia? I prepared this to counter your flames. Celia noticed his gaze, sighed, and pointed forward. Confused, Halil's turned back, only to see his energy serpent evaporating visibly. Leo's flames grew fiercer, and in 3 seconds, the serpent vanished completely, as if it never existed. The sight of his painstakingly crafted ultimate technique failing to affect Leo left Halil stunned. Out of options, he chose close combat. Snorting coldly, Halil gritted his teeth, gripped his twin spears, and charge. Leo swiftly drew his sword, countering. The force of Leo's strike was so powerful that it knocked a spear from Halil's hand in one clash. The overconfident youth collapsed to the ground. Leo pointed his sword at him, advising, "Don't let your guard down until the flames are out." Professor Elandiu, seeing the match end, declared, "Winner, Leo Plove." In the stands, Leo's biggest fan, the mage Chelsea, cheered wildly. "Amazing, that's our Leo. I knew you were reliable." Carr added, "Awesome, Leo." In Halil's thoughts, post-defeat, he conceded, even in practice. He's this good, no wonder he's on par with Celia. Celia's voice snapped him out. Impressive. Great job. She smiled. Her words made Halil's blush. Scratching his cheek. What? Really? You think it was cool? Moving on. Professor Alandu called. Next contestant. Class 5. Eliana. Step up. The red-haired mage bounded forward eagerly. All right. Who's my opponent? Alandu turned. Class 10. Chelsea. Step up. Hearing her opponent, Eliana's eyes widened. What? Why do I have to fight one of the top 3 in our year? She muttered, dazed, but no one responded. Chelsea, the summoner, stepped up, clasping her hands. Please go easy on me. Eliana replied. You too. Seeing both ready, Alandu announced. Match begin. As the words fell, Chelsea summoned mana, water swirling around her. Eliana gripped her sword, cloaking herself in flames, and charged forward like an arrow, aiming her blade at Chelsea. In the stands, Leo worried. That's gonna hurt. Sure enough, Eliana's sword was blocked by an energy barrier. She was flung back like a rag doll. Instantly incapacitated, unable to rise, Chelsea bowed to the crowd. Alandu declared. Winner, Chelsea. Eliana, regaining consciousness, waved dismissively. I still won't back down from Chelsea. Leo sighed. It was a bad matchup from the start. But if she stayed calm, she could have done better, he muttered. Next was Celia versus Dellins. Both from Class 1, facing you should be fun. Celia said. Dellins remained silent, brooding. Leo, in the stands, grabbed popcorn from car, commenting. This'll be interesting. On the field, Celia and Dellins drew their weapons, enveloping themselves in powerful auras, captivating the crowd. Let's see who's Class 1's strongest knight, Celia exclaimed. Without another word, both unleashed swift, powerful sword strikes, clashing with deafening metallic rings, the shockwaves reaching the stands. Wow, top student skills? A student gasped. Carr, covering his mouth, asked Leo. Who do you think wins? Leo tossed popcorn into his mouth, casually. Based on this, Celia will lose. Carr gaped. You're so cold. Ignoring him, Leo observed Celia's calm eyes, thinking, she's got a secret move to turn this around. Dellins, leveraging his aura, moved like lightning, landing a glancing blow across Celia's face. Drawing blood, he pressed her back with relentless attacks. Seizing an opening, Celia raised her sword overhead, flames erupting skyward. The crowd stirred. Whoa, no joke. Leo praised. Celia's using her head. The first-year training hall is small, making it hard to match Delans's speed. She's turned it into her stage, restricting his movement with a fire dome. The heat distorts vision. She's brilliant, even stronger now. In the blazing domain, Delans's vision was obscured, making him wary of reckless charges. Celia slipped behind, launching a surprise attack. Unfortunately, Delans's instincts kicked in, allowing him to duck just in time. Gritting his teeth, he imbued his sword with lightning, thrusting upward, but Celia grabbed the blade, stopping it cold. She grinned triumphantly. Got you. Celia executed iron headbutt, slamming her forehead into Delans's. Reeling, eyes rolling back, Dellins collapsed, dazed. Alandu confirmed Delans's incapacity, declaring, winner, Celia Zerdinger. Her friends cheered wildly. Seeing Dellins recover, Celia advised, why not work on your stamina? She offered a hand, pulling him up. Dellins took it, standing. Their sportsmanship moved some students to tears. That move was epic. Gotta record it. A boy snapped a photo. Leo was happy for Celia. Your training paid off. Celia, you're amazing, Carr shouted. Celia, Professor Sejin, munching Carr's popcorn, said calmly. Celia won. Huh, thanks for the explanation. The night department exam concluded. Celia Zerdinger, 4 wins, 1 loss. Dellins, 4 wins, 1 loss. Chelsea, 4 wins, 1 loss. Leo Plove, the only one with 5 wins. Undefeated. Time flowed swiftly like a rushing river. A week later, the language studies theory exam concluded in a tense atmosphere. Professor Harris, with sharp eyes, held the stack of test papers, meticulously checking their number before neatly arranging them like a careful artist. He nodded, his deep voice commanding authority before the anxious students. You all did well. Don't slack off and risk expulsion, study hard. With that, he slammed the old wooden door shut. the loud thud echoing like thunder, startling the class and making their hearts race. As soon as the professor left, Eliana, the fiery girl, exploded in frustration. Always with the expulsion threats. Her high-pitched voice rang out, her face red as a ripe apple, clearly indicating her test didn't go well. Meanwhile, in another corner, two boys with eyes gleaming like hungry cats sneaked toward the academic star Chelsea. Chelsea. Let us see your answers. Hee. Chelsea, with a smug smile, glanced at them like a queen. Who should I show first? The two gaped, pleading over each other. Me first. Please. Scene shift to another corner of the classroom. Leo, the protagonist, sprawled lazily over his desk like a sunbathing cat, hair disheveled. Suddenly, pink-haired Nella turned back, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. How was the test? Hearing her, the class leader lifted his head, scratching it with a sleepy voice. I think it wasn't too bad. His nonchalant reply made Nella giggle, her laughter crisp as silver bells. Hee. The class leader always seems in control. Yet you can make a face like that? In response, Leo's expression turned dazed, as if still half asleep, muttering, Did I really? His goofy look made Nella laugh harder, generously offering, If you're hurting anywhere, let me know, I'll heal you with my magic. At that moment, Carr, the merchant, popped up from nowhere, approaching with a pained look. Oh, Nella, my shoulders and back are so stiff. Help me. Before Nella could respond, Chelsea, the mage, unleashed a barrage of punches on Carr's back. Precise and forceful, the orange-haired boy spat out water in pain, his face contorted as if about to cry. Chelsea beamed. No more pain, right? Then, turning to Leo with concern. Leo, how's your summoning practice going? Tide chimed in, teasing. You barely show up to summoning practice. Leo, unfazed, his eyes flashing with confidence, replied, I train hard where no one sees. Chelsea trusted him completely, nodding eagerly. So like you. Leo, what rank are you aiming for in the summoning test? With a radiant smile, Leo declared, Definitely first. Time flew by in a blink. Scene shift to the summoning department's training grounds, buzzing like a vibrant festival. Today was the summoning practical exam. Though a summoning department event, students from other departments flocked to the stands, buzzing like bees. Amid the anticipation, the host Runba Tessa's voice boomed like a bronze bell. Hello. It's that time of year again. The biggest event of the first semester for first years. Welcome to the summoning race. I'm Runba Tess, a third-year summoning student. In the stands, siblings Celia and Reese watched intently. Celia, brimming with curiosity, asked her brother, Is this really a test? Reese, with a gentle smile, explained, The summoning race is a beloved summoning department tradition. It's also a highlight of interdepartmental events. So everyone's excited. Meanwhile, Carr, ever the merchant, seized the crowd's presence to sell popcorn and soda. His sales pitch swift and his coin pouch jingling. Below, summoning students gathered, the air taut as a bowstring before battle. Eliza, a sharp-eyed summoner, glared at Leo, challenging. I heard you excelled in the night department's practical. Are you ready for summoning's test? Leo, calm as a still lake, replied. Of course I am. Eliza, unconvinced, her voice sharp as a blade, pressed. Yet you haven't shown up to a single practice. Are you looking down on summoning? Her words ignited the other students, who growled like beasts. Yeah. If you're slacking, quit. We haven't even seen you make a proper summoning contract. Grumbles erupted like crashing waves. Ty stepped in, his low voice trying to calm them. Everyone, stay calm. But his words lacked weight, like a passing breeze, as the students' irritation persisted. A blonde student, eyes blazing, challenged. Ty, don't defend him just because you're classmates. He disrespects our department. Chenxia, frowning, said worriedly. This atmosphere isn't good before the test. Before she could finish, Sen Lu, a neatly combed black-haired student from the eastern continent like Chenxia, sneered. You excelled in the night department too. So you don't care much about summoning, right? Chenxia hesitated, her eyes wavering. Waraden, a hulking student, roared like thunder. Too noisy. If you're arguing and picking sides over who's slightly better at summoning, take it elsewhere. Sen Lu, as if provoked, snapped like a rabid dog. What did you just say? Warraden? Warraden's face dripped with disdain. Cold as ice. I said it's annoying to hear people act like being slightly better at writing summons is a big deal. Turning to Sen Lu, he added, What, feeling guilty? You barely show up to taming practice either. Warraden smirked sarcastically. That's because I find it pointless. I'm not an idiot like you who can't even tame a griffin. Enraged, Sen Lu clenched his fist. Eyes bloodshot, swinging at Warraden, forgetting Warraden was the top student from the south. Towering over him. Before the punch landed, Leo swiftly grabbed Sen Lu's arm. His voice sharp as a blade. Fighting before the exam won't just earn a warning, you'll lose your test eligibility. His words were like cold water on Sen Lu's face. But instead of gratitude, Sen Lu snorted, eyes blazing with resentment. Tai approached Leo, whispering, The summoning department's atmosphere this year isn't great. Surprised, Leo asked, Why? Tai's eyes held a hint of sadness. Summoning has a huge skill gap between majors and non-majors. Since you and I non-summoning students are topping the class, the second years are frustrated with us. Plus, you rarely attend practice. Understanding the hostility, Leo wasn't shocked. He thought firmly, Sure, it might look like I'm slacking to others. But I'm not cutting corners. Elsewhere in the stands, a mysterious figure in a black cloak watched Sen Lu intently. Muttering coldly, It's begun. With a wave, he opened a shimmering portal and vanished like a shadow. Sen Lu, inexplicably, felt a growing fire of rage. With no outlet, he gritted his teeth. Let's see. You arrogant jerk, I'll crush you. His eyes glowed unnaturally, as if manipulated by an unseen force. Time raced on, and the exam loomed. Run, but Tessa's voice rang out again. Before we start. The rules. First-year summoning students may only use summoning magic. Even dual majors are banned from using aura or other magic. When the event begins, tame the griffin in front of you. Cross Summoning Island, and return via Silent Lake. Who'll be the star of this midterm practical? We'll find out soon. As his voice echoed, first-year summoning students stood at the starting line. Faces tense, eyes locked ahead like warriors before a life-or-death battle. Professor Yura's voice boomed, Recruits. Don't stress. Do as you've practiced. If you can't handle pressure, stay after class. Her words only heightened their anxiety. Hearts pounding, sweat beading on foreheads. They urged themselves, Don't stress. But their bodies trembled. Ignoring their state, Yura declared firmly, The race begins. Instantly, some students, seemingly pre-coordinated, exchanged glances and nods, while others rushed to their griffins. Sen Lu's lackeys, with sly eyes, cast spells targeting Leo and Warraden. Run, but Tess shouted in shock, Whoa! What's this? It's like they planned it. They're all targeting class leader Leo Plove and Southern top student Warraden. Tai, atop his griffin, saw Leo targeted and moved to help. Eyes worried, but Leo, with a sharp gaze, stopped him. Don't worry about me. Keep going. It's an exam. Tai apologized shakily, then urged his griffin forward. Its wings beating powerfully. In the stands, the crowd, like an angry mob, booed Sen Lu's group for their dirty tactics. So cheap. Summoning department. Forfeit. Fight fair. If they had rotten eggs, they'd have thrown them. Leo, annoyed at being targeted, thought, I knew they disliked me. But I didn't expect them to gang up like this. Run, but Tess, a summoning student himself, defended his juniors awkwardly. Haha. Despite the jeers from the fifth years. It's their strategy. Oh, while I'm talking, Warraden's broken through the magic attacking him. Warraden, now steady on his griffin, turned to Leo with sharp eyes. You okay? Need help? Leo waved him off, voice firm as steel. No. I'll handle it. Warraden didn't linger, spurring his griffin skyward like an arrow, leaving a swirling gust. Meanwhile, Leo remained trapped in chaotic magic, his eyes cold but resolute. Chelsea, in the stands, bit her lip, heart pounding, watching him anxiously. At another corner of the arena, Professor Yura, with eyes sharp as an eagle's, observed the entire scene, unable to hide the glint of concern in her deep gaze. The emotional rift among the first-year students is deeper than I thought. Are they openly teaming up against Leo? She mused, her heart heavy. Leo's specialty isn't spirits but summoning. This test will be a brutal challenge for that boy. Such were the thoughts of the summoning department professor. Filled with unease. However, her thoughts were soon upended when she witnessed the breathtaking spectacle before her. Leo, our protagonist, stood tall amidst the chaos. His eyes blazing like unyielding flames. He murmured incantations, his voice deep and resonant with mystique. O spirits, release my shackles and open the path ahead. Grant me the great mercy of nature. O spirits, release my shackles and open the path ahead. As his chant echoed, the space before Leo erupted in brilliance. Two dazzling beams of light exploding forth. From within, two tiny spirits emerged, one fiery red like hell's flames, the other lush green like forest winds. Their graceful forms clearly represented the elements of fire and wind, their latent power hidden within their delicate frames. Professor Yura, hearing those incantations, felt her mind drift, as if lost in a dream. Spirit tongue, spoken with flawless precision. She wondered, her heart racing. How did he do it? A first-year student, how is this possible? Meanwhile, Leo glanced at Yura from across the field, a teasing, mischievous smile flickering on his face, like a child who just won a bet. At that, Yura's worries melted like morning dew. She sighed, her lips curling into a helpless smile, thinking, I might need to relearn summoning myself. This kid, he's not to be underestimated. Time passed swiftly, like wind sweeping across a meadow. The scene shifted to the other students, now riding griffins, soaring across a vast, verdant plain. One fool in Senlu's group, grinning smugly, laughed loudly, his voice dripping with mockery. Ha ha. Serves him right, the representative of the freshmen and the top student from the south? He can't even get started. He'll definitely rank B at best. Beside him, Senlu nodded, his eyes sly, adding, how's it feel, Eliza? Pretty satisfying, right? In response, the white-haired Eliza, exuding an icy aura, suddenly accelerated. Her griffin shot forward, flying parallel to Senlu. She shot him a scornful look, sharp as a blade. I don't like this. I could defeat Leo Plove, Waraden, or anyone else without resorting to these dirty tricks. Her words stunned Senlu, his eyes flickering with surprise. To drive the point home, Eliza spoke bluntly, her voice cold as ice. What do you think others will say about the summoning class after this? Senlu showed no guilt or concern. He laughed arrogantly, his voice smug. Who cares? Haha, those losers will face their humiliation. Seeing his attitude, Eliza knew he was beyond redemption. She warned, her tone frigid, next time, think before you act. With that, she yanked the reins, urging her griffin to surge ahead like an arrow slicing through the wind. Leaving Senlu behind, grinding his teeth in rage. He cursed inwardly, growling, that arrogant brat, acting all high and mighty just because of her family's backing. But no matter, I'll definitely take first place. Besides Eliza, I'm the best at controlling flying beasts. This time, I'll secure the top rank. His delusions gleamed in his smug eyes. But his fantasies barely lasted a few seconds before a sharp cry pierced the air like a sword. Senlu. Look behind you. Turning, Senlu froze at the sight. Chelsea, the spirited girl, stood boldly atop her griffin, her stance as steady as a surfer riding the wind. Her face radiated joy, free of tension, as if she were on a leisurely outing rather than a grueling test. What kind of stance is that? Someone stammered, voice full of shock. Senlu's earlier confidence crumbled like sand slipping through his fingers. She's not even using spirit power to enhance her beast. That speed is impossible, he roared, his voice cracking with panic. Instinctively, he reverted to old habits, shrieking, everyone, let's take her down. A girl with orange hair, eyes gleaming with excitement, shouted, all right, take this. She summoned a wind spirit, preparing to attack, but Chelsea, with a warrior's keen instincts, had already sensed their dirty tactics. How could she not be on guard? As the wind spirit appeared, Chelsea maneuvered her mount in a spectacular arc. Looping back, the move left the orange-haired girl stunned, unable to react. What? She cried, her voice frantic. Chelsea, without hesitation, leapt from her griffin, delivering a precise, powerful kick like a sledgehammer straight at the girl with twin braids. Before she could scream, the girl was sent flying off her mount, dangling in midair, This is cheating, she wailed, her voice fading in panic. Chelsea swiftly grabbed the reins of the abandoned griffin, shrugging nonchalantly, her voice calm. Yeah. Well, I didn't even use aura. She then urged the griffin forward, flying alongside Senlu, flashing a radiant smile. Hey. Senlu. His response was pure irritation. Growling, you've made a mistake making us your enemies. Chelsea nodded, acknowledging, but didn't miss a beat. Her tone sharp. I'll admit I'm not great at aerial combat. But I'm not your only opponent. Someone's really pissed off about your petty tricks. Before Senlu could process her words, a deafening explosion roared behind them, like thunder in a clear sky. Everyone flinched, turning back. More massive blasts followed, erupting near the mounts, sending them into a frenzied panic. Screeching wildly, Chelsea, unfazed, smiled. Looks like Warriden's the type to settle scores. Her eyes tracked the burly boy. Warriden had now accelerated to full speed, catching up to the first group. Spotting Senlu ahead, his face burned with fury, like a volcano about to erupt. You filthy trash, take your payback, he bellowed, his voice thundering, unleashing a barrage of blazing fireballs straight ahead. The violent explosions forced Senlu's group to struggle to stabilize their mounts. Sweat pouring like rain. Back at the arena, Leo, with unwavering resolve, had broken free from the obstructive spells. Runba Tessa's voice rang out, brimming with excitement. First-year representative Leo, famed across Lumern for his ambition to join the Academy's elite. But today, he seems to be fighting to steal all the spotlight in this test. Could summoning be Leo's fatal weakness? At this, the audience turned their eyes to Leo, eager to see his next move. After all, he'd started far behind the others. Returning to Leo, he quickly noticed a thorn embedded deep in his griffin's wing, blood seeping out darkly. Seems like magical interference wasn't their only prank, he thought, anger simmering within. As a hero candidate, stooping to such shameful tricks is pathetic. He reached for the reins around the griffin's neck, but the beast reacted fiercely, roaring like a house on fire, its wild eyes full of wariness. Leo's trying to tame the griffin. Runba Tess commented enthusiastically. My advice? Don't try riding a griffin when it's that on edge. On the stands, the swordswoman Celia, eyes filled with worry, murmured, Oh no, why is Leo pushing so hard? There must be a reason. Her brother Reese added, his voice thoughtful, let's see what he does. Back with Leo, despite the griffin's resistance, he swiftly channeled strength into his arms, muscles tensing, yanking the reins with tremendous force. I know how you feel. But right now, you follow me, Leo commanded, his gaze icy and sharp as a blade. The griffin, sensing his overwhelming presence, trembled, as if realizing further defiance would bring disaster. It quickly submitted, lowering its head in obedience. Seeing the beast calm, Leo leapt onto its back, his movements agile as a wildcat. Officially joining the race, Runba Tess shouted, Oh, Leo's griffin has entered the fray. The toughest, riskiest start imaginable. Looks like last place is unavoidable. Ignoring the commentary, Leo examined the wound on the griffin's wing, his voice gentle and reassuring. It must hurt. But you've held up well. Very brave. Then, he took a deep breath, his voice low and commanding, in the name of the Covenant. I order you to appear before me. With his words, a blaze erupted beside him, radiant as the sun. From within, the small phoenix Fiora emerged, its wings shimmering with fire. Instantly, it enveloped the griffin in brilliant phoenix flames, causing the beast to roar as if infused with wild power. Elsewhere, Celia, witnessing this, asked in awe, What are those flames? Reese, silent, kept his eyes glued to the screen, thinking, Is that Zerdinger's fire? No, it's not. It's not Aura's fire either. What is it? Back with Senlu's group, a girl spoke up, voice anxious. Their injuries are severe. At this rate, we won't hit top speed. Another in the group remained calm, but at least we'll avoid last place. Relax. Just then, a figure shot past them, swift as a gale. It was none other than Leo, boosted by the phoenix flames. His griffin flew like a fiery arrow, tearing through the air. Now, let's pick up the pace. Leo grinned, his eyes gleaming, as he spotted his rivals ahead. But at that moment, a thunderous roar echoed from the front, shaking the heavens. a colossal dragon appeared, its wings blotting out the light. Recognizing its majestic form, Leo exclaimed, "That's Farnia." To explain the appearance of the dragon Farnia, we must rewind a few minutes. When the arena buzzed with the intensity of an alchemical forge, after seeing the burly Warraden charge like a storm, Eliza, with icy determination in her eyes, urged her mount forward to attack. Her voice resolute. "This is where it ends for you, Warraden. I won't relinquish first place." Warraden, silent, merely snapped his fingers, a subtle gesture hiding terrifying power. A tiny spark flared beside Eliza. Then boom, it exploded violently. Unannounced, like a punch from the shadows. Fortunately, Eliza's skill in controlling her mount was masterful. Like an aerial artist, she steadied her griffin, gliding through the blast with finesse. Narrowly escaping, the sudden attack heightened her caution, her eyes glinting with wariness. A critical strike using fire and wind spirits. This isn't just a display of spirit control, she thought, her heart pounding. I never heard Warraden studied magic classes. But no matter how strong the attack, if it misses, it's meaningless. With that, she maneuvered her mount in a zigzag pattern, swift as lightning, dodging every explosion Warraden unleashed, leaving thunderous echoes in their wake. Seeing this, Warraden, his face cold as ice, realized his explosive attacks were ineffective. He smirked, a dangerous glint in his eyes. "Let's see if you can dodge this." With a wave of his hand, ice magic erupted, conjuring sharp icicles that hovered in the air, gleaming like silver daggers. Combining it with wind magic, he turned the icicles into a lethal rain, hurtling toward Eliza at terrifying speed. The attack's vast range, like a glacial storm, shook the very air. Even with her talent, Eliza couldn't dodge in time. But she didn't panic. With a cryptic gesture, she commanded her griffin, which opened its maw and unleashed a blazing pillar of fire, radiant as molten lava, straight at the oncoming icicles. The ice melted and shattered mid-flight, dissolving into misty vapor. The spectacular scene drove Runba, the announcer, wild with excitement, shouting, "What an astonishing battle!" Warraden used 3 spirits for his attack, and Eliza countered by enhancing her summoned beast. And in that moment, Chelsea seized the gap to take the lead. "Ha, thanks for that, Chelsea." The dark-haired girl grinned brightly, her voice clear as a silver bell. But Eliza wouldn't let her pass so easily. With burning eyes, she snapped, "I won't allow that, Chelsea." She hurled 2 glowing energy whips, shimmering like stars, which wrapped tightly around Chelsea's neck, yanking her back with fierce force. Simultaneously, a small spark flared in front of Chelsea, glinting ominously. With sharp instincts, Chelsea sensed what was coming. She leapt off her mount like a gust of wind. And sure enough, boom, a massive explosion erupted where the spark had been, shaking the air. Unfazed, Chelsea tore the energy whips apart with both hands, her movements as crisp as ripping cloth. She landed back on her griffin with ease, her eyes sparkling with confidence. That combined attack from Warraden and Eliza, "They're no pushovers," she muttered, sweat beading on her brow, but her smile still radiant. Suddenly, a piercing roar tore through the sky, drawing every contestant's attention. Following their gazes, Sen Lu, his face twisted with madness, had summoned a colossal black dragon, its wings blotting out the light, its breath radiating destructive aura. He glared at the others, his blood-red eyes wild, roaring, "I'll slaughter you all, you scum." Chelsea, speeding forward, shouted a warning. Sen Lu, riding anything other than a griffin is against the rules. But her words fell on deaf ears. Sen Lu was consumed by madness, his reason devoured. "Shut up. I don't care about that. You talent-dependent fools. I'll kill you all." He maneuvered the black dragon to block their path, its massive form like a living mountain, halting their advance. Warraden, frowning, muttered, "He formed a contract with a black dragon?" Eliza, after observing, shook her head, her voice cold. "It's not a black dragon. It looks more like a mutant." At that moment, Leo's griffin shot forward like a fiery arrow. His arrival stunned Sen Lu, his voice faltering. "Leo? How did you catch up to me?" Cutting him off, Leo fixed Sen Lu with an icy, blade-like stare. "Where'd you get that lizard?" Sen Lu, oblivious to the gravity in Leo's tone, bragged smugly. Haha, jealous? This is my power. I registered a contract with my summoning magic. You seem pretty envious of my summoned beast. Huh? Leo, realizing Sen Lu was beyond saving, smirked mockingly. Mistaking that for a summoned beast? Ridiculous. That's a mutant beast, one of the powerful creatures from Tartarus's army we destroyed in the Great Calamity era. Where did he get it? Leo wondered, his heart filled with suspicion, his eyes glinting with vigilance. Before he could ponder further, Sen Lu screamed, his voice deranged. Attack! Attack! The black dragon, obeying its master, opened its maw and unleashed a destructive beam of light, blinding as the sun, aimed at the group. Leo's team swerved their mounts aside, dodging by a hair's breadth. But Chelsea, at the rear, couldn't react in time, knowing it was too late to evade. She cast a shimmering energy shield, but it was too fragile against the dragon's terrifying power. The shield shattered in less than a second, and Chelsea and her griffin were hurled to the ground, dust billowing. Luckily, Leo reacted with lightning speed, diving to catch Chelsea before she hit the ground. Checking her quickly, he frowned. She's unconscious from the fall. First, we need to ensure Chelsea's safety. With that, he shouted to Warraden and Eliza, everyone, land now. They nodded, their eyes resolute. The group swiftly found a landing spot, while Sen Lu, unaware of the consequences of his actions, grinned broadly, his voice arrogant. So this is what it feels like to look down from above. Not bad at all. He urged the black dragon downward, as if to pursue Leo's group. The entire scene was broadcast back to the arena, electrifying the audience. Run but Tess, voice brimming with excitement, announced, "Oh, the contestants have veered off course and out of broadcast range. So much happening at once." Sen Lu summoned a black dragon and attacked the other leaders. But before he could finish, Professor Yura stormed in, delivering a swift kick to the commentator. Snapping, "You idiot, you're still commentating at a time like this?" She snatched the mic, her grave voice booming, summoning department assistants. Deploy flying summoned beasts to the site immediately. The match is temporarily suspended. At the same time, Professors Sejin and Lualin, sensing something amiss, rushed into the commentary room, asking urgently, "What's happening?" Yura, her face grim, replied, "It seems Sen Lu contracted a high-level magical beast instead of a standard summoned creature. He won't withstand its influence for long." Her words sparked doubt in Sejin. Is Sen Lu really controlling that high-level beast on his own? Just then, the usually laid-back Professor Sejin appeared at the door, his voice low. "Is someone else controlling it?" Yura nodded. "I'm not sure. But it's possible." As the head professor, Sejin swiftly issued orders. "All right. Yura, lead the summoning department assistants to intercept Sen Lu. If necessary, subdue him and eliminate the beast. Other instructors, spread out to protect the students." "Sejin, you're with me." Sejin nodded, his eyes sharp, as if he already knew their next destination. Back at Leo's position, the group had landed safely. But Sen Lu was hot on their heels. Warraden, voice tense, warned, "It's coming." Moments later, the black dragon's colossal form swooped down before them, like a living mountain, its breath radiating death. Atop it, Sen Lu sneered coldly, "If you were going to flee, shouldn't you have hidden better? All gathered in this open space." "Huh?" Leo shook his head, his voice calm but cutting. "I'm not hiding. Besides, that creature you're riding isn't a summoned beast, nor a black dragon." His confident words made Sen Lu scoff, his tone arrogant. "Haha. As a summoning department member, if I say it's a black dragon, it's a black dragon. Why act like you know better than me?" Before he could continue, Leo stunned everyone with his next words, his voice thundering. "That's a magical beast. I'm waiting here to destroy that vile creature." As he spoke, he stepped forward, his eyes blazing with unyielding resolve. In that moment, Leo seemed to return to the battlefields of old, where blood and fire once stained the skies. Returning to Sen Lu, whether driven by obsession or loss of control, he burst into shrill, maniacal laughter upon hearing Leo declare his mount a magical beast, sounding like a madman in a frenzy. Even Eliza, standing behind, shook her head, her eyes filled with exasperation. "Good grief. He's really lost it." As she said, Sen Lu's eyes were bloodshot, blazing like hellfire. his madness unmistakable, as if his soul had been devoured. He roared, his voice hoarse. "What did you say? Do I look like I have to listen to you?" "Die!" At his command, the black dragon, its eyes ablaze, opened its maw and unleashed a searing pillar of red flame, its terrifying heat like molten lava, hurtling forward at breakneck speed, tearing through the air. But Waraden, the burly boy, reacted with lightning speed. He slammed both hands into the ground, magic erupting, summoning a colossal stone golem, towering like a mountain, to block the flames. He bellowed, his voice resounding, "He's clearly lost his mind. Eliminating such a vile existence, I'm with you." Leo. Across the field, Sen Lu, seeing his attack thwarted by Waraden's golem, gritted his teeth, his face slick with sweat, tense to the extreme. Meanwhile, Eliza, the proud white-haired girl, refused to be outdone. She stepped forward, scoffing coldly. "You guys showing off on your own? Count me in. But first, we need to pull that idiot out of the enemy's grasp." Waraden, his eyes sharp, warned. "The summoned golem's about to collapse. Get ready." Eliza, pouting, grumbled. "You really can't do anything right." Waraden. Leo, overhearing their banter, gave a faint smile, as if recalling fond arguments with old comrades. Back to the battle. As Waraden predicted, the golem's hands began to crack, countless fissures spreading under the dragon's ferocious firepower. Seeing this, Sen Lu's confidence surged, and he laughed wildly, unable to contain himself. "Haha. Just as expected, my summoned beast is unmatched. Where are you now, you fleeing rats?" His words barely fell when the golem shattered into countless stone fragments. Dust billowing, Sen Lu, his eyes sly, scanned for his next prey. But Eliza gave him no chance. She struck first, wielding her shimmering energy whip, lashing it straight at Sen Lu. The strike was fierce, the wind whistling like a blade slicing space. By sheer luck, Sen Lu dodged by a hair's breadth, as if blessed by his ancestors. But Eliza's attack enraged him, and he screamed, "How dare you attack me, you wretch?" He ordered the dragon to gather its firepower for another blast. But Waraden, with keen instincts, prevented it. He snapped his fingers, summoning a flame above the dragon's head, which exploded instantly, shaking the air. "Now," Waraden muttered. Leo seized the moment, channeling strength into his legs, launching himself like an arrow straight toward Sen Lu. The perfectly coordinated attack left Sen Lu no time to react. In a flash, Leo appeared before him, his eyes icy. Without mercy, he delivered a powerful kick, grazing Sen Lu's face. But then, Sen Lu's body trembled uncontrollably, twisting unnaturally, as if possessed. He glared at Leo, his eyes crazed, his voice alien, no longer his own. "Nice try, pulling this brat from the enemy's clutches. But this is as far as you go, you pests." It was clear Sen Lu was now controlled by another force. On the ground, Eliza watched the black dragon carrying Leo and Sen Lu soar into the sky. Stunned, her voice anxious. "Wait, why's he going alone, Leo?" The scene shifted to the dragon's back, where Sen Lu, or the entity controlling him, smirked mockingly, scared. "Young hero candidate?" But Leo, unfazed, his gaze cold, probed. "You're a Tartarus beast mage. Where's your true body? It can't be far." His words sparked a flicker of surprise in Sen Lu's eyes, quickly masked. "You saw through my true identity? Intriguing, truly intriguing. To stay calm in this situation. You've got the makings of a perfect hero. All the more reason you must die here." He sneered, waving a hand to unleash a massive energy whip, striking Leo directly. Caught off guard, unable to defend, Leo was blasted off the dragon's back, plummeting from hundreds of meters. For an ordinary person, such a fall would mean certain death. But Leo, our protagonist, always found a way through adversity. "Fiora, time to shine." Leo grinned, calling to the tiny phoenix flapping frantically to stay aloft. "I'm an all-element user, but not at the peak of any. For aura, Elandu and Dueno outshine me. For magic, Luna. For summoning, Lennis. What I chose is fusing aura and magic." From Leo's palm, countless golden energy strands shot toward Fiora, amplifying its power. In a blazing inferno, Fiora's body grew, transforming into a colossal phoenix, its wings radiant as the sun. It caught Leo with its talons. Steady as a mountain. Now that's more like a phoenix. Leo smiled, his eyes gleaming. Nearby, the black dragon sensed the phoenix's aura, roaring furiously in response to the opposing energy. The Tartarus mage, atop the dragon, heightened his guard, asking, "Phoenix contractor, what's your true identity? Tell me where you found Farnia, and I'll give you answers." Leo replied lightly, but his words only deepened the mage's killing intent. "You even know about calamity-era beasts? You cannot lie." He yanked the reins, urging the dragon to gather energy in its maw. Leo, undaunted, channeled flames to his sword's tip. Ready to counter. "Fiora!" he shouted, unleashing Zerdinger's secret sword art. Phoenix Breath, Spark Codex. At the same moment, both unleashed their techniques. The two terrifying energies collided, producing a deafening explosion, shaking the heavens. The clash was a test of endurance. But Leo began to falter. Sweat pouring, his energy draining. The Tartarus mage gloated, "It's over." But suddenly, he cried out in panic. "Who's there?" The dragon's attack faltered. Leo deduced. His true body's under attack? His spirit powers weakening. "Now's my chance." Leo roared, unleashing all his energy, creating a massive fire pillar that pierced the dragon's body. It erupted in countless golden rays, then exploded like a bomb, its radiant light illuminating the sky. Whether Sen Lu, atop it, survived was unknown. "Great job, Fiora, let's head back." Leo laughed, his voice relieved, but things didn't go as planned. Suddenly, Fiora reverted to its newborn, tiny form, leaving Leo stunned. Master and servant plummeted, wind whistling past. Elsewhere, the Tartarus mage, focused on controlling Sen Lu, was struck by a blinding light pillar from the sky, its crushing pressure making him groan. Who are you?" The attacker was Professor Sejin. "Just arriving. This is for you." Horace, the lazy instructor, said coldly. The mage, recognizing them, smirked. "Hey, Lumern's two pillars." Before he could continue, Horace clenched his fist, intensifying the light pillar's pressure, making the mage's bones creak as if about to shatter. Suddenly, a dark spatial gate appeared on the ground. From behind the mage, a smoky entity with fangs and red eyes emerged. "A pity, but we'll meet again." The fanged monster crushed the mage's controlled body, then dove into the gate. Escaping, Sejin halted his magic, shaking his head regretfully. "He got away. Seems they're getting active again." Horace nodded, his voice grave. "Indeed. Lumern's no longer safe." Back with Leo, he was still free falling at terrifying speed. Even he wasn't sure he'd survive this drop. He urged Fiora gently, "Fiora, return to the summoned beast realm." The tiny phoenix, with its small wings, clung to Leo, its eyes reluctant. But before sentiment could take hold, Leo's body abruptly stopped midair. His shirt was caught in a massive maw. Professor Yura's voice rang out, clear and teasing. "Haha. You okay, Leo? Thank heavens we weren't too late." Time passed swiftly like a fleeting breeze, shifting the scene to an unnamed cave where the air hung heavy and grim, as if steeped in the underworld. The Tartarus mage, his face shrouded in darkness, absorbed streams of crimson energy flowing from the wounds of growling beasts before him. His breath was icy, his eyes glinting with cruelty. Suddenly, a mysterious figure cloaked in black spoke with a mocking tone. "This hasn't been easy. To think I'd be thwarted by a mere hero candidate." The taunt made Tartarus frown, and he hastily explained, his voice raspy. "He's no ordinary candidate. He's contracted with a phoenix and saw through Farnia's true nature." This revelation surprised the cloaked figure, whose eyes gleamed with excitement beneath the hood. He licked his lips, his voice brimming with intrigue. "Oh, doesn't that make things far more interesting than expected?" Time skipped forward, returning to Leo. He walked slowly through the silent halls of the academy, the faint torchlight casting shadows on his pensive face. As he moved, he reflected on recent events. The summoning department's midterm practical exam was cancelled. Sen Lu is dead. This incident made the freshmen starkly aware of the dangers of dungeons. He sighed, his eyes tinged with sorrow. Everyone's curious about Farnia's true nature. The creature Sen Lu contracted. But the four of us, under Professor Yura's command, stayed silent when we realized it was a black dragon subspecies. The scene shifted to the magic department, where today's practical exam buzzed with tension and excitement. The classroom door swung open, drawing all eyes. Chloe entered, her gaze weary, dark circles under her eyes betraying sleepless nights. This worried her classmates. "Chloe, your hair, did you stay up all night? You don't look okay," one said, voice full of concern. But Chloe, unfazed, walked silently to her seat, her face cold as ice. Leo, observing from the side, felt a pang but said nothing. Professor Llewellyn, waiting for the students to gather, spoke sternly. "Good, everyone's here. Pay attention. Today, I trust you've prepared original spells reflecting your unique styles. It'd be a shame if only I witnessed these marvelous magics. So I've invited 3 special guests to join us." The class buzzed with curiosity. Llewellyn continued. "They're Lumern Magic Department alumni. Graduated 3 years ago, and you're seniors. Today, they'll judge your performances." At his introduction, 3 figures entered. First was a sharp-looking girl with black hair and glasses, exuding poise, real Fedney. Next was a green-haired man with a stern face and cold aura, Aiden Slack. Finally, a cheerful blonde girl, radiant as sunlight, Shin Huz. In unison, they said, "Great to meet our juniors." In the corner, Carr, the sly merchant boy, whispered to Leo, "I've got a feeling they'll grade leniently. My instincts tell me so." Leo, his gaze thoughtful, murmured, "Let's see if they really go easy." Too soon to tell. Their brief exchange ended as Llewellyn scanned the roster and called, "Eliana, step up." Eliana, hearing her name, dashed to the podium, her eyes blazing with enthusiasm. She stood tall, her voice ringing, "Seniors, I'm Eliana, first year. It's an honor to meet you all." Her confidence stunned the class. But she paid no mind. Starting her performance, her palms glowed, a beam of light shot upward, bursting into dazzling fireworks, illuminating the room. She explained eagerly, "My primary element is light. By combining magical formulas with fire attributes, I can create powerful heat magic." From Eliana's palm, a tiny flame appeared, merging with light to form a fierce blaze that swirled around her, radiating potent energy. But Shin Huz, across the room, blurted out innocently, "Oh, but isn't that just like existing laser-type spells?" Her words froze Eliana's face, her smile stiffening. The 3 seniors quickly jotted down notes, passing their scores to Llewellyn. The results were lackluster, 2 C- and 1 C unsurprised. Llewellyn said flatly, "Next." The students behind shivered, whispering, "They're grading so harshly? I might as well drop out." As time passed, most students received C- or Cs. The classroom atmosphere growing heavy. Only when Carr performed did things improve, earning a B+. Chelsea, with a stellar display, scored an A. Both celebrated, high-fiving enthusiastically. But the seniors remained unsatisfied, muttering, "Not bad, but something's missing." Llewellyn said this year's scholarship students were exceptional, but we haven't seen anything remarkable yet. Let's see the rest. Aiden, glancing at the roster, sighed, "Aha, this group seems pretty average." Llewellyn's voice rang out, "Avid, step forward." Avid, with his handsome face, strode up, sending the female students into a frenzy. "Oh my gosh, he's so cool. Just look at that face, he's gotta get an A." They swooned. Ignoring them, Avid wrote a magical formula on the board, his voice low. "The advanced spell I'll present is called Tempest. Its danger level, when perfected, is top tier." The scene shifted outdoors for safety, where Avid performed within a barrier set by mages. Under watchful eyes, he channeled mana, his body floating midair, enveloped in green light. He shouted, and from above, a ferocious whirlwind crashed down, slamming the barrier with a deafening boom, shaking the ground. A curious deer nearby was swept up. Panicked, Avid cancelled the spell, rushing to catch the deer. Smiling, "Hannah, you okay?" He continued his explanation. "This spell maximizes wind's power. It looks simple, but it's an extremely complex formula-based magic." Impressed, the seniors unanimously gave Avid an A+. Chelsea, proud of her brother, cheered, "That's my big bro." Llewellyn, eyes gleaming, called, "Next." Leo Plove. Leo stepped forward, his gaze resolute. He declared, his voice deep and resonant, The signature spell I'll present is a non-elemental formula-based magic. The class erupted in murmurs. Curious eyes fixed on him, eager for the hero candidate's performance. Hearing Leo's declaration, the seniors couldn't hide their shock, exclaiming in unison, "What's that?" Shinha's eyes brimming with curiosity, pressed. "I've never heard of such a concept." "Explain." Leo, unrushed, gave a faint smile and countered with a question. His voice calm and steady. "Everyone knows basic spells rely on a foundational attribute. Right?" Shinha's, confident, replied instantly. "Of course, that's a prerequisite for any spell." Leo nodded, a cryptic smile playing on his lips. "My advanced magic system will streamline the entire incantation process." His words struck like lightning. Even the dimmest student grasped what Leo implied, making it all the harder to believe. Whispers filled the classroom, skeptical eyes fixed on him. Aiden Slack, the green-haired senior, shook his head, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "Is this kid delusional?" Shinha's, to confirm, asked again, her gaze sharp. "You mean you'll create an entirely new incantation system?" Leo nodded, affirming, "Exactly." Unnoticed, Professor Lualin, standing in a corner, watched Leo with flushed excitement, his eyes sparkling as if beholding a treasure. He muttered urgently, "This kid's destined to be a great mage." Meanwhile, Aiden, still doubtful, scoffed, "How disappointing. Leo, we're not here to listen to fantasies." Before Aiden could finish, Lualin, unable to contain himself, interrupted, his voice eager. "I want to see it. Write that spell out." Realda Fedni, the sharp-witted senior, urged, "Yes, show us." Without hesitation, Leo grabbed a piece of chalk and began writing on the board. His strokes bold and confident. As he wrote, Realda spoke, her voice low. "Kid, only one mage in history ever used a completely unique incantation system for advanced magic." Leo's hand paused briefly as he replied, "Yes, the poet of the stars." Luna, Realda, irked by Leo's knowledge and confidence, snapped, "You think you can stand on her level? Do you really believe you can match the poet of the stars?" Leo smiled, his voice gentle but resolute. "Of course not. I can't compare to Luna." Shinha's, scoffing, reiterated, "Such disrespect from today's kids toward Archmage Luna." Her words stirred Leo's memories of his close friend. "Now a legend," he replied, his voice low. "Yes, Archmage Luna is a legendary mage. But you don't need to be a genius like her to create an incantation system." With that, Leo finished the formula on the board and turned to face the room. The seniors, studying it, gaped in astonishment, as if witnessing a miracle. Aiden muttered, his voice trembling, "The kid wasn't bluffing. With this structure, he can cast any spell without attribute restrictions." Realda, eyes blazing, added, "Unbelievable." Chelsea, bewildered, whispered, "I don't even understand its structure." Carr, the merchant boy, chuckled, "I gave up ages ago." In another corner, Chloe's face shifted as she eyed the formula, a complex glint in her eyes. The seniors, shedding their earlier disdain, grew serious. Aiden asked, his voice low, "Leo Plove, why did you create this system?" Leo answered frankly, "To freely use any type of spell in existence." His response piqued Aiden's interest. "Who thought? This kid's genuinely crazy. Now I see why this year's students are special." He pressed, "What do you call it?" Leo channeled mana, a white orb of light glowing in his palm. Murmuring, "Bai Bo." Shinhuz flinched, recalling something, her voice shaky. "Bai Bo? Only one person in history used that name. The spell system of the fictional Kyle." She thought, maybe Leo will prove Kyle really existed. Shin hurriedly scored, passing the paper to Lualin. Unsurprisingly, Leo earned an A+. After his presentation, he stepped down, thinking as he walked, "I didn't complete this system as Kyle. But this time's different." He glanced at Chloe, concerned by her lifeless expression. "You okay?" he asked, voice caring. But Chloe, as if deaf to him, silently stepped up at Lualin's call. Final candidate. Chloe Muller. The seniors, expecting much from Chloe, the top magic student, leaned in. Realda asked curiously, "I hear you're the best in class. What are you presenting today?" Chloe, her gaze resolute, replied, "My advanced spell is Undying Flame." She conjured a blazing red fire in her hand, burning fiercely with potent aura. Chelsea, confused, whispered, undying flame? But Chloe's specialty is ice. Why choose an opposing attribute? The seniors, observing, frowned, seeing nothing remarkable yet. Aiden thought, seems ordinary. I expected something on par with Leo or Avid. Preparing to score, he muttered, if this is all, it's not worth watching. Chloe cut him off, her voice cold. From now on, I'll show you its true value. She cast a spell, summoning a massive water orb overhead, which crashed down on her. Miraculously, the flame in her hand didn't waver. Chelsea and Leo flinched. Chelsea gasped. It didn't go out. Did she add an eternal effect to the spell? Chloe nodded. Exactly. Unless I cancel it, this flame never extinguishes. She clenched her fist, dousing the fire, her gaze unwavering. Aiden, stunned, thought, all spells require mana to sustain. But Chloe broke that rule. How? The more he pondered, the more baffled he became. Chloe, cheerfully explaining, said, my advanced spell is Eternal Flame. The seniors unanimously gave her an A+. But Leo, watching her, felt unease rising. Creating an undying flame is something even Luna failed at. Only one entity succeeded, Benz. He recalled trying to talk to Chloe earlier. He'd called, Chloe, come out. Celia shook her head. She's sleeping. Chloe said she didn't sleep during exam prep. So she's resting early today. Leo sighed, turning away. Too bad. I'll head out then. Celia, sensing something off, asked, something's weird with Chloe lately. Right? She's been sensitive, arguing with classmates. I heard rumors she's hanging with shady magic students. But that's not like her. Suddenly, a flame flared beside Leo. The tiny phoenix Fiora flew out. Leo teased, asking, how's it going? A familiar voice replied, you summoned me? It was Fiorina, Fiora's mother. Leo Plove smiled, his eyes glinting. You entrusted that little one to me. Fiorina, with a piercing gaze, asked Leo, all right, why did you summon me through Fiora? Leo gently set the tiny phoenix down, his voice low. I want to know why Fiorina's still in Lumern. He thought, beast subspecies like phoenixes and magical beasts are natural enemies. There must be a reason she's staying here. Fiorina's expression turned icy at the question, as if plunged into painful memories. She spoke gravely. 5 years ago, Lumern was attacked. 2 students and 3 staff died. The mastermind was never found. Principal Callie Biden asked me to investigate. Since then, I've been tracking their traces. Leo nodded, pressing further. Did you know a beast summoner appeared during the summoning department's exam? Fiorina gave a slight nod. I heard a student perished. Leo probed. Do you think Tartarus is behind it? Fiorina fell silent, her eyes deep. For now, I only suspect, but I can't say more. Seeing this, Leo didn't push, instead requesting, then pass this message to Principal Callie. Sen Lu may not be the only student Tartarus approached. His words stunned Fiorina, her eyes flashing with alertness. Time sped forward to the interdisciplinary combat exam between the Hero Research and Battle Studies departments. Professor Harris, lazily reclining in his chair, ordered, Class 5, assemble. Once everyone gathered, he said, Class leader, explain the exam. Leo stepped forward, his voice clear. The interdisciplinary exam requires teams to conquer a hero world. This time, it's the Chamars event. The class gasped, eyes wide with panic. Only Eliana, clueless, asked curiously, what's the Chamars event? Nella, beside her, stared as if she were an alien. Good heavens, Eliana, you really don't know? It was even in the exam material. Before more could be said, Horace barked, silence. Class leader, continue. Leo pulled out a paper. Reading, 30 years ago, 5 first-year Lumern students undertook a mission in the Central Dead Forest. They were ambushed by Tartarus. Professor Albie, then a second year, joined the rescue team, nearly wiped out. Our goal is to rescue the injured and eliminate magical beasts. Supporting Professor Albie, Horace, face stern, warned, this exam isn't a regular test. It sharpens combat awareness. Stay focused. Those without potential will be expelled immediately. The class grew anxious, faces grim. Horace chuckled, lightening the mood. Believe in yourselves, you've grown. The students were moved, and Eliana even tried to get Horace's autograph. But he waved her off. Shut it. Professor Artian's voice rang out. I'll announce the team assignments. Starting with Class 1, Chelsea, shocked, asked, "Wait, we're not teaming within our class?" Carr grumbled, "Damn it, a test with strangers?" Students drew lots from a large jar. Leo picked ball number 11, the last group. After assignments, Albie declared, "Teams set. Group 1, step onto the summoning array." Chelsea and Celia advanced. Chelsea, seeing Celia, relaxed, teaming with the Zerdinger family princess. Celia smiled, "Let's show the Rodran Empire's strength." Albie activated his power, the magic circle glowing brilliantly. The screen announced, "Opening Hero Saga, Albie's World. Zhang Qiyuan, Chamar's event." Chelsea and Celia were teleported in. Professors monitored via a simulation screen. Sejin, cheerful, said, "They're moving at astonishing speed." With Celia, "This group's sure to rank high." Horace sighed, "I think Chelsea stands out more." Sejin bristled, but a voice interrupted, startling them. "The first group finished that fast? Truly promising first years." It was Principal Callie. Sejin and Horace chorused, "Principal." They yielded the central seat. Sejin asked, "What brings you here?" Callie, jovial, replied, "I dropped by to see how the first years are growing." He paused, turning to Albie, "Professor Albie, I'm sorry for resurfacing painful memories each year." Albie, stone-faced, said, "I swore never to forget this event. To me, it's a debt I must honor." Attention returned to the exam. On-screen, Celia and Chelsea had just slain an orc. The announcement blared, "Group 1 completed mission." The audience applauded, and Callie commented, "The Zerdinger family and Chelsea, despite their clashes, share the Empire's brilliance." Group 3, with Avid and Dellens, cleared easily. Callie, eyes gleaming, said, "The strongest lead, others support from behind. Risky, but I'm pleased." Group 4, Nella and Chelsea, passed unscathed. Callie praised, "Nella's healing aura is extraordinary, and Chelsea's movements are unique." Group 7, with Waraden, Eliza, and Eliana, also excelled. Callie, satisfied, thought of Leo Plove, "That kid reminds me of my younger self." Albie called. Group 11, step up. Leo and Chloe advanced. Albie asked, "Ready?" Both nodded firmly. Albie activated the array, but suddenly, black smoke rose, carrying an eerie aura. Leo, sharp, thought, "Something's wrong." Not just him. Other students sensed the violent magical surge. "What's happening?" someone shouted. After Leo and Chloe teleported, the array normalized, as if nothing occurred. Students were baffled. "Everything's back to normal? Where are Leo and Chloe?" Sejin leapt up, asking, "What's going on?" Callie, grave, questioned Albie. "Professor Albie, what's happening?" Albie, tense, opened a book, showing an image of a skull with roots entwined. He said, "Principal, we must stop the exam now." Callie's face darkened, asking hesitantly, "Don't tell me." Albie nodded, his voice heavy. "Yes, this is a hero dungeon transformation." Back at Leo and Chloe's position. After entering the dungeon, they received a glaring red notification screen. However, it provided no specific objectives for them to follow. This deepened the suspicions in our protagonist's heart. Normally, a mission alert would appear. He whispered to himself. Meanwhile, Chloe, the mage, hurriedly exclaimed, "Wait, is this a hero dungeon? How's that possible? This isn't a lost page. I've never heard of a hero saga page going out of control." Leo immediately tried contacting the instructors outside. "Professor, I can't see the other team members anymore. What should we do?" His words transmitted, but no response came back. After a few seconds, Leo shook his head slightly. No one's answering. Hearing this, Chloe grew frantic, biting her nails and saying, "No way. I'm sure they'll finish the test and get us out soon." Unlike her naive optimism, Leo shook his head, enlightening her. If they could, they'd have paused the test already. "This is a hero-grade dungeon forming. Looks like we'll have to raid it ourselves." Chloe jumped in protest, refusing. "Are you joking? Clearing this dungeon with a full 10-member team is tough enough. Don't you remember how many died here 30 years ago?" Leo replied, "If we want to escape, we have no other choice." Chloe understood this, but the thought of facing the upcoming enemies filled her with despair. Tartarus caused the Chamar's disaster before, targeting hero cadets like us from within the academy. This whole forest is a trap. The more she thought, the more panicked she became, collapsing to her knees, hands covering her face, sweat pouring endlessly. Leo crouched before her, calling out to calm her. Chloe, you're the strongest first year, right? We can easily overcome this if we work together. He extended his hand, his face brimming with confidence. This piqued Chloe's curiosity. She bit her lip, thinking, how can he be so calm? I thought I'd finally caught up to him. This sparked a flicker of resolve in the mage. Unwilling to appear weak before Leo, she stood and asked, got a plan? Explaining, Leo shared candidly. To clear the Chamar's event, we need 2 conditions. First, rescue the first-year students. Second, ensure their safety. To meet both, we need reinforcements. He drew diagrams in the dirt with his finger. Chloe shrugged, responding, but how? Outsiders can't enter this dungeon. Leo grinned, pointing to a circle, saying slowly, don't forget, we're not the only Lumern students in this forest. Chloe instantly caught his meaning. Nodding, the ones killed before. Right, they must still be alive. She paused, watching Leo's back, and asked, what are you doing? Leo answered, hurry, climb on my back. Chloe's face flushed red as a ripe tomato. Stammering, WWY? Leo glanced back, explaining, we can't let that female student face Tartarus before us. You're a mage, too slow. Come on. Grumbling at his reasoning, Chloe reluctantly climbed onto his back. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a demon with 2 horns observed the Lumern students via screens before him. This was Tartarus demon Chubin. Muttering, it's begun, he glanced at a screen, surprised to see Leo carrying Chloe, sprinting at breakneck speed. Recognizing them as the rescue team, he dismissed their small number. Rescue team? Huh? Ignore them. Our targets are the hero cadets who'll become future threats. The rest don't matter. That's what he thought. But a second later, his eyes widened as Leo obliterated obstructing monsters with his skills. A terrifying killing intent erupted from Chubin, recalling something, and he roared, all elemental? Back with Leo. Unaware of Chubin's attention, he scanned left and right, thinking, the closer to the center, the darker it gets. Should I borrow Elandu's skill? I'll refine and control my aura to push my senses to their limit, hyper-awareness. With this, Leo focused his aura, channeling it into his eyes, sharpening his surroundings' clarity. Spotting something, he warned Chloe, get ready, there's a pack of orcs ahead. His words startled Chloe, who hadn't noticed anything, but she nodded quickly. Huh? Got it. As Leo predicted, seconds later, they encountered the orc pack. Leo shouted a signal. Chloe reacted swiftly, channeling mana into her staff, swinging it forward to unleash sharp ice shards that tore through the monsters like wind, piercing them like porcupines. The orcs, facing the duo, were swiftly sent to meet their maker. But one survivor, barely alive, struggled to raise a horn to its mouth to alert others. Chloe panicked. No, if it blows that horn, all the orcs will come. Leo, thinking the same, swung his sword with lightning speed, slicing the green-skinned monster in 2, shattering the horn. Leo's swift reaction left Chloe stunned, thinking, how can our strength gap be so wide? Will I never surpass him? Pushing this aside, they soon reached the Lumern students, surrounded by demons exuding an eerie aura. Chloe blinked, muttering, are they demons? Leo, with no time to answer, charged. Cover me. Chloe snapped to attention, casting a magic circle beneath Leo's feet. Using it as a springboard, Leo pushed off with both legs, launching forward. At that moment, a brown-haired girl among the students warned the others. Get ready, they're here. As her words fell, a demon attacked, roaring, all 4 of you, die. But before his hand reached the students, Leo appeared, slashing the demon in half under shocked gazes. The demon's body dissolved into black smoke. The sudden action startled the brown-haired girl, who asked, you're here to help us? Leo turned, nodding, yes. Another demon, seeing its ally fall, gnashed its teeth in rage, casting a complex black magic circle. Die. From it, giant leeches with razor-sharp teeth shot forward like bullets. Unfazed, Leo coated his sword in fiery aura, slashing to unleash a fire wave that incinerated everything. Incredible. A male student gasped. The brown-haired girl seized the moment, chanting obscure incantations to cast arcane bolt, firing radiant beams at the demons. On impact, They fizzled like embers doused with water, reduced to ash with a single wail. Chloe, witnessing the girl's magic, froze, thinking, stellar magic, could she be? She had a guess. After stabilizing, the brown-haired girl turned to Leo, saying gratefully, "Thank you so much for helping us. We were terrified when those demons appeared. But I'm so relieved the rescue team came." Before she could continue, Chloe interrupted, "Sorry, but I need a private word with my teammate." She pulled Leo aside, whispering, "Leo, that's Elia Zerdinger, Professor Albi's sister. Chubin killed her in this forest 30 years ago. You must have noticed. But we can't save Elia Zerdinger's team in the Chamars event. Among so many, we ran into Elia's team. Chubin, a night-grade demon knight from Tartarus, was notorious for targeting their team first. Tartarus orchestrated the Chamars event to eliminate the genius mage Elia Zerdinger, a promising hero candidate, cementing their names in the hero saga. With our current strength, we can't save them. To meet the necessary conditions, we must quickly find another team." Chloe rubbed her chin, pondering, while Leo frowned, asking, "You're saying we just abandon them?" Chloe snapped back, "It's not that I don't want to save them, Leo, but this is a hero world. They died 30 years ago." Her voice faltered, her face betraying sadness. Leo voiced his thoughts. "Yes, they're dead, but we can't just leave them." Infuriated, Chloe clenched her teeth, shouting, "Snap out of it. You're amazing, I admit. But this isn't the time for reckless heroics." Realizing her harshness, her voice stopped, tears welling in her eyes. Leo quietly stepped forward, patting her head, whispering, "Acting like a hero. Chloe, you shouldn't say that lightly. You're a hero candidate. We're not just pretending, it's part of becoming heroes." Her red, teary eyes met his, awaiting his response. Leo scanned their surroundings, saying, "History's already changed." "What do you mean?" Chloe asked. Stunned, he explained, "Look around, Chloe. When we found Elia's team, the forest was shrouded in darkness. Normally, Chubin would have killed them by now." Chloe, startled, realized the anomaly in this hero dungeon. "I still think it's absurd," she muttered, then said, "I'll let you decide." Leo nodded, suggesting, "All right, retreat with Elia's team." Behind him, Chloe watched his steadfast back, thinking, "You're going alone again without me, aren't you? I'm still me, don't you see?" Unbeknownst to her, the dark magic tome in her bag emanated an eerie aura. The scene shifted to Elia's group, where first-year mage Sayat whispered, "Isn't this odd? Only 2 from the rescue team." First-year knight Reina nodded. "Yeah, they're our age. Could this be a Tartarus trap?" Belak shared his doubts, but Elia dismissed them. "What are you talking about? If they were enemies, they wouldn't have fought demons with us. Also, he's kinda cool." Her cheeks flushed, shocking her 3 teammates. Reina yelled, "Are you kidding, Elia? You're saying that here?" Elia retorted, "What's wrong with that?" Reina scratched her head. "I thought Senior Albi was your type." Before their banter continued, Leo approached, warning, "Listen up, we're leaving this forest as fast as possible." Sayat questioned, "Is that necessary? With reinforcements, we can take out monsters along the way." Leo cut him off. "We can't. A night-grade demon is targeting you." Their faces paled, knowing the night-grade demon matched an entire army. Someone whispered, and Leo confirmed, "Exactly. That's why we avoid direct confrontation. Our goal is to return safely." "Ready? Let's move." The group hurriedly fled before Chubin arrived. As they ran, Elia glanced at Leo and noticed Chloe's complex expression, sparking suspicion in her heart. Time raced forward to Lumern Academy's library. Now in chaos due to the hero dungeon transformation, staff scrambled to gather documents. Professor Sejin urged, "Find all cases of dungeons turning into hero dungeons. Time's critical. Hurry." Principal Callie asked Albi, "This should be a positive sign, right?" Albi nodded firmly. "Yes. No one can enter a hero dungeon while others are inside, meaning they're still alive. But 3 hours have passed since they entered, and night has fallen in that hero world." Callie pressed, "Albi, when did you defeat Chubin 30 years ago?" Albi replied, "Around midnight." Callie sighed, frustrated, "So all we can do is rely on our past selves?" As he spoke, a female staff member rushed in, announcing, "Principal, we found who sold the beast summoning catalyst to Senlu." Before elaborating on Tartarus's connection, she stopped, as Albie's face turned terrifying, his energy surging uncontrollably. Callie, startled, placed a hand on his shoulder, calming him. Easy, Albie. Callie's stern words snapped Albie back, but needing time to cool off, he turned. I'm stepping out to clear my head. He left swiftly. Only when he was gone did the staff member exhale, saying to Callie, as expected from someone who rose to hero, driven by hatred for demons. Callie replied sadly, understandable. In the event 30 years ago, not even his sister's relic was found, let alone her body. So, who sold the catalyst? She answered, a black market dealer in Lumern's alleys, quite popular among first years this year. She handed Callie a notebook. Flipping through it, Callie asked, you're implying a Tartarus spy infiltrated Lumern? She shook her head. They don't work for Tartarus. But Tartarus supplied them items. Callie stroked his chin, wondering, what's their goal? Scanning the notebook's items, he froze at a line, Chloe Muller. Dark magic. Slamming it shut, he told staff member Eliana. Summon Professor Llewellyn. Yes, sir, Eliana replied, hurrying off. Leaving Callie, he stared at his scarred hands, thinking, my instincts, honed through countless near-deaths, are screaming, danger's right before us. As the school days passed, the scene returned to Leo's group. Inside the hero dungeon, night had fallen, and they faced relentless waves of monster attacks. Leo casually swung his sword, slaying a goblin, then glanced at the others, thinking, I've used hyper-awareness too long. Everyone's at their limit. He called out, let's rest to recover strength. Nearby, Sayat and Bilak stared at Leo in disbelief, whispering, how's he not tired at all? He's unreal. They found a sheltered spot to rest. Meanwhile, Chloe seized the moment to read her dark magic tome. Suddenly, Elia's voice rang out. Hey, Chloe. Startled, Chloe snapped the book shut, stuffed it into her bag, and stammered, Elia, what's up? Elia smiled, asking, I've got a question. What's your deal with Leo? Chloe, are you two a couple? The blunt question flustered Chloe, who quickly denied, of course not. Seeing her vehement reaction, Elia nodded. All right, your response says it all. From Chloe's perspective, Elia's question left her exasperated. Sighing heavily, she studied Elia, thinking, she feels familiar. Despite being a senior from 30 years ago, she's just a first year now. Like our classmates, Chloe blurted out, why ask that? You interested in Leo? Elia glanced at Leo resting by a tree, her cheeks flushing as she admitted, well, my heart's pounding. Is this love at first sight? Chloe's heart stirred with admiration for the protagonist. Elia, the genius mage still remembered after 30 years, sees Leo as that remarkable? Unaware of Chloe's thoughts, Elia brushed her hair back, sharing, I'm not sure if it's love. It's just my heart racing. Like when my brother does something dumb or when I achieve something. Chloe's eyes widened, exclaiming, that mage with the evil eye is that bad in your view? Elia, puzzled, asked, what eye? Oh, I meant Albie. Chloe quickly corrected her slip, and Elia explained, it's because he always challenges the impossible. Chloe, empathizing, said, challenging the impossible? Leo's like that. We started as friends, but now I'm jealous of him. Elia smiled lightly. We're alike. Chloe, I was jealous of my brother. It sounds silly, but I thought no matter how hard I tried, he had no real talent. Here's a secret. My magic's foundation came from him. I'm great at using existing spells but terrible at creating new ones. I failed Lumern's entrance exam twice. I used to resent my brother, feeling entitled, but that jealousy turned to admiration. Chloe's eyes widened, realizing Elia's struggles mirrored her own. But their talk was cut short as Leo, resting nearby, sensed something and stood, warning, everyone, prepare. Plans changed. We can't retreat anymore. His serious demeanor prompted the others to grip their weapons, bracing for what was coming. Sensing their fear, Leo encouraged, don't be afraid. Remember, you all have the potential to be heroes. His words calmed the group. Their jaws clenched as they eyed the source of roaring sounds. Soon, the hulking Chuban arrived, his foot slamming the ground, cracking it apart. Found you, the hated one, seed of a great hero. Raising his axe, he swung at Leo, the strike exploding on impact, deafening the air. Leo nimbly leapt into the air to dodge, But Chubin's words puzzled him. In the Chamars massacre, Chubin's orders were to kill all hero seeds then. Why's he so hostile toward me? Calling me the seed of a great hero? The more he thought, the more confused he grew. But Chubin's overwhelming killing intent cut his pondering short. Sweat beaded on Leo's face as he shouted, "He's charging." Chloe swiftly cast a massive blue magic circle across the ground. Simultaneously, Chubin hurled his axe forward. But Chloe's towering ice pillar blocked it. Leo cloaked his sword in fiery aura. Springing into the air, aiming for Chubin from above, he swung at the demon's throat, sending a spray of hot blood skyward. The group cheered. He cut it, but a second later, their eyes widened in shock. Chubin's nearly severed neck healed visibly, leaving no scar. Someone stammered, "It reattached itself?" Leo shouted, "Focus. Keep distance from Chubin." It was a nullification spell, rendering attacks as if they never happened. Sayat and Elia, stunned, paled. "What do we do? No way to beat this monster?" Leo reassured them, "Nullification isn't omnipotent, and he can't use it endlessly. It has limits." Chubin, retrieving his axe, sneered, "Think you have a chance? Relic of a great hero?" Leo retorted, "You're the one scared of a new hero's rise. Aren't you?" Without warning, Leo, Reyna, and Belak attacked from 3 directions, while Elia supported with light circle magic, firing dangerous energy bands at Chubin, scorching his body wherever they hit. "This is the light magic I despise. As Lord Silatuna said, kill them here." Chubin muttered, swinging his axe relentlessly. Suddenly, he roared, raising his arm for a massive strike. Leo's hair stood on end as he yelled, "Dodge!" Chubin's axe slammed the ground, sending debris flying like bullets. Leo deflected nearby stones with his sword. But Reyna and Belak weren't as quick. Reyna was grazed on the shoulder, while Belak took a sharp stone to the stomach. Leo rushed over, carrying Belak behind Chloe's ice pillar. Elia, worried, asked, "Are you okay?" Reyna gritted out, "I can hold on, but Belak can't." Leo, calming them, said, "Don't worry. No vital organs hit. Stop the bleeding first." He turned to Chloe, "We need a decisive blow." Chloe nodded, "Got it. Give me time." Leo left the injured, creating 2 clones to stall Chubin. In Chloe's mind, she frantically searched for a spell. While Leo buys time, "I need a strike strong enough to break the nullification." She pulled out her dark magic tome, flipping through it, muttering, "If I use this spell." Returning to the battle, the clash between Leo and Chubin grew increasingly intense. The ground trembled under their attacks, leaving onlookers stunned. Leo maneuvered his clones to strike Chubin from all angles, but the demon's nullification skill rendered them ineffective. Undeterred, Chubin ignored the clones' assaults, charging at Leo like a madman. However, reaching the protagonist's body was no easy feat. In a flash, Leo's small figure darted aside, swinging his sword to carve a deep gash into Chubin's side, eliciting a howl of agony. Nearby, Sayat, watching, couldn't hide his amazement, whispering to Reyna, "Do you think we could ever do that?" Reyna shook her head bitterly. "I don't know." Unlike them, Elia, observing Leo's clone technique, recognized it, thinking, "That's definitely stellar magic. Who is he?" As she pondered, a chilling sensation spread, making her flinch. Turning, she saw Chloe had completed her spell, conjuring a dark purple magic circle in the air, radiating an eerie aura that instilled fear. "I'll kill you, filthy demons," Chloe said with a strange smile and unfamiliar expression. She shouted to Leo, "Hey, Leo, it's dangerous. Get out of the way. If you get caught and die, it's not my fault." With that, she unleashed her magic, sending a destructive fire pillar toward Chubin, exploding the ground on impact. Leo, watching, frowned, puzzled why an ice mage like Chloe used a fire-based attack. Unaware of his thoughts, Chubin, engulfed in flames, screamed as if his house were burning. Chloe, laughing maniacally, said, "This is the eternal flame. Unextinguishable. Die in its agony." The flames on Chubin's massive body turned black. A sudden unease gripped Leo, who shouted, "Chloe, stop the spell, now." But Chloe seemed deaf to his words, gripping her staff so tightly it cracked, saying with frenzied passion, "A creature like you must suffer." She continued channeling the spell. Her expression told Leo something was wrong. Without hesitation, he rushed to her, swinging his sword to knock the dark magic tome from her hands. Halting the eternal flame spell, he gently caught her waist, landing safely. Chloe, dazed like a drunk, hadn't snapped out of it. Leo asked, "Chloe, be honest, is that unextinguishable flame really your unique spell?" Unable to hide it, Chloe admitted sadly, "No, it's a chant I found in an ancient grimoire." Leo sighed inwardly. "So it's Urban's flame," he told her bluntly. "Listen, Chloe, that spell was dark magic." Her face froze, stammering, "What, dark magic?" Leo nodded, explaining, "Yes, that grimoire is a demon artifact." Only then did Chloe realize the danger of her actions. Panicking, "What have I done? Leo, I'm not worthy of being a hero." Her mental state spiraled. With no other choice, Leo slapped her shoulder hard, shouting, "Snap out of it. Listen, there's no record of Chubin having a spell resistance curse. That means he exhausted his nullification fighting Ilia's team. Got it? 30 years ago, despite their fear, they fought to the end in an unwinnable battle. What's Lumern's teaching?" He stared at her. Chloe hesitated. "To surpass all limits." Satisfied, Leo nodded. Chloe's mind cleared, thinking, "Now I understand. I admire him from afar. He's too cool to even feel jealous." Ilia approached, handing Chloe her staff. "Here, take it." Returning to Leo's perspective, after calming Chloe, he eyed Chubin. Thanks to Chloe's spell, the resistance curse was gone. Now was the time to end it. Before Leo could attack, Chloe's chanting began beside him. "I, Chloe Muller, will surpass my limits, to not shame those who trust me," she whispered. As her chants echoed, a magic circle formed in the air. Leo smiled. Pure magical language of a true mage. Does it feel this reassuring? Memories of fighting alongside Lumern comrades, feeling the same reassurance, flashed in his mind. As for Chubin, realizing he could no longer nullify attacks, he gripped his axe and charged to stop Leo's group from completing their spell. Closing in, he swung a powerful vertical strike, forcing Leo to block with his sword. But Chubin, crazed, focused solely on Leo, as if he wouldn't rest until he was destroyed. Roaring, "Die," and launching another attack. Though Leo blocked, the force cracked the ground beneath him, making him stumble back. Seizing the moment, Chubin clenched his left fist, delivering a mountain-shattering punch at blinding speed. Leo raised his sword to block, but the blow sent his small frame flying like a cannonball, coughing blood from the impact. Chubin mocked, "Is that all? Seed of a great hero?" His cold voice rang out. Leo struggled to stand, but suddenly, a snowflake fell before him, an icy aura spreading, coating the surroundings in thin frost. Recognizing this, Leo knew Chloe's spell was complete. Saying confidently, "Past or present, you demons are no match for us. This is where it ends." Chubin. Above, a 5-pointed star formed within a massive magic circle. In Chloe's mind, she thought, "Thanks to you, I've perfected my unified magic." "Leo, Ice Realm," she whispered, and countless sharp ice spikes erupted from the ground. Under Chloe's powerful ice magic, the Tartarus demon's body froze into an ice statue. Leo stepped forward, lightly tapping the massive ice block with his finger, causing cracks to spread and shatter it into pieces. He then sensed a dark aura emanating from Chloe's dark magic tome beneath the ground. Without hesitation, Leo enveloped his sword in a blazing red aura and stabbed it into the book. Immediately, a notification appeared. Achievement unlocked. Rescued first-year students in a critical situation. Multiple achievement rewards unlocked. Subdued Chubin. Ignoring the notifications, Leo turned to the flustered Chloe beside him, praising, "Your unique magic is truly impressive. If I tried that in the field, I'd probably die and come back to life before pulling it off." Chloe, avoiding his gaze, looked aside and said, "Leo, I'm going to confess everything to the school. I might get expelled." Her face betrayed her tension. But Leo reassured her, "No way, a hero candidate like you. Expelled? I'm sure you'll become a hero." Nearby, Ilia's genius group rushed over. Seeing their victory, Ilia exclaimed, "You two were amazing. You looked like real heroes." Leo nodded. "You all did great too." He returned Ilia's staff. "We used it well. It helped us defeat them." Ilia smiled, refusing, and pushed the staff toward Chloe, advising, "Chloe, You should keep it. Bilak nodded. Yeah, you saved us. Leo, take this too. He handed Leo his sword, along with a necklace and gloves for both Leo and Chloe. Suddenly, a panicked voice shouted from afar. Over here, survivors. It was Professor Albie, his sweat-drenched face showing how urgently he'd rushed over. Chloe, surprised by his youthful appearance, said, That's Professor Albie? He looks our age, but that was 30 years ago. Leo explained. Albie grabbed Elia's shoulders, asking, Elia, are you hurt? She smiled. The rescue team's here, so I'm fine, adding, Oh, I met someone who looks just like you. A notification appeared for Leo's group. Strategy completed. Albie's world. Prelude to the Chamars event. Chloe, seeing the siblings reunite happily, whispered, Thank you all for surviving. As she spoke, a flash of light teleported Leo and Chloe away before Elia could say goodbye. From Chloe's perspective, space began cracking around them, and she realized, the hero world is collapsing. For Leo, another notification popped up. Strategy reward granted. After their departure, the usually stoic Albie couldn't hold back tears. Relieved his sister was safe. Time passed quickly. When Leo opened his eyes, he was in the infirmary. As he stirred, Professor Albie's voice rang out. You're awake, Leo. Thank you for saving her. Tell Chloe I'm grateful too. With that, he turned and left coldly. At the same moment, Headmaster Callie entered. Leo tried to get up to greet him, but Callie stopped him. Don't force yourself. Rest. How's your body? Leo waved it off. I'm fine. No issues. Callie sat down, cutting to the chase. What happened in there? This involves Chloe's dark magic tome, doesn't it? Surprised, Leo asked. How did you know? Callie explained. Before coming, we found where Sen Lu bought the summoning catalyst. The same place Chloe got the dark magic tome. I was right, it's a magical artifact. Leo thought. A magical artifact. A fragment of Urban's physical body. In demon hands, it's a devastating weapon, but for regular users, it drives them mad. Leo recounted everything from the hero dungeon. After listening, Callie sighed. So, if what you say is true, the artifact affected the hero world, correct? Leo nodded firmly. After we destroyed it, the hero dungeon returned to normal. So it's likely. Just then, Chloe woke, startled by Callie's presence, exclaiming, Huh? Callie, seeing her panic, raised a hand to calm her. Relax, since you're both awake, I have a question. Secretary Eliana entered with a large cloth bundle, revealing the items Elia's group gifted them. Chloe's eyes widened at the staff. Disbelieving, this is Elia's staff. Callie's voice grew stern. Explain, a reward that shouldn't exist. How did it end up with you? Observing Chloe's reaction, Leo thought, she didn't receive any rewards. Just like the entrance exam and this Chamars event. No clear rewards in a living hero's world. And the reward rule ties to the world's owner. That rule broke. Why? Even the Fairy King's Oath reward. Why me? His mind tangled, but unable to voice it. He deflected. It's a strategy reward. Callie and Chloe, shocked, turned to him, asking, there were rewards in Albie's hero world? Leo speculated carefully. Yes, probably. Something unusual happened when the hero world stabilized. He thought, this excuse should cover it for now. From Callie's perspective, though accepting Leo's explanation, he stroked his chin, skeptical. Chloe seems clueless. But why only you, Leo? Before he could finish, Chloe jumped in, maybe because Leo contributed the most. I've heard rewards depend on contribution. Callie didn't press further, standing and nodding. All right, I understand. We'll quietly investigate this statue. The relics will be returned to their families after inspection. Everyone, don't mention the magical artifact. Chloe, surprised, turned to ask, but Callie smiled. Enemies aren't just outside. You two did well. Rest up. He and Eliana left swiftly. Alone, Chloe glanced at Leo, hesitating. Leo, I need to tell you something. Her cheeks flushed, but before she could continue, Chelsea, Celia, and Carr burst in. Chelsea teary-eyed. Suddenly, Callie returned, saying, Oh, right, hero candidates. There's a banquet tomorrow night. If you don't have formal attire, head to Lumern City early. You kids are adorable. His reminder left Leo and Chloe puzzled, clearly hearing about this party for the first time. Time passed quickly, and the scene shifted to the welcome gala for new students. The host's booming voice echoed through the grand hall. Welcome to the celebration honoring the freshmen who passed their first midterm exam at Lumeran Academy. First, our battle-hardened heroes are entering. So, tell me, who'll shine brightest tonight? In one corner, Carlo and Carrie smoothed their hair. Savoring the moment, Carrie smirked. Man, this is our reward for surviving that brutal midterm. Honestly, it felt kinda easy for us. They chuckled, sitting at a table piled with food. Even while eating, they chatted non-stop. Is it just me, or is our class the only one short on people? Carlo muttered, glancing around. Carrie nodded eagerly. You know Lumeran doesn't tolerate latecomers. Suddenly, the host's voice cut through, grabbing attention. Now, from Class 5, Nella, Carvin and Eliana. As the two girls entered, all eyes turned, gasps rippling through the crowd. They're gorgeous, someone exclaimed in awe. Carlo and Carrie froze mid-bite. Carrie choked, spitting out her drink. They look amazing. Carlo stammered, overwhelmed. Nella noticed their reaction, laughing. Haha, did you steal your dad's suits or what? Carlo sighed, deflated. Why was I so hyped a second ago? Carrie nodded, equally embarrassed. Ignoring the jab, the host continued. Next, the pride of the Rodran Empire. The Llewellyn siblings. As the poised Avid strode in, girls in the crowd went wild. I'd be his servant, one screamed. I'm fan club member number 94.348. No regrets. Even Carlo admired. She looks like a real princess. Eliana, surrounded by Rodran's elite, added, that guy's no joke. The host then made a dramatic announcement. And finally, a true power couple enters. Give it up for Celia of House Zerdinger and Leo Plove. But not everything was perfect. Celia, visibly annoyed, clicked her tongue, muttering, seriously, why is my entrance overshadowed by you? Leo? Leo shrugged calmly. No big deal. As he entered, the crowd erupted. That's our class leader. Look, Class 5's pride. Leo, he's the best. His classmates beamed, swarming their star. But the festive mood was cut short by a sharp voice from a white-haired professor. A menacing beast projection hovered above her as she spoke. So, enjoying the party? Despite tense faces, no one dared stay silent. Wow. Yes, we're having a blast. Haha. Internally, every student thought, better act happy, or she'll flip. From the professor's view, the students seemed thrilled, making her smile. Good to hear. Keep that energy for the midterm combat exam results. At Leo's table, the mood soured. How can we party now? Carlo grumbled, ignoring complaints. She continued, I expected that reaction. Tonight, we'll only announce the top 3 per department. Full scores come from your homeroom teachers tomorrow. No stress. Department heads, take it from here. Professor Elandu from the night department spoke. Fire Mage Eliana squealed. It's him, Elandu. The Frost Knight, the stoic professor began. You all performed well. Here are the night department's top students. The hall dimmed, a screen showing rankings. Celia first. Dellins, then Chen Shaw. Celia, puzzled, muttered, Leo's not in the top 3. Next, Professor Albee took the stage for the magic department. Now, magic department rankings. First, Avid Llewellyn. Second, Chelsea Llewellyn. Third, Emio Luchin. Chelsea, anxious, glanced at Leo. Why's your name missing? Leo? Leo, calm, said, it happens. Carlo scratched his head. I get it, but Chloe's name isn't there either. Celia looked at Chloe, who gave a strained smile. From Albee's perspective, Chloe's use of forbidden magic earned her a 0 on her magic practical. Though her passion for the arcane was admirable. Suddenly, Professor Sejin leapt up, shouting, to me, the true top magic department student is Chloe. His fervor made Professor Harlan chuckle. Sit down, will you? Celia patted Chloe's shoulder for support. As laughter returned, Professor Yura stepped up, smiling. All right, summoners, try harder next time, okay? Her list named Warraden first, followed by Eliza and Jordan Rusin. At Leo's table, they noticed Leo's name was missing from all top rankings. As if addressing their confusion, the petite professor spoke again. Having fun? Now, we announce the overall top student and freshman representative. Beaming, she declared. This year's midterm valedictorian and official freshman representative is Leo Plove. The hall exploded in shock. Gasps and surprised shouts echoed. But as excitement peaked, a hand rose in protest. I object. How can Leo Plove, not in any department's top 3, be valedictorian and representative? It was Emio Luchin, third in the magic department. Even Leo was stunned, thinking, wait, how am I the representative? Emio's question sparked whispers and speculation. The white-haired professor, flustered by the tension, slammed the podium, shouting, all right, listen up, I'll explain once, so pay attention. The room fell silent. First, dual skill students aren't ranked in individual departments. They can't be fairly measured by standard criteria. A magic swordsman may not match a pure mage in raw magic. But their combined skills excel. Got it? She raised a finger. Continuing. Second, Leo Plove scored highest among all freshmen in the combined spiritual theory and combat practical. Emio's confidence wavered, his face twisting as he stammered. But didn't someone else ace the combat test? Before anyone could respond, another voice boomed. Leo surpassed the Hero World Simulation's target parameters. He defeated Chubin. The words stunned the hall, all eyes turning to Leo in disbelief. Even Leo felt the weight of their gazes bearing down. You really defeated Chubin? Just you and Chloe? The group stared at Leo in disbelief. Leo nodded slightly, his answer sufficient. Above, the white-haired Professor Orishan began awkwardly. Everyone, the reason Leo scored highest in the midterm is, but before she could finish, Professor Sejin stepped forward with a radiant smile. Interrupting. Enough. The students get it. Orishan, let's end the announcements and enjoy the party. The tense atmosphere dissolved, cheers erupting as the celebration resumed. The scene shifted to the professor's table. Over dinner, Professor Yura turned to her colleague. Hey, Lualin, if dual skill students were ranked in departments, how would it affect standings? Professor Albi glanced at her. It'd shake up the magic department. Many would lose their spots. Yura blinked. Wait, don't tell me the top magic department student is. Before she could finish, Orishan nodded. Yes, it's Leo. What? Yura gasped. The summoning department too. He outdid everyone. Albi, ever calm, added. Night department as well. Leo Plove topped them all. Yura was stunned. Good grief. This kid's dominating every department. Albi shrugged. It's no longer a pipe dream. Across the table, two professors slammed their hands down in protest. No way. Leo should be trained as a top mage. His magical talent. Before Albi could finish, Yura cut in coldly. Please, you think summoning talent like that is common? Albi sighed wearily. Listen, Leo's best with a sword. Period. The three bickered loudly, drawing eyes from the table. Time flew, and the scene shifted to Class 5 the next day. The teacher hadn't arrived, but Carlos slumped over his desk, groaning from last night's party. Man, I drank too much yesterday. Chelsea glared. You're the only one I saw chug 2 liters of orange juice. Just then, the laid-back homeroom teacher, Professor Harlan, strolled in, waving for silence. All right, settle down. I've got news about the school's field trip. We're going to the Spirit Territory. He pinned a large map to the board. At the words, field trip, the class lit up with excitement. Eliana and Carrie couldn't contain themselves. Yes, we heard each class picks a destination. Eliana cheered. Carrie added, we suggested Duin Forest, the warm forest, famous for sweet fruits. But their dreams were crushed when Harlan pointed to the map. We're going to Elsolbekia. Red-haired mage Eliana blinked. Confused, Carlo, the bookworm, flipped open his textbook, explaining, Elsolbekia is a small northern nation, perpetually frozen in the Spirit Territory. The excited duo nearly cried. What are we doing in that icy wasteland? Something's off, they whined. Ignoring them, Harlan picked his ear. Complain to your class leader. He picked it. All eyes turned to Leo, curious and confused, but he didn't explain. Instead, he calmly said, it'd be wise to prepare supplies in Lumern first. Right? Eliana, still disappointed, sniffled. Guess I'll start with gloves. Meanwhile, Ice Mage Chelsea was thrilled. Finally, time to rock my winter wardrobe. From Leo's perspective, he wasn't foolish enough to choose a destination without reason. Elsolbekia seemed inhospitable, but it was a sacred spirit land. hiding the fairy realm of Silron. I wonder if he's okay. Leo thought. Time skipped forward to a quiet fountain square. Leo turned to Eliana. I'll handle food and supplies. Eliana, you take care of medicine. She nodded firmly, and Leo hurried to shop. After finishing his list, he paused, eyes narrowing as he glanced over his shoulder. Street 13, Karaju District. This must be it. He approached a small, dimly lit shop with a sign reading, Lutek. This was where Sen Lu and Chloe bought the cursed artifact. Leaving his bag outside, Leo entered. Inside was a desolate mess. Untouched for years. But Leo wasn't fazed. Lumern's investigation team already searched this place. Nothing should be left. So why's there a teddy bear here? He froze. A doll. Wait, everything here should have been confiscated for investigation. That shouldn't be here. His eyes narrowed. The door locked when I entered. Don't tell me this is a perception-suppressing curse? As feared, the teddy bear turned to face him. From its button eyes, thick black liquid sprayed like ink. Alert! Leo dodged just in time. The liquid morphed into a grotesque monster. Covered in countless eyes, Leo instantly knew it wasn't an ordinary demon and leapt back toward the exit to keep distance. He thought, it's not just suppressing my senses. It's cursing anything it targets. The monster transformed into a serpentine form. Speaking coldly, oh, a clever kid, you noticed my curse. Leo recognized it instantly. Silatuna, the demon lord, one of the commanders his group failed to defeat 5,000 years ago. This wasn't her true form, but a magical curse replica. Unaware, Leo had identified her. Silatuna continued, light and magic, a magic swordsman. Huh? Rare talent. I'll give you that, but curse your useless sharp senses. Suddenly, countless tentacles sprouted from the creature, lashing at Leo. He barely dodged, but its overwhelming speed grazed his arm, causing searing pain. I can't win now. I need to escape, he thought. Cornering Leo, Silatuna cackled. Thanks for the meal, hero seed. Its massive mouth opened to swallow him. But Leo smiled calmly, unshaken. As expected, reinforcements arrived. A cold voice cut through the air. A giant spear plummeted from above, pinning the monster to the floor. It was Professor Albie. The demon shrieked in panic. A mage with an evil eye. More than just a cheering spectator. Roaring, it hurled its damaged limbs at Leo, trying to drag him down. But Albie acted swiftly, conjuring a protective magic circle. The monster's limbs exploded on contact. Filthy demon trash, Albie spat, his voice dripping with contempt. On the other side, Silatuna's clone roared like a rabid dog. Those filthy elves. One day, I'll gouge out their eyes and devour them all. As it shrieked, it lashed its tentacles at the two professors. But the attack was futile against Albie. With a cold voice, he said, I'm not interested in a cheap copy. Die. He raised his hand, unleashing a devastating beam of magic that instantly shattered Silatuna's form into countless pieces. Watching this, Leo thought, Alien Zarin, the evil-eyed mage, also known as Tartarus, the Destroyer. Rumor has it he became a professor at Lumern just to freely cross borders while hunting targets. I owe a debt to this era's hero. Leo sighed, dismissing the thought. Albie turned to him, asking, You, Leo Plove, what's going on here? Leo picked up the teddy bear's head, explaining, It appeared while I was investigating. The bear carries a perception-distorting curse. Albie took the head, saying, Lumern's investigation team will handle it. I'll overlook your unauthorized investigation this time. From now on, come to me if you need anything. I'm grateful for what you did before. With that, he teleported out. Leo stepped outside, grabbed his bag, and thought, the Zarin family is one of the 3 great families controlling Lumern Academy. With his support, I might access the Forbidden Library. Soon, Leo rejoined Nella, who chirped, Leo, I got the supplies. Seeing his wounded arm, she rushed over, healing it with magic. What happened? Leo shook his head. Not serious. Thanks. Still, Silatuna's appearance unnerved him. So Silatuna's behind the beast controller and that dark magic tome. What's their goal? A week later, the scene shifted to the teleportation gate where everyone gathered for the Elselbekia trip. Leo asked, Everyone got their supplies? Eliana and Nella nodded. Yes, we're ready. Swordswoman Celia asked, Leo, Why Elselbekia? It's freezing. Leo shrugged. It's hot now. Elselbekia's like a summer vacation. Celia waved goodbye. But it's freezing at night. Have fun. After telling Celia to stay safe, Leo addressed Class 5. Get ready. Together, we head to Elselbekia, land of the spirits. They stepped through the gate. The scene shifted to Siren Academy, the elves' heroic military academy. At a fountain, a young pair confronted someone. What's with that pathetic outfit? An elf like you got into prestigious Siren? With that bloodline, can you stop flaunting your meaningless heritage? A white-haired boy trembled silently, unable to respond, but a sharp voice cut in. Don't bully a classmate. Act like Siren's heirs. The red-haired girl was Lunia Elulunda, a noble from the esteemed Lunda family and Siren's freshman representative. Instead of backing down, the pair snapped. Seriously, doesn't a half-blood at Siren bother you? His existence is a disgrace. Look at those barbaric clothes. Lunia dropped her noble demeanor, exploding like a wild dog. Great, this again. If you hate his clothes so much, strip and give him yours. If you can't help, shut up. Stunned by her ferocity, the pair stammered. Lunia, you're from a noble family. Don't be so crude. What's going on? Lunia rolled up her sleeves, ready to teach them a lesson. Aren't you ashamed? Ganging up on one person? If you don't like it, fight me. Seeing her aggression, they fled, yelling, Run, save us. Ignoring them, Lunia turned to the boy. Why are you dressed so lightly? You make me want to look after you forever. She gently draped her scarf around his shoulders. He smiled brightly. Fun fact, someone stole my stuff. The boy was Luca Eneris, third in Siren's freshman exam and a half-blood. From Lunia's view, her anger flared at Luca's missing scarf. But a sneeze interrupted her. Luca, concerned, said, Lunia, take your scarf back. It's cold. She brushed it off. I'm fine. Don't worry. Noticing her unusually cheerful mood, Luca asked, You seem really happy today. Huh? Lunia cleared her throat. Haha, my packed spirit finally bloomed. Luca smiled warmly. Congrats, Lunia, that's awesome. I'm off. Back home, Lunia rushed to her father's office, asking, Father, my packed spirit bloomed, right? The brown-haired man, Ellen Lunda, head of the prestigious Lunda family sworn to Farina's oath, smiled. Lunia, call me professor at school. To her question, Ellen nodded awkwardly. Yes, it seems Farina's child has bloomed. Lunia trembled with excitement. I knew it. When can I meet it? Her father sighed. There's a problem. Your packed spirit's memories linked to someone else. I'll investigate. Per Farina's words. Before he could finish, Lunia's fiery temper flared. She slammed the table, yelling, Who stole my packed spirit? The scene shifted to Velkia, Elselbekia's capital. Leo's group arrived via the teleportation gate, shivering in the frigid air. Carlo, trembling uncontrollably, groaned, I'd rather die. Professor Harlan, wrapped in a scarf, spoke, Stop whining and line up. This is Velkia, Elselbekia's capital. Who knows its history? Chelsea eagerly raised her hand. Velkia was founded and named after Velkia Ersar, a spirit knight and disciple of Lunia, the star priestess. Her words sparked a memory in Leo. More precisely, he was a disciple of both Lunia and Aaron. The provocative name Velkia was now honored as an elf knight. Harlan nodded, adding, Correct, the Ersar family, descendants of elf knights, hold the highest rank here. Suddenly, footsteps echoed ahead, drawing attention. The snowy sky obscured the approaching figure, prompting Carlo to blurt, There are thieves in the spirit territory too? Harlan shrugged. Bad people are everywhere. A voice called out, How's it going, Professor Harlan? A handsome elf man appeared, followed by guards. His mere presence made the female students swoon, their eyes sparkling with heart shapes. The elven leader spoke again. Greetings, Professor Harlan. His name was Rune, Elselbekia's spokesperson and head of the Ersar family. The laid-back professor nodded slightly. You haven't changed a bit. Nearby, Mage Eliana, starry-eyed, wiped drool from her face and shouted, I think I found my soulmate. Even the pink-haired girl beside her coughed awkwardly on her behalf. But Leo stepped forward, shattering their dreams. Doesn't his age bother you? Eliana nudged him playfully. What's that, class leader? Jealous? Leo replied coldly. Don't get your hopes up. You know elves live long and barely age. Right? Guess how old he is. Eliana bristled at his words. Rune, noticing, chuckled. Such lively students. Shame Harlan's groups are always so disciplined. Harlan shook his head. They're just freshmen. Still green. Kids looking for reasons to test their doubts. Eliana stepped up, asking, Sir, may I know your name and age? Rune turned, bowing slightly. Apologies for not introducing myself. I'm Rune Ersar, and I'm 97 years old. His words silenced the fire mage. Meanwhile, Carlo rushed over, pushing Eliana aside. So, you're our guide? Rune replied warmly. I'm the head of the Ersar family and Elselbekia's spokesperson. Carlo, inwardly weeping, mechanically extended his hand for a weak handshake. Honored to meet you. Harlan glanced over. Carlo in. We'll talk later. Time skipped forward to their field trip lodging. Honestly, the place was so long abandoned it looked dilapidated. Covered in cobwebs and crawling with rats. The students paled, groaning. We're really staying here? No way. I can't do this. Leo, arms crossed confidently, said, Oh, really? Then I guess you'll sleep outside. Eliana's eyes lit up. I knew it. Class leader. You got a plan, right? But against her hopes. Leo pointed to tents outside. I figured you'd say that. So I set up camp out there. Want to sleep under the stars? Seeing the blizzard outside, Carlo turned back, sheepish. Why are you all standing there? Let's unpack. This is our home now. It's like a work of art. Seen the weather? Step outside. And you're a snowman. Meanwhile, Carlo was sneaking upstairs with young Eliza. Both wearing sly fox-like grins. Know the best part of this trip? Sneaking into the girls' dorm. They schemed, but before reaching the stairs, Chelsea shot them a withering glare and cast a wind circle spell. Their screams echoing. Hearing the commotion, Leo nodded. Sounds like everyone's having fun. Maybe I'll check it out. Opening the door, he found a blonde elven girl waiting. Class leader, the family head wants to see you. She led him to Rune's office. Seeing Leo, Rune said awkwardly, Welcome, Leo. Sorry for the sudden summons. There's an urgent matter. Can you wait a bit? Leo replied, No problem. There's plenty to look at. Mind if I browse? Rune nodded. Of course. As Leo scanned the weapons and gear on the walls, he thought, these are definitely ancient relics. His gaze stopped on a dagger. And he blurted, Quit. Rune, startled, couldn't hide his surprise. How do you know about Quit? Its history is only passed to Ersar family heads. Leo, caught off guard, quickly lied. I read about Quit in ancient manuscripts at Lumern's Great Library. Rune bought it. Makes sense. Lumern's library has everything. Leo touched the dagger, thinking, it holds star power. But it's not the original. Memories flooded back of a Lumern comrade showing him her dagger. Later passed to her disciple. Velkia lost it before their final expedition against Tartarus. Rune, done with his task, approached Leo, whispering, Quit was our ancestors' reward for conquering Velkia's hero world. Sadly, hero world relics can only be used by their conquerors. He continued, All right, sit. I heard from Harlan you take all classes and are Lumern's freshman representative. It's abrupt, but could you meet my niece? She's a first year at Siren Academy. Highly talented, admitted with top scores, but the wider world showed her limits. And she's lost motivation. Someone your age from outside might inspire her. Led by Rune, Leo walked down the hall, holding a key, muttering embarrassedly, Is it okay to give a stranger your niece's room key? He knocked. The door swung open, revealing a chaotic room. Books and clothes littered the floor. Dust thick enough to make Leo cough. Scanning the room, he noticed photos of a hero team from 5,000 years ago. Realizing the girl here was a fanatic of the great hero, he thought, I know collectors, but this is intense. Is that really a Siren Academy uniform? A sleepy voice spoke behind him. Hey, barging into my niece's room is a bit much. Don't you think? It was Iron Ersar, vice leader of Siren's first year class 1. Recognizing Leo, she screamed, diving under her blanket in panic. Leo calmly introduced himself. Hi, I'm Leo Plove. I'm here at your uncle's request. Still hiding, Iron had no choice but to stay defensive. To ease the tension, Leo complimented. Wow, your Kyle collection rivals mine. Let's see, how do the elves view him? The North Mountain Beast Rebellion could be credited to Kyle too. Your room's actually pretty tidy. Iron peeked out, asking, "You like Kyle too?" Leo stepped deeper into the room, his eyes scanning the surroundings. Something caught his attention, and he muttered, "This is." Then he continued, "The Darnus battlefield. About Kyle, in the Braggart. It mentions the battle where Tiburca's Tartarus army was defeated. Right? The battle where the great heroes first fought as a team." Iron turned excitedly. "Do they know where Zerga's commander was defeated back then?" Leo replied, "Edvelik, where Lumern first tested her star magic." Iron grew even more enthusiastic, clenching her small hands and chirping, "Exactly. That's a piece of hero history few know about. Even in academic circles, it's a niche topic." In her eyes, Leo was now a true idol. She bowed slightly, saying, "Sorry for introducing myself late. I'm Iron Ersar. I talk too much for a first meeting. Don't I?" Leo didn't mind, smiling. "No problem. If you're someone who's heard hero stories, I'm glad to meet someone still passionate about them." Iron continued, "This is just my opinion. But though history only confirms 4 great heroes, I think there might have been a 5th. Leo nodded. "Kyle, I believe he existed. When I return, I plan to join a research group on Kyle's traces." Iron beamed. "Wow, that sounds amazing." She lowered her head, muttering, "School, huh?" Her words reached Leo, making him think, shy and reserved, "But that's fine." He asked, "Iron, why aren't you at school?" She replied hesitantly, I don't think Siren's right for me." Her gaze drifted to a corner, adding, "Everyone's so intense, training seriously to become heroes. I'm just a dreamer chasing heroics too fancifully." Leo noticed her carefully kept uniform in the wardrobe, a sign she hadn't given up. He asked, "Iron, I'm not the only human wandering Elselbekia. My class is here on a field trip. I think if they heard your story, they'd love to meet you." She froze. "Huh?" Leo stood, saying, "You know humans have hero training academies like Siren, right?" Aaron's eyes sparkled with interest. As Leo headed for the door, he called back, "If you're curious about Lumern Academy students, come check us out." Outside, Rune was waiting. Seeing Leo, his eyes filled with anticipation. He jumped, shouting, "You startled me." Rune leaned in, whispering, "Don't tell me you talked to Iron to snap her out of it so quickly?" Leo nodded. "Yeah, that's about it." Rune's eyes welled up with joy. Wiping tears, he said, "It's been ages since she talked to someone that long." Smiling, he placed a hand on Leo's shoulder. "Looks like she's opened up to you. As her uncle, I want to repay you. How about a magical artifact? It might help you." Leo's heart leapt, but he muttered, declining would be rude. After moving to the Ersard treasure vault, filled with gold, gems, and lavish jewelry, Rune said, "Pick what you want." Leo scanned the room, his eyes locking onto an item. He thought, "This is." He spoke up, "I'll take this." Rune stroked his chin. "That's a gemstone holding a fairy's power. Won by our ancestors in Velkia. The fairy carving is exquisitely beautiful." Before Rune could finish, Leo cut in, "It's fine." Rune grinned, "As long as you're pleased." Staring at the gemstone, Leo thought, "No fake. It's a real fairy." After settling their lodging, Harlan led the students to a room, announcing, "Quiet down. I'll brief you on the schedule. Starting tomorrow, wake up is 6 a.m. Mornings are for individual training in the fairy forest near Vin. Afternoons are for mission practice." Eliana raised her hand. "Wait, haven't we done enough individual training at school? We're still training on a field trip?" Harlan replied, "This trip focuses on your weaknesses. Nobody thinks this is a vacation, right?" He added firmly, "To be clear, your class leader set this schedule." Carlo, fuming in the corner, snapped, "That jerk." Chelsea echoed, "Why'd you do this?" Leo smiled lightly. "The fairy forest has monsters. Perfect for real combat training. Train until you drop. First to collapse loses." Eliana chimed in, "The class leader must have a noble reason. To be true heroes, we need this." After more details, Harlan concluded, "Enjoy. This is your last free time." Back in his room, Leo held the gemstone, muttering, "Sealed with the Fairy King's magic?" He thought, no wonder Rune thought it was just a statue. After the calamity, those contracted with the void vanished, and no elf alive has seen that magic. To Leo, it was familiar. This is Silrod's magic. He channeled golden mana into the gemstone, thinking, Time to use the Fairy King's oath I received. Mana surged like a tide into the gemstone. Cracks formed, and blinding light burst forth, illuminating the room. A tiny spirit appeared in Leo's palm, muttering, "Father, am I finally unsealed?" Looking at Leo, it asked, "Why's a human before me? So strange." Leo leaned closer. "Who are you?" The spirit, veins bulging, shouted, "You dare call me, you?" Puffing its chest, it declared, "I'm the eldest son of the great golden fairy king Silrod, heir to the throne. Before you stands Kirin, the silver fairy." Kirin ranted, but Leo flicked its forehead hard, making it yelp, rubbing its head. Kirin fumed, "You dare? What's this?" Leo's gaze turned menacing. "Watch your tone. Even your father was polite to me. Who do you think you are, brat?" Kirin shouted, "You insult Fairy King Silrod?" Before it could continue, Leo flicked its head again. Kirin yelled, "You punk!" Another flick followed, driving Kirin to the edge. This went on for 15 minutes until Kirin grew polite, stammering, "No way, you're really the one who received my father's oath?" Leo, blowing on his finger, said, "Seems so. Your seal's broken, so why resist?" Kirin replied, "On second thought, contracting with a lowly human like you isn't bad." Leo poked its head. "With Silrod's kindness, he stripped your 6 wings and sealed you. You must have been a real troublemaker." "Huh, Prince Kirin?" Caught. Kirin stroked its chin. "You know that too? Truly the chosen one." Leo sighed. "Fine, go to the fairy realm and summon Silrod for me." Kirin crossed its arms, sighing, "I can't. Only with all 6 wings can I return." Leo asked, "Where's the first wing?" Kirin answered, "I believe it's in the fairy forest. Our old home." Leo smiled inwardly. "Silrod, fate brought your son to me." Annoyed by Kirin's commanding tone, Leo flicked its forehead again, shouting, "You dare talk to me like that?" Days later, the group entered the fairy forest for training. In the snow-covered woods, something shocked Carlo's group, but Harlan remained unfazed. Before them, Chelsea sat on the ground, grumbling, "No way, they won with just wind magic?" A hand extended toward her, startling her. It was Leo, smiling warmly. "Looks like you need training too." A few minutes earlier, Eliana approached Leo, saying, "Class leader, you said my swordsmanship and magic don't sync. What's wrong with me?" Clenching her fists, she sighed, a mix of frustration and embarrassment. "Is that why you're making me train separately today?" Leo didn't answer immediately. Glancing elsewhere, Carlo and Eliza flinched. Eliza spoke, "I'm lacking in summoned creature control?" Carlo shouted angrily, "Hey, alchemy's the one thing I'm confident in. I made that clear during the entrance exam." "Right, Leo?" A figure approached, saying, "It's me," not quite grasping wind magic. Leo turned to see Chelsea. Gripping her weapon tightly, she challenged, "Show me how it's done." Leo smirked, hand in his pocket, exuding confidence. "All right," Chelsea muttered. Everything Leo does exceeds expectations. Who knows what tricks he's hiding? Her gaze hardened. "No time to prep. Let's go." She spun her staff, unleashing a massive whirlwind. Unfazed, Leo muttered, "Tempest." His hand shot forward, conjuring a whirlwind rivaling Chelsea's. The two storms clashed, producing ear-piercing shrieks that made everyone shudder. Eliana, watching from the sidelines, shielded herself from the intense winds, yelling, "Isn't speed incantation Chelsea's specialty? He's countering faster than her." Without hesitation, Chelsea shouted, "Chain gust." Chains erupted from behind her. Charging at Leo, he calmly said, "Chelsea, I told you at our first meeting, wind magic isn't used like that." Red winds swirled around him, blocking her attack. Her chains shattered instantly under his whirlwind. Before she could react, Leo pointed skyward, forming a wind arrow aimed at her. Leaving her stunned, the forest shook from the aftershock. Snow clumps fell on Chelsea's head. Leo's sword was now at her throat. She frowned, looking up at his confident face. The skill gap clear. Repeating his words in her mind. "This is wind magic?" Leo offered his hand to help her up. Eliana sighed. "Unbelievable. What kind of monster is our class leader?" Carlo added, "I never thought Chelsea would lose at her own game." Harlan explained, "As a pure mage, Chelsea's no less than Leo. But the difference in understanding and applying wind magic decided the outcome. As you level up, you'll learn new techniques, so master your current strengths first." Chelsea stood beside Leo, Embarrassed, he gently patted her head. Harlan continued, "Train your basics under the class leader's guidance and good luck with this afternoon's mission." The group groaned. "Yes, sir," shivering from cold and hunger. Leo ventured deeper into the forest alone, tasked with gathering herbs, recalling his exhausted classmates sprawled on the ground, with Carlo clutching his mouth, nauseous, saying, "Please, I'll train later." Leo smiled. Finally, "They're getting serious." A clear voice rang out. "Leo, look, I got these." It was Kieran, collecting herbs for him, taking them. Leo grinned. "Impressive. Truly a fairy." Kieran, smug, turned aside. "I'm no ordinary fairy." After confirming they had enough herbs, Leo stored them in his subspace, saying to Kieran, "Let's start a thorough investigation of this fairy forest." Kieran nodded. "My wing retrieval journey begins." They ventured deeper. After a while, Leo stopped. Kieran asked, "Why'd you stop?" Leo calmly asked, "When were you banished from the fairy realm?" Kieran frowned, pondering. "About 100 years ago." Pointing at an invisible wall ahead, Leo said, "Look closely. It's an illusion." Kieran added, "Fairy king magic? But not my father's." Leo thought, "It's Grahan's magic, Silrod's father. From the Calamity era. The spell's only 100 years old. Activated by Kieran's wings. A barrier of ancient magic and his wings means something crucial is sealed inside." Footsteps echoed from within. Kieran, covering his nose, shouted, "Ah!" The figure looked at Leo. "A human in fairy territory?" Leo, unfazed, replied, "Less odd than an immortal like you being here." It was a skeleton, declaring, "This place has long been under Tartarus's influence." Kieran shouted, "This is the fairies' sacred land." "What nonsense!" The skeleton sneered. "Fairies? A weakling like you calls yourself a fairy?" Kieran, enraged, yelled, "What did you say?" Blue energy swirled around him. He charged, fist clenched, shouting, "You bastard!" The skeleton didn't flinch. Kieran's punch shattered its ribcage, bones crumbling, landing lightly. Kieran scoffed, "Weak but loud." Leo teased, "Calling yourself a fairy? Charging like a thug?" Kieran stretched, "As long as it works. Who cares?" Fairy and immortal powers clash. Suddenly, Kieran's eyes widened. "What's that?" The skeleton's body reformed. It said, "I see. Even a lowlife. You're still a fairy." A foul stench hit Kieran, who pinched his nose. Filthy and stubborn. This guy hasn't bathed in millennia." The immortal gripped its sword, emitting immense energy. Kieran charged again, yelling, "I'll crush you to dust." As he neared, Leo's eyes widened, shouting, "Kieran, dodge." The skeleton slammed its sword into the ground, a red magical shield forming. Sensing its threat, Kieran veered away but crashed into Leo, yelping, "Ow, what the hell?" Leo, calm, hoisted him onto his shoulder. "A Tartarus monster. Ancient. It's a death knight," the skeleton declared. "I'm Kargor, servant of the Lich King." It swung its sword at Leo, who countered with his own. Blocking the strike, Kargor attacked relentlessly, growling, "I'll lead you to death." Kargor's words were icy, dripping with murderous intent, forcing Leo to meet his gaze, his heart pounding under the terrifying aura. Before Leo could catch his breath, Kargor unleashed a devastating slash, his sword crashing down with monstrous force. Aimed at Leo, the sheer pressure tore the air apart. Leo's eyes flashed with resolve as he summoned a radiant magical shield, shimmering blue, to block the strike. Though it held, his body staggered, legs trembling as he retreated a few steps, sweat beading on his forehead before he steadied himself. Kargor, with a sinister grin, stepped closer, his gaze sharp as a blade. He mocked, "You deployed light aura that fast? Not bad." Tightening his grip on the sword, he charged like a whirlwind, eyes blazing with battle lust. Raising his blade, he delivered a crushing blow. The air shrieking, exhausted, Leo reacted sluggishly, struggling to parry the relentless assault. They locked eyes, growling, neither yielding in the tense standoff. Kargor laughed arrogantly, "Your resistance is futile." Haha. Seeing his master falter, Kieran, fueled by loyalty, surged forward, yelling, "Leo, I'll help." He swung at Kargor, but the skeleton's bony frame was too tough, sending Kieran sprawling, his forehead red and swollen. Clutching it, he muttered, "Ow, I tried my best." If only I had my wings. Leo, drained but unyielding, gritted his teeth, eyes blazing with defiance. In a low, commanding voice, he intoned, "In the name of the covenant bearer, answer my summons." As the words fell, radiant sparks erupted around him, startling Kargor, who retreated cautiously. As the incantation completed, Leo's body glowed, fierce flames rising like hellfire. Majestic phoenix wings blazed behind him, their heat warping the air. Gripping his sword tightly, he stared at Kargor fearlessly. Stunned, Kargor stammered, "This is Kirin." Looking up, eyes wide, muttered, "What, another covenant bearer besides me?" Without hesitation, Leo swung his sword, unleashing a devastating slash. The blade morphed into a fiery phoenix head, hurtling at Kargor with blinding speed. The flames struck, triggering a massive energy explosion that tore Kargor's body in half. From the fire, a tiny phoenix perched on Leo's shoulder, chirping innocently like a chick. Kirin hopped closer, amazed. "A phoenix?" The bird shot him a disdainful glance, making Kirin scratch his head sheepishly. But Kargor wasn't fully defeated. He roared, furious, "A phoenix and a fairy? I won't let them live." He plunged his death sword into the ground, crimson blood gushing like a flood, spreading around him. He bellowed, "Army of the dead, devour these living souls." His call echoed, and from the underworld, skeletons marched toward them. Leo, staring ahead, muttered worriedly, "A curse that endlessly summons undead?" Kirin, anxious, cried, "What, you're giving up? No more light aura?" Eliana, overhearing, smirked confidently. Leo readied himself, voice resolute. "No way." Advancing, he murmured, "Could this be Kyle's mana? It's been ages since I used it." He unleashed an earthquake skill, mana surging from his hand into the ground, shattering it and halting the undead wave. Kargor, watching from afar, couldn't hide his shock at Leo's attack. Before he could react, Leo narrowed his eyes and charged. Closing in, he swung his sword, unleashing a whirlwind skill that scattered the undead in his path. Seeing Leo bypass his minions, Kargor roared, "Stop, if you call yourself a knight, face me with honor." Leo, gripping his sword, pressed forward, voice cold, "You, who summons hordes of minions, talk of honor?" With a burst of strength, he leapt over the undead, soaring skyward. Thinking Leo was fleeing, Kargor shouted, "He's escaping." After him, mid-movement, Leo glanced at Kirin, voice low but warm, "Little buddy, no more fighting. Both of you, get inside." After relocating, Leo paused, sighing, "This should be safe." But heavy footsteps approached. Glancing over, he saw a growling undead. Without hesitation, he drew his sword, thinking, "A stray undead?" His blade sliced it into pieces. Instantly, another sword thrust toward him. A voice demanded, "You summoned it, human?" Leo retorted, "No, I'm a student of Lumern, not tied to those undead." Noticing the attacker's attire, he muttered, "Siren Academy uniform?" The assailant ignored him, swinging his sword, yelling, "Pathetic excuse. Die, necromancer." Leo deftly dodged, striking the attacker's stomach with his sword hilt, eliciting a pained scream. A gentle voice emerged from the shadows. "That's enough." A red-haired girl stepped forward, eyes sincere. "I apologize for his rudeness. I'm Ruina El Rundoa, a Siren first year. Not all Siren students are like him." Nodding at her kindness, Leo said, "Apology accepted. What brings you from Siren?" Ruina extended her hand. "I'm training in Berkia." "You?" Leo replied, "I'm on a field trip. I need to report to my professor." Turning to leave, Ruina said softly, "May Berkia's forest protect you." Walking away, Leo muttered, "Ruina El Rundoa, why's that name familiar?" Elsewhere, Ruina scolded the boy, shouting, "Worst student in the advanced class. Causing trouble with your bragging? Fool, how embarrassing." Such scenes seemed common in Berkia. The scene shifted to Leo and Professor Harlan meeting Rune. After hearing the story, Rune mused, "A death knight in the Holy Land? A tragedy or monster. But the corruption isn't severe." Harlan added, "He's not a liar." Rune countered, "Misunderstandings from ignorance are lies too." Something caught Leo's eye. A man entered, saying, "A first-year hero candidate claims to have faced a death knight?" It was Herdium Wintle, head teacher of Siren's Advanced Class 1. He continued, He likely mistook a bone knight. I doubt a first year could escape a death knight. Glancing at Leo, he added, "You're just a first year." To Harlan, he asked, "You believe this student's tale?" Harlan replied instantly, "Of course, he's the department representative." Herdium, startled, thought, if true, this could broaden Siren students' perspectives. Still, the Death Knight claim seems absurd. He said, "If he's the department rep, he must be confident in magic. I propose a joint class between Siren's Advanced Class 1 and Lumern." That evening, in a dazzling Mars-like hall, a grand exchange banquet unfolded. Carlo and Chelsea entered. Beaming, Carlo exclaimed, "Wow, they throw such lavish events? Truly a rich school." Chelsea, tugging his arm, added, "It rivals the Emperor's feasts." Eliana chirped, "I heard we'll experience Siren's teaching style tomorrow." Nella giggled, "Hee, I'm so excited." At the dining table, Harlan and Herdium whispered. Leo glanced over, thinking, a joint class? He needs to see it to believe it. A voice interrupted, "We've met before, haven't we?" Leo turned, startled, to see Ruina approaching, smiling. "Care to dance?" Under the stage's ethereal lights, they glided across the floor. She asked, "You know the elven dance?" Leo nodded. "Yeah, learned it long ago." Ruina, shyly, said, "I haven't caught your name. What should I call you?" Leo replied, "I'm Leo Plove, just Leo." At his name, Ruina froze, then grabbed his collar, yelling furiously, "So you're the one who stole someone's covenant?" Her sudden outburst left Leo speechless. Leaning close, she growled, "I'll kill you." Recalling his mother Fiora's trembling, regretful voice, Leo felt his heart tighten. "Ruina is my covenant bearer. The one who saved Ellen Lundar. I'm sorry. The child was supposed to be the original bearer." The memory froze Leo, a chill piercing him. His eyes widened in shock as he thought, "So this child is Fiora's original covenant bearer?" Before him, Ruina stood, face flushed with rage, eyes blazing as if to incinerate him. She snarled, "Despicable covenant thief." Leo met her gaze, sighed, and smiled gently, his voice warm. "Fiora's doing fine." The unexpected words stunned Ruina, her eyes widening in disbelief. But her anger flared again. "Go die," she screamed, charging at Leo with terrifying speed, leaving the crowd around them frozen in shock. Minutes later, in a vast hall, the tension lingered. Leo walked with Professor Harlan, while Ruina stood before him, head bowed, voice trembling. "I'm sorry, Leo. Please forgive my rudeness." Though sincere, her clenched fists hid her smoldering anger. Leo, with a kind smile, said, "It's fine," but inwardly, he thought, pretending like this must be exhausting for her. After resolving the matter, Harlan spoke. "The misunderstanding's cleared. We'll take our leave." They turned to go, leaving Ruina with Professor Herdium. Adjusting his glasses, he gave her a stern look. "Student Ruina, never repeat that mistake." As Siren's first-year representative, Ruina's face darkened, nodding softly. "Yes, I understand." Herdium continued, voice resolute. "In tomorrow's joint class, we must prove it." He placed a hand on her shoulder, eyes blazing. "Siren surpasses Lumern." Laughing, he corrected himself. "No, surpasses all hero academies." His fervor stirred Ruina, not with fear but with rekindled anger. She thought, eyes glinting with disdain, "These Lumern commoners, no bread? Eat cake then." Herdium, after his bold words, stroked his chin, briefly worried. "Did I push her too hard?" Clearing his throat, he began, "From now on." But Ruina, fists clenched, shouted furiously, "I'll never lose to that jerk again. I'll crush him. Don't worry. For Siren's honor." Her intensity startled Herdium, his eyes reflecting fear at her fiery wrath. The next day, in a grand lecture hall, students from both classes faced each other, the air buzzing with excitement. Harlan stood at the podium, voice warm, "A pleasure to meet you. Siren first years. I'm Professor Harlan from Lumern Academy. Today, you'll experience a model Lumern lesson." His words sparked murmurs among Siren students, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. Harlan called out, "Eliana, Carlo, Tide, step up. You'll lead this session." The trio froze, stunned by the sudden call. Harlan added, "You're Lumern's finest, representing us. Show what you've learned." The praise sweetened their nerves, their eyes shining with emotion. Chelsea, beside Leo, chirped, so they picked one from each department. Leo frowned, thinking, I bet Harlan's just lazy and dumped it on them. A dazzling display followed. Eliana wielded fire magic. Flames dancing vibrantly, Carlo manipulated metal. Crafting intricate shapes. Tide summoned mystical creatures. Awing the hall, Siren students scribbled notes eagerly. Herdium, arms crossed, smiled, thinking, this could inspire new methods. But he frowned, glancing at Leo. Strange, the class leader hasn't appeared. Leo, distracted by a chair Carlo had thrown, stared dreamily. Ruina, across from him, shot a cold, furious glare, cheering their team's performance. Chelsea shouted, great job. The trio bowed and returned to their seats. After Lumern's showcase, Herdium took the podium, praising, a fascinating lesson. Lumern students, I sense each of you has deeply honed your field. He grabbed chalk, sketching attributes on the board, explaining, Siren's approach differs from Lumern's. All Siren students learn magic as a foundation, aiming for balanced training, not overly magic-focused. Leo, below, frowned, thinking, balanced? Just a jab. They teach everything, but it's all magic theory. Just a performance. He yawned, visibly bored, shocking nearby students. Herdium turned, continuing, and that's how we reach the final answer. Glancing at Leo, he thought, what's with this kid's attitude? Spreading tales of fighting death knights? Pathetic. He raised his voice. Enough theory. Lifting his hand, he conjured a radiant golden crystal before his chest. Behold Siren's essence. We are the race of magic. Channeling mana, he sent the crystal soaring, spawning countless smaller crystals that illuminated the hall. Drawing gasps, he added, this is star art, our ancestors' original magic. It's our essence. I-Star's star magic, pointing to the board. This formula, Luna's legacy, underpins all-star art. The spell I cast is one of its many variants. Isn't it? A hand rose below. It was Leo. Herdium looked. Yes. Class leader? Leo sighed, smiling, thinking, I'm not that into star art. But he interrupted. That explanation's wrong. His words stunned Harlan and Ruina, all eyes turning to him. Herdium frowned. What did you say? Leo, calm, clarified. That spell can't be activated. Murmurs erupted among Siren students. Herdium, hands on hips, retorted, of course, it's incomplete, uncastable. Our ancestors decoded Luna's legacy, restoring it to this form. Leo mused. Even so, it's lost. No surprise he doesn't know. Luna created it for Kyle. Herdium, eyes cold, said, this student knows star art well. Huh? If our explanation's wrong, show us yours. Sensing the situation spiraling, Harlan sighed, ready to intervene, but he froze as Leo stood confidently. Striding to the podium, Leo thought, your elven magic is a copy. I'm the one who received Luna's full essence. I died before passing it to another elf. Maybe we were meant to meet. Harlan despaired. Star art is elven pride. Their founder's legacy. This could spark academy-wide conflict. Leo reached the desk, adjusting mana flow with his finger. Siren students murmured, what's this method? Like star art, but I've never seen that formula. Finishing, Leo turned to Herdium. I'm done, sir. Seeing the flawless mana flow, Herdium's eyes teared, his body trembling with emotion. He stammered, this spell, what is it? Have you used it before? In the past, as Luna cast the spell. Kyle, facing her, asked, this spell is. Luna cut in proudly. Look, I've perfected it. I'll teach only you. Kyle, this is the bloom transfer. Now, a golden flower bloomed in Leo's hand, shimmering brilliantly, recreating Luna's miracle. The earlier performance left all the students slack-jawed, eyes wide with shock. Eliana, standing below, couldn't hide her awe, shouting excitedly, our class leader just pulled off something incredible. Right? Nella, beside her, nodded with a smile, her eyes sparkling with pride. Meanwhile, Ruina, who deeply resented Leo, flinched, thinking in disbelief, what's with this reaction? What's up with the professor? She stole a glance at Professor Herdium, who was kneeling on both knees, tears streaming down his face before the exquisite creation. His eyes glistened, voice trembling with admiration. Magnificent. So many elemental magics stem from it. Don't tell me this is just a flower blooming spell. Leo, standing nearby, smiled confidently and explained, his voice calm yet captivating. It's not that simple. During the calamity, flowers nearly went extinct. To Nebula's founder, weren't flowers something special? His words hushed the room. In a past life, Kyle, with skeptical eyes, touched the radiant golden flower before him, muttering, "What kind of magic is this? It's useless in combat, right?" Luna, beside him, turned with starlit eyes, asking gently but passionately, "Do you know how beautiful flowers are? One day, I'll see a world overflowing with them." Back in the present, Herdium's gaze seemed glued to the dazzling flower. He murmured, awestruck, "Truly, the founder imbued it with truth." Snapping out of it, he turned, questioning, "But who is this student? How does he know these things?" Leo, with a relaxed demeanor, leaned in and whispered warmly, "I'm Leo Plove. I self-studied magic's essence through ancient texts. I'm multidisciplinary and a naturally gifted mage." His humble yet confident introduction stunned Herdium, who stammered, eyes wide, "Could your lineage be elven?" Leo shook his head, smiling lightly, "Not at all." From below, Professor Harlan stepped up, looking slightly embarrassed, sighing, "My student was rude. I apologize. Let's end the class here." Turning to Herdium, he said seriously, "For now, we shouldn't take an official stance on this." Still reeling, Herdium stammered, Professor Harlan, perhaps I was too bold." Suddenly, he grabbed Harlan's hand, voice brimming with excitement, "But could we exchange Leo for our academy?" The sudden proposal startled Harlan, who exclaimed, "What?" After class, the group returned to their lodging, the atmosphere livelier than ever. Eliana and Chelsea, bursting with energy, showed off their cooking. Chelsea, beaming, presented a pot of vibrant purple fish, its pungent smell keeping everyone at bay. She proudly announced, "Tata, Llewellyn's specialty." Not to be outdone, Eliana placed a plate of oddly shaped salad, hidden to avoid curious glances. She grinned, chirping, "And here's death risotto. So tasty only one survives." The dishes horrified Leo, Tide, and Nella. Leo whispered to Tide, voice trembling, "My worst nightmare at Lumern is this." Tide, pale, replied, "Do we have no other options?" Nella, behind them, frowned, murmuring, "I think I have elven bread from the last mission." Before anyone could react, Eliana swiftly shoved a spoonful into Carlo's mouth, beaming, try it." As the food slid down, Carlo shook violently, sweating profusely, eyes panicked, frowning at his incooperative reaction. Eliana asked, "What's wrong, dummy?" From afar, Rune, an elder, watched the students' antics, laughing heartily. "It's great to see them so lively." Harlan, beside him, scratched his head, whispering, "The class leader?" Understanding, Leo turned toward the group. But as he stepped forward, Rune called out, "Wait." His tone grew serious. "You should know this. Burkia's High Council has announced a decision regarding the Death Knights." Leo's heart raced. Startled, Rune continued, "Simply put, we've confirmed multiple undead and Death Knights in the fairy forest. Lumern and Siren will jointly investigate these anomalies. But for green first years, this is extremely dangerous." Overhearing, Eliana, Chelsea, and Nella, standing outside, blushed with excitement, eyes gleaming as if ready to leap. Inside, Rune went on, "So, we've proposed to Siren. When the mission starts, they'll investigate alongside Siren's upperclassmen." Without hesitation, Leo replied, "The council leader came all this way just for that?" Rune shook his head, smiling cryptically, "No, I came for you, Leo." At that moment, Iron, standing shyly outside, peeked in, cheeks flushed. Leo stepped out, offering a friendly smile. "Hey, Iron, how've you been?" Flustered, Iron replied, I said I'd come, so I got this privilege." Seeing the new girl, Chelsea shouted from inside, "She's adorable." The girls swarmed her, chattering eagerly. Chelsea asked, "What's your name? Why weren't you at the exchange event?" Eliana, curious, turned to Leo, "Class leader, how do you know her?" Nella smiled softly, whispering, "So cute." The girl's enthusiasm overwhelmed Iron. Her face red as she wished to turn to stone. After a barrage of questions, her eyes spun, dizzy. Finally, she squeaked, "Excuse me," and fled upstairs. Aaron's sudden retreat left Chelsea and Eliana puzzled. Chelsea frowned, Did we do something wrong? Eliana, scratching her head, said, she's really shy. Watching, Rune turned to Leo, voice low. Leo, I'm counting on you. Leo nodded, his gaze drifting to the balcony where Irene sat alone. A jacket was gently placed on her shoulders. Startling her, Leo stepped out, smiling warmly. Irene shyly asked, but, Leo, aren't you cold? Leo replied confidently, I'm fine, don't worry. Then he asked gently, so, why do you run from Siren Academy? The question made Irene pause. Her gaze distant, she murmured, because, I'm not cut out to be a hero. Surprised, Leo pressed, why's that? Softly but emotionally. Irene explained, when Siren got overwhelming, I met someone like Sunlight, Ruina. She's confident, kind, a real hero. I admired her, wanted to follow her path. I tried climbing to advanced class 1. But in the evaluation match, I made a huge mistake. I thought Ruina would hate me after that. Looking at the small girl, Leo mused, she's not someone to hate. Ruina's not petty like that. Smiling, he asked, do you like Berkia's story? Aaron's eyes lit up, nodding eagerly. Yes, it's about our ancestors. Leo continued warmly. Then you know Berkia admired great heroes and followed them. That's how she became a hero. Right? Don't mind others' gazes. Just follow your path. His words struck Aaron's heart, her eyes shining with realization. Leo extended his hand gently. Come down, my class is awesome and fun. The next day, Professors Herdium and Harlan led both classes to a snow-covered forest. Ruina, with flames blazing behind her, turned to Leo curiously. How do you convince Irene? Leo replied calmly, I told her she has nothing to fear from you. Ruina's eyes widened. Fear me? Why? Leo explained. She said you were terrifying in the evaluation match. So she thought you hated her. Ruina realized, muttering, TCH. Irene was so strong. I had to focus. Leo smiled. Take care of her. She needs you. From afar, Herdium cheered. You're here. A group approached, led by a poised purple-haired boy, Rauta Algra, Siren's third-year representative. He shook Herdium's hand, saying suavely, Greetings, Professor Herdium. Herdium beamed. Rauta, your recent thesis was intriguing. Leo, eyeing the ring on Rauta's hand, asked Ruina, Who's that? She replied, Senior Rauta, third-year rep. He was unremarkable until year 2. Then suddenly skyrocketed. The talk of the semester. Leo muttered, thinking, sudden progress? With everyone gathered, Harlan announced, Since we're all here, let's start the group mission. Each team will have 2 to 3 first years and 1 third year. Holding the list, Herdium read aloud, Team 1, Leo, Ruina, and Rauta. Hearing this, Leo froze, muttering, No way, feeling it was far from random.
Leo and Ruina cautiously ventured deeper into the dense forest, where ancient tree canopies blocked sunlight, casting an eerie, mysterious gloom. Leo led with steady steps, his sharp eyes scanning every bush and faint sound. An unease crept into his chest, as if the forest whispered warnings. Ruina, trailing behind, lacked Leo's calm. Her lips pursed, she muttered inwardly with irritation. God, so annoying. Recalling Professor Herdium's mocking insult, I hope you two fail spectacularly this time to open your eyes. Anger flared, her brows furrowing, eyes flashing with rage. Abruptly, she snapped, Why am I stuck with a thief? Unfazed, Leo glanced back, a wry smirk curling his lips. Still calling me a thief? He replied, his tone casual yet teasing. Ruina clenched her fists, cheeks flushing with fury. She nearly shouted, Of course. I haven't acknowledged you as Fiora's contractor. Leo shrugged, strolling on nonchalantly. Suit yourself, he said lightly, his cryptic tone making Ruina pause, flustered. To clarify, here's the survey team's layout in the forest. Deep within were Leo and Ruina. Chelsea's group was at the giant octopus's habitat, steeped in damp, fishy air. Eliana's team carefully collected rare herbs at their patch. Nella's group surveyed the ancient cypress grove, while Tide's team held the forest entrance. Ruina, scanning around, noticed someone missing. Frowning, she asked, Hey, where's Senior Rauta wandering off alone? Aren't we supposed to move in groups? Leo crouched, his hands brushing the snow-covered ground. Narrowing his eyes, he searched for something crucial. Recalling Rauda's words, "I'll go solo for a bit. Meet at the forest center," he muttered, probably handling personal business. His fingers touched thick snow, sensing a strange purple mana emanating, hinting at an ancient, menacing power. Ruina, still behind, kept scanning, questioning. But this deep in, and no undead? Last time, there were plenty. Lost in thought, Leo murmured. Looks like last time, but look closer. He recalled a past moment, touching an invisible wall. Kieran, beside him then, had said, "It's illusion magic, Elven King's spell, but not like my father's." Leo realized, a curse taints this land, new since last time. A death curse, only Calamity-era survivors would notice. Shivering, he thought of Tartarus, Erebos' loyal commander from Hellkaiser's Calamity era. But Tartarus wouldn't act alone, Leo mused. Karjur, the Death Knight, is his true pawn. Suddenly, Leo sprang up, eyes flashing as he sensed something. Something's over there, he muttered. In the elven land Silode protects. Ruina, catching his odd behavior, tilted her head. What? Sensed something. Before he could answer, rapid footsteps echoed from the forest's depths, startling Leo, his eyes wide with alertness. Something's coming, he shouted, drawing his gleaming sword, poised for battle. A warm, deep voice cut through the tension. Phew, how's the investigation? Rauda emerged from the shadows, smiling warmly. Leo and Ruina yelled, Senior Rauda. He approached, still smiling, asking, So, run into any undead? Ruina sighed in relief, shaking her head. You scared me. No, we found nothing. Leo, sheathing his sword, kept his eyes on Rauda. Shaking Rauda's hand, he felt a strange energy from a black ring on the senior's finger. This ring, Leo thought, but Rauda interrupted. You're mistaken, his smile cryptic. Not a single undead here, let alone a death knight. But first years are always eager. Rauda continued evenly. High-tier undead like death knights vanish if the summoner lacks mana to sustain them. Where there's a death knight, there's a demonic summoner. Ruina frowned. You mean demons are in this forest? But this is Berkia, Elsabekia's capital. Rauda stepped closer, raising a finger, smiling. Siren students know about Berkia's stellar magic barrier, right? She nodded quickly. Created by Grandmaster Luna. Demons can't enter. But Leo cut in firmly. No rule says summoners must be demons. Other races can wield dark power, like elves. His words stunned them. Rauda's smile deepened. Interesting take. You must not know how the Pride Alliance fell. Turning to leave, he added, Investigation's done. Meet at the entrance. Leo watched Rauda's retreating figure. He's searching for something. Ruina, beside him, sensed the oddity, muttering, That guy knows something. That evening at the student dorms. In a small room, dim yellow lamplight illuminated tense faces. Kyle spoke. Your group didn't see Death Knights either? Carlo, across from him, sighed wearily. Forget Death Knights. We didn't see any undead. Chelsea, fiery as ever, slammed the table, standing, her eyes glinting with excitement and suspicion. That's super fishy, she yelled. The chairman said undead appeared, but when we investigate, they vanish. Something's off. Carlo smirked faintly, shaking his head. I'm hitting the sack, too sleepy. But Chelsea, unrelenting, grabbed his tie, yanking, Hold it. Meanwhile, Leo slipped out a dorm window, landing silently like a shadow. He headed to Siren Academy's hotel, where faint moonlight filtered through a room's window. Deftly opening it, he stepped inside, eyes scanning sharply. Stopping at a desk with Rauda's notebook, as expected, he snuck out, Leo thought. His gaze locked on a map, marked with a red dot at the Elven Land's gate. He murmured, This is? A sudden shout startled him. What are you doing here? Ruina, appearing out of nowhere, stood with angry, curious eyes. Leo spun, swiftly covering her mouth, whispering, Quiet. Once calm, Ruina glared. You seemed shady earlier. What's your deal here? Leo lowered his voice. I was tracking Rauda, but he slipped out. He's heading to the Elven Forest. Footsteps and voices approached. Didn't you say he was asleep? I heard noise. Exchanging glances, Leo and Ruina grasped the danger. Without hesitation, Leo scooped Ruina up and leapt through the window, vanishing, leaving her stunned. At Iron's room, She read quietly under dim lamplight. A sudden noise outside jolted her. Approaching the window, she froze, seeing Leo carrying Ruina. Leo and Ruina, she muttered, hands trembling, her book dropping. A romantic scene flashed in her mind. Leo, more radiant than flowers, gazing tenderly at Ruina. Let me join the honorary fire brigade with Ruina. Ruina returned a fond look, both lost in a dreamy moment. Iron blushed, clutching her flushed face. A secret date? In the elven forest. Leo and Ruina pressed deeper, the air chilling. Ruina trailed, occasionally glaring at Leo. You're just gonna follow me forever? Go back to the dorm. Leo said, mildly annoyed. Ruina snapped. You still suspect Senior Rout is involved? He arrived this morning, but Death Knights were spotted days ago. A voice interrupted. Stop. Iron, panting, hands on knees, appeared. Ruina gasped. Iron? When'd you get here? Iron, face crimson with embarrassment, clenched her fists, shouting. By heaven, students mustn't have improper relationships. Boys and girls separate at 7. Ruina gaped. Huh? What? Leo, equally baffled, rubbed his forehead. What are you on about? Iron insisted. I saw it. You two sneaking into the dorm together. So weird. Sure, Ruina's gorgeous, and Leo's super handsome. Her words froze Ruina, her face steaming red. Leo, staying calm, urged. Ruina, say something. Stammering, she blurted. It's not like that. The air tensed. Leo frowned, sensing a bone-chilling aura. An undead arm erupted from the ground, followed by reanimated corpses, their eyes glowing red in the dark. Undead, Leo roared, drawing his sword, ready to fight. From the forest's depths, a low, icy voice echoed. Welcome to the Elven Forest. Seeing the undead rise from the ground, their eyes glowing like embers in the dark, the group snapped into high alert. Leo gripped his sword tightly, its steel glinting under moonlight, his sharp eyes scanning ahead. They're bone soldiers, high-tier undead, he shouted, voice low but resolute. Ruina, beside him, clenched her fists so hard her knuckles whitened, lips pressed tight with tension. Turning to Leo, her voice trembled with doubt. Where'd these things come from? Leo shot her a glance, his eyes sparking with challenge. Ready? He asked, hand firm on the sword's hilt. Ruina, without hesitation, assumed a stance, feet steady on the icy ground. Her fingers traced ancient runes, summoning a radiant magic circle around her, pulsing with crimson light. Flames erupted, as if to burn away the darkness. Raising her head, she flashed a confident smile, eyes gleaming with pride. Of course, she replied, voice steely. With a gesture, she unleashed fire burst, a massive flame roaring toward the bone soldiers like a raging dragon. In an instant, it consumed them, reducing them to ash. Ruina, maintaining the flames with one hand, turned to Leo, smirking smugly. How's that? Leo's lips twitched, about to respond, when Iron's shout cut through. Ruina, watch out. The cry startled Leo, who spun around. A bone soldier, rusty sword raised, lunged at Ruina. Iron appeared just in time, raising her shield to block the attack, her crown glowing with an ethereal shimmer. Leo muttered, eyes wide with surprise. That's Berkia's animus armor. Iron charged forward without hesitation, her sword slashing decisively, severing the soldier's head, its body dissolving into the air, restoring a fleeting calm. Ruina, still shaken, turned to Iron with a radiant smile. You're amazing. Iron scratched her head, cheeks faintly pink. Haha, just average, she said, hiding her pride. Then, eyeing them curiously. But why are you two out here so late? Leo sighed, shaking his head. It's not what you think, Iron. Ruina huffed, exasperated. Yeah, we were just checking Rauta's dorm for clues. Iron frowned, skeptical. Really? Ruina pointed at Leo, firm. Yes. You think I'd let romance distract me from studies? If I did, wouldn't that benefit you, one less rival? Why block it? Iron shook her head frantically. No way. Ruina, you're the top student, and I want you to stay that way. You'll be a hero. Her sincerity stunned Ruina, eyes widening, heart stirring. She really thinks that? She thought, torn between surprise and emotion. Siren Advanced Combat Class Assessment, Class 1. In the arena, tension hung thick. Iron, Gripping her shield, sweat beading on her brow, faced Ruina. Her sword was clenched tight, eyes resolute yet weary. Ruina stood tall, hands clenched, gaze icy. As expected, she thought. Among first years, only Iron can match me. Her lips curved into a cryptic smile. Raising her hand, she summoned a blazing fireball, illuminating the arena. I'll go all out, she vowed, hurling it at Iron. A massive explosion erupted, dust swirling. Iron, stunned by the power, raised her shield, eyes flashing with resolve. Seeing Iron's expression, Ruina faltered. That look, now I get it, she thought, heart heavy. But why did she stop coming to school? Back in the present, Ruina grabbed Iron's hand, voice earnest. I want you back at school. You're my friend. Iron stammered, shocked. Wait, Lady Ruina, we're friends? Don't you hate me? Ruina laughed, a rare, radiant smile. We're friends, didn't you know? As a friend and rival, I want you to keep challenging me. Iron's eyes lit up, face glowing. Friend and rival? She murmured, heart racing. But she turned, suspicious. So you two aren't a couple? Ruina, trembling with anger, shouted. We said we're not. Leo, beside her, sighed, rubbing his forehead. Kids grow up arguing, he thought, lips twitching. Deep in the elven forest, a chilling gloom enveloped the air, punctuated by the mournful caws of black crows. An undead figure, eyes blazing red, stood in a clearing, as if conversing. You're surrounded by mages, it growled. A figure stepped forward, removing a hooded cloak, revealing Rauda's face. He smiled coldly. Is that so, warrior Karger? Karger, face contorted with rage, cursed, bastard. You think you can treat me like a servant with the king's undead control order? Unfazed, Rauda raised his hand, the black ring glowing menacingly. Seems you forgot the king chose me, he said, voice calm but commanding. Turning to leave, he added, once the summoning circle's complete, I won't need Tartarus's help. Until then, I'll rely on you. Karger, in the shadows, grinned wickedly, eyes glinting with cunning. Of course, he muttered, voice dripping with schemes. Back with Leo's group, the trio pressed deeper, the air growing colder. Iron, shivering, rubbed her hands for warmth. You said Senior Rout is tied to the elven forest? She asked skeptically. Ruina, pointing at Leo, replied, just his guess. Don't take it too seriously, Iron. But Iron persisted. Still, isn't this forest colder than before? Berkey is chilly, but this feels off. Ruina nodded, pensive. Now that you mention it, it's subtle, but, Leo, eyes stern, cut in. I sense a curse. Raising his hand, he summoned 2 glowing magic circles, dispelling the darkness. Brace yourselves, things get brutal from here. From the circles emerged Kieran, smirking slyly, and Fiora, a small chicken with shimmering, fiery feathers. Seeing Fiora, Ruina's face darkened, eyes flashing with jealousy. She rushed forward, yelling, How can a chicken be this gorgeous? Fiora, it's Sister Ruina, remember me? Iron, curious about the creatures, asked, What are these summons, Leo? Pointing to the chicken on his head, he said proudly, This is Fiora, a little phoenix. Then, gesturing beside him, and Kieran, an elven prince. Iron's eyes sparkled. Elves? So cool. But Leo cut her off, serious. No more chatter. We're nearing the forest's heart. It's about to get savage. The trio pressed on, facing relentless bone soldier attacks. Leo's sword slashes turned them to ash, while Ruina's fireballs incinerated foes instantly. Yet the undead kept rising, persistent as leeches. Iron, panting mid-battle, gasped, So many undead. There's got to be a necromancer nearby. Leo, his flaming sword cleaving 3 soldiers, replied, No necromancer. Ruina frowned. Then what are they? Leo's gaze darkened. A death curse. Both girls froze. Ruina, fists clenched, shouted, Death curse? Never heard of it. Iron, pensive, added, It endlessly summons undead, turning this place into a death realm. And the caster, Leo, eyes icy, finished, is Commander Karger from Hell Kaiser. Ruina's eyes widened, voice trembling. So Karger's planning to attack Elsabekia? We must tell the professors. Before they could act, a fierce wind swept through, carrying blinding snow, obscuring their vision. From the blizzard, a dark figure emerged, its cold voice echoing. "Greetings, hero candidates. Welcome to the land of death." It was Karger, his sword glinting with lethal steel. He charged, roaring, "Today, you won't escape." Leo, calm, parried Karger's strike, his eyes burning with unshakable resolve. The city of Lamaster was now in utter chaos, reduced to a heap of ruins. Here, two figures were locked in fierce combat, unleashing their full arsenal of skills to take each other down. Cyan launched an attack at Gunther, glaring at him and demanding, "Where's Lin Zanailov? Speak." The other man struggled to hold his ground, frowning, sweat dripping down his face. "You're bringing her up now?" he growled, eyes bloodshot, teeth clenched. "Don't underestimate me, Simon." With a powerful strike, he was thrown back several steps. Cyan furrowed his brow, staring intently at Gunther, thinking, that arm my attack didn't even draw blood. Gunther, summoning all his strength, clenched his fist, brows knit tightly, and charged at Cyan. "Let's see you dodge this." His attack unleashed a tremendous force, creating a long crack in the ground toward Cyan. Cyan deftly dodged, landing on a pillar nearby, while Gunther's eyes burned with towering rage. Gritting his teeth, he spat venomously. "Not bad, Simon. Beyond my expectations." He looked up at the crumbling pillar, shouting, "Get down here. We're not done." Then he added, "Should I make my move?" Cyan seemed to sense something. "Wait. Someone's coming." A voice rang out, accompanied by a barrage of weapons raining down. "Stop." Gunther's eyes blazed with fury as he snapped toward the voice. "What? Another pest getting in my way? Looking to die?" A girl, holding a gleaming dagger aimed at him, stood with several burly men behind her, demanding, "Explain why you're picking a fight with our honored guest right now." Gunther, even angrier, pointed at himself. He started it. The girl wasn't having it, shouting back, "Nonsense." Gunther tried to defend himself. "No, it's true. Why am I always the one blamed?" Cyan watched their back and forth, thinking, do these two know each other? The girl, fuming, snapped, "Your behavior says it all." Realizing she couldn't out-talk Gunther, she stormed off. "Ugh, I'm done. Don't bring up my fight with that guy again." From atop the pillar, Cyan found the scene unexpected, thinking, she's surprisingly obedient. The girl saw Cyan jump down and hurriedly asked, "Are you hurt anywhere, honored guest?" Cyan, looking exhausted and visibly annoyed, replied, "I'm fine, just a bit." The girl, flustered, bowed deeply, sweating. "Yes, I understand. As our VIP, we should have protected you better." Cyan asked, "Is there something you need from me?" Surprised, she looked up. "How did you know?" Cyan addressed the three of them. "He said he met the boss to arrange a fight with me, and I agreed. It's no big deal." All three were stunned. The girl's eyes widened in shock. "Really?" Cyan continued, but with a condition. He casually put his hands in his pockets, glancing toward a corner. "Find something for that little girl to do." In the corner, a frightened, trembling girl with a small face stood. Outside the city, one man turned to his friend. "Heard the news?" The other replied, "About Gunther heading back to Takagi, right?" The man stroked his chin. "Word is he's fighting Simon from Lemia. Didn't expect to see Gunther from the scrapyard make a comeback. That kid's gotten tough." In the bustling city with its lavish, opulent villas, Lamaster buzzed with talk of Cyan and Gunther's fight. Here, Cyan relentlessly attacked his opponent. After a few matches that week, he learned that these betting fights had rules to follow. In one match, he looked at his opponent, sprawled on the ground. Rule 2. If the opponent loses the will to fight, the match ends. Naturally, the third rule was no killing, at least for now. A man in dark glasses with bright blonde hair declared loudly, "This is a no-rules match." In the arena, the two fighters faced off. The referee added, "This was approved by Takagi's boss herself." Cyan, a bit excited, asked, "Wait, what does no rules mean?" The referee grinned happily. "It means no rules." Cyan, skeptical, pointed at himself. "But I wasn't told anything." At that moment, Gunther, with a cold stare, strapped a weapon to his hand. "You don't know how long I've waited for this." Cyan eyed him. "Hey, where'd you get that?" Then, irritated, he turned to the referee. "This match isn't." The referee had vanished without a trace. Cyan's mood darkened. Amid his frustration, the fight heated up fiercely. From a high vantage point, someone watched, thinking, "Let's see what you're made of." She smirked, revealing a smile. "Simon from Lemia?" Gunther gripped his weaponized hand, asking, "You didn't know this was a no-rules match?" Cyan, annoyed, snapped, "How would I?" Gunther got into position, grinning, his eyes glinting red. "Then go grab your weapon. Unless you're scared." Cyan, irritated, exhaled. "Don't need one." A red aura began emanating from his hand. Cyan took his stance, glaring at him, surrounded by the red aura. "I've already planned this out. Bring it." Gunther assessed him, smiling. "Magic, huh? Nice. I was worried I'd kill you by mistake and miss out." Cyan looked at him, asking, "I thought this wasn't a death match." Gunther licked his lips. "Guess you don't know me yet. I know exactly what I'm doing." He seemed to relish the memory of taking a life, savoring the thrill. Cyan, eyes blazing red, asked coldly, "Oh, really?" Gunther, feeling insulted, frowned. "I'll rip those smug eyes out first." With that, he charged at Cyan. His fist swung at Cyan, but Cyan dodged swiftly. At that moment, the red aura formed into a dragon. A red streak flashed by, startling Gunther. Cyan decisively severed Gunther's arm. The pain made him scream in agony. "Ah!" The crowd was stunned, murmuring, "What was that? Did anyone see what just happened?" In the arena, Gunther collapsed, clutching his arm. "Ah! My arm!" His eyes burned with towering hatred. "You bastard! I won't let you get away with this." Cyan, like a demon, eyes glowing red, slowly turned, his voice low and threatening. "Don't move, or you're dead for real." Gunther froze, silenced by Cyan's menacing presence. The referee reappeared, announcing, "Gunther has lost. Simon from Lemia wins." The crowd whispered, "Never seen a fight like this." Gunther got crushed. A man, excited, said, "That black bone and that mysterious magic." His hand trembled as he thought. "No doubt, it's the demon's sword." Cyan, wiping his face, mused, "Someone deliberately hid the match's rules. Could Linza Nilov have figured out my plan?" The little girl from before appeared, her face bright and full of life, holding out a cup. "Amazing fight, Sir Cyan." Cyan took the cup, asking, "Oh, you've started working?" She replied, "Yes, Manager Lisa put me in charge of facility support." Looking at him, she added, "I hope for your guidance, sir." Cyan glanced at her name tag. Lewis Wright. He patted her head, encouraging her gently. "All right, keep it up." A voice called out, "Honored guest Simon." Cyan thought, perfect timing. "I need answers today." Lisa bowed in apology, surprising both Cyan and Lewis. "Huh, manager?" Lisa said, "I'm so sorry, honored guest." "Truly sorry." Cyan looked at her directly. "Why'd you hide that today's match had no rules?" Lisa, anxious, hurriedly explained, "Hide? No, sir. It was only discussed between the boss and Gunther. I knew nothing. I'm sorry. I should have checked." Cyan stood, calmly saying, "Then I want to meet the boss. Can that be arranged?" Lisa, hesitant, replied, "That's difficult, sir. She rarely shows herself." Cyan eyed her, thinking, "Not going to be easy, huh?" He said, "All right, be more careful next time." Suddenly, a voice interrupted their conversation. "Excuse me, but..." A man spoke up, suggesting, "Can we talk for a moment, sir?" Cyan looked at him. "Who are you? I don't think we've met." The man bowed, introducing himself. "I'm Morris, from the Gray Caravan." He covered his mouth, his expression turning sinister as he said, "I'm here about the demon's sword you possess. Would you sell it to me?" His face darkened as he repeated in a low voice, "That demon sword you have." His mouth continued, "The power of the Death King isn't bad, is it? If we add the strength of Lady Luna's ancestors to this." He paused, his eyes gleaming with arrogance. "Then I could make arrogant fools like him, who rely solely on talent, kneel at my feet." Seeing his demeanor, Leo thought to himself, "Those eyes, it seems he's starting to be corrupted by dark energy." At that moment, a strange black aura began emanating from Rauda, spreading around him. He thrust his hand toward Leo, shouting, "Die!" Instantly, a magic orb materialized in front of Rauda, hurtling toward Leo. Leo gripped his sword tightly, bracing to block the attack. His eyes widened as he thought, he hasn't fully embraced the dark energy yet. Without hesitation, Leo charged forward, swinging his sword in a decisive slash that severed Rauda's right arm, sending it crashing to the ground with a dry thud. Rauda clenched his teeth, letting out a pained cry as he clutched the bleeding wound. Leo advanced, speaking coldly. Those who take shortcuts to power often lack combat experience. Keep regenerating, and I'll keep cutting you down until your mana runs dry. At Leo's declaration, Rauda looked up, grinding his teeth in rage. Deep within him, a voice echoed. Looks like you're in trouble, mage. The one standing before you isn't the real target, is he? Hurry and complete the summoning circle to awaken the dormant power in this land. Hearing this, Rauda nodded, muttering, yes, as long as I seize that power. Ignoring Rauda's emotions, Leo stepped to the side, glancing at Iron and Ruina, praising, those two are fighting well. On their side, Iron trembled while facing a formidable opponent, while Ruina maintained a serious expression, always on guard. Leo's gaze returned to Rauda, resolute. As expected, I need to deal with this guy first. Rauda, looking down, tears streaming as he stared at his severed arm, thought, why hasn't my right arm regenerated yet? Kieran, perched on Leo's shoulder, suddenly pointed forward, shouting, Leo, look. At that moment, a sinister magic circle appeared beneath Rauda's severed arm. Leo froze for a few seconds. Rauda coughed up blood, his mouth unleashing a massive surge of magical energy as he roared, it's too late. As a terrifying power erupted from Rauda's body, Iron and Ruina frowned in surprise. The magic circle expanded rapidly, catching the attention of Karjur, who was fighting on the other side. Facing the immense power surging from Rauda, Leo leaped back to maintain a safe distance. Suddenly, the ground trembled violently. A colossal skeletal hand emerged from the earth, leaving everyone stunned. Kieran gasped in shock. By the gods, what is that? Leo stared at the giant skeleton before him, declaring, Bone King. Before him stood a massive skeleton, gripping a sword dozens of times larger than Leo's body. He looked up, assessing. It's one of the strongest undead. Rauda's arm began regenerating. He laughed maniacally. Haha, I can feel the boundless power. Is this the strength of my ancestors? Without hesitation, Leo charged toward the skeleton, preparing to attack. He thought, once he completed the summoning circle, he fully embraced dark magic. Stomping the ground, Leo launched himself high, aiming his sword at Rauda, shouting, no way something as filthy as that is Luna's power. At this, Rauda merely smirked, replying, oh, is that so? Immediately, the Bone King swung its arm, delivering a direct blow toward Leo. Startled, Leo leaped back to dodge, his expression growing tense. Rauda looked down, grinning triumphantly. I don't care if it's the Death King's power or whatever. Now it's my power. Kieran, standing nearby, whispered, Leo, should we retreat for now? That skeleton's too strong. Leo replied, no, look closely. This Bone King wasn't summoned conventionally. At Leo's assertion, Kieran questioned, what? At that moment, the Bone King swung its massive sword toward Leo. Using his agility, Leo dodged the strike. Thinking, he rushed to summon the Bone King by making a pact with Hell Kaiser. He barely met the conditions for summoning. It's impossible for him to sustain it long. The basic requirement for summoning is having enough spiritual energy to maintain the summoned body. We just need to hold out until his mana runs out. Hearing this, Kieran nodded, agreeing. All right, let's do it. He turned, shouting, Kieran, back me up. Kieran, momentarily surprised, flashed a confident grin. Leave it to me. With Kieran's support, Leo thrust his hand forward, unleashing the radiant spell, aiming directly at the skeleton's head, causing a massive explosion. But the attack didn't harm the Bone King. Its eyes glowed red, gripping its sword tightly and swinging down at Leo. With the enemy's slow speed, Leo easily leaped to dodge, commenting, as expected, the power gap is huge, but we just need to stall. Rauda, watching from above, smirked triumphantly. He shouted, Resernia. Instantly, countless magic projectiles shot toward Leo, making him curse, damn it. But a clear voice rang out, Phoenix. Ruina stepped in front of Leo, unleashing her technique to block the attack. She turned, saying, focus on the Bone King. Leave this crazy senior to me. Leo immediately asked, what about the Death Knight? Is Iron handling it alone? She grinned, replying, don't tell me you don't trust Iron. Iron had volunteered to face Karger one-on-one. On her side, Karger gripped his sword, swinging a direct strike at Iron's head. She raised her shield, blocking the attack head-on. But the overwhelming force pushed her back several meters. Karger looked at her, smirking. Haha, truly arrogant. Think you can face me alone? He swung another slash at her. Despite his confidence, Iron thought, can I really do this? But she steeled herself. If I don't succeed, everyone's in danger. Resolving herself, she swung her sword forward in an attack. But her strike passed through Karger. As she stared in shock, he smirked, then swung his other hand, landing a direct hit to her chest. The sudden blow sent her flying backward, skidding across the ground. Thoughts raced through her mind. I never wanted to be a hero, but at the very least, I can't be a burden to them. Karger approached, shattering her shield, mocking, compared to those two, you're nothing but a novice. Iron struggled to her feet, staring at him, replying, true, one day those two will walk the path of great heroes. I'm certain of it. Karger responded, I'll take your head, then go help that summoner. But she cut him off. You know, the great heroes always had companions by their side. My ancestor, Lord Berkia, followed in the footsteps of great heroes and swore never to doubt them, no matter what. So I'll believe in them too. As she spoke, her hand gripping the sword radiated a pure, dazzling light. Seeing the blinding glow, Karger questioned, is this spirit power? Unfazed, Iron gripped her sword tightly, charging forward, shouting, you're the arrogant brat. With eyes full of determination, Iron declared, the eternal legacy of the spirit knights, the everlasting power of life that banishes the verdant death. She drew her sword back, its terrifying energy making the air around her grow heavy. Unbeknownst to when it began, Iron's sharp sword swung upward, gleaming under the dim moonlight, slicing through Karger's body. The blade left a silver arc in the air, as if tearing through the night. Karger's form trembled, and from the gash, dark tendrils of smoke poured out, mingling with the dust, causing him to gradually dissolve into a cloud of murky haze. His mouth stammered, voice trembling with shock. I lost to a mere brat. His eyes widened, filled with unwillingness, before his entire body turned into a thin wisp of smoke, swept away by the cold battlefield breeze, vanishing into nothingness. Iron, after that ferocious strike, was nearly exhausted. The heavy sword in her hand quivered, its blade plunging into the rocky ground to steady her balance. Her body trembled slightly, sweat pouring like a stream, soaking her blood-stained silver armor. She gasped for breath, each inhale tearing at her chest, her dry lips whispering, I have to hurry and help them. I have to save them. But her vision blurred, her clarity fading. The world before her grew hazy, shrouded in a thick fog, leaving only vague silhouettes in her sight. On the other side of the battlefield, Ruina stood resolute against Rauda's relentless attacks. Under the flickering glow of shattered magical fragments, she stood like a mountain, her fiery red hair billowing in the wind. Rauda, with a sinister grin, taunted, feeling restless, first-year representative, still breathing. He thrust his hand forward, a surge of dark magical energy erupting, forming an invisible blade. He declared calmly, it's over. But at that moment, Ruina shouted, Fire Turtle! A massive, radiant red-gold shield materialized before her, emanating scorching heat like a forge. Rauda's magical surge collided with the shield, producing a deafening explosion, but was completely blocked. Rauda's eyes widened in shock, and he blurted out, it was deflected? Before he could recover, his attack was reversed by the shield, transforming into a sharp magical blade that pierced his chest. A pained scream tore through the sky, blood spraying and staining the ground. Ruina smirked, gently patting the giant fire turtle beside her, its body blazing like a small volcano. She spoke confidently. Humph, you thought I'd just stand there and take it? This is Fire Turtle, a fire element summoned beast specialized in defense. She continued, her voice firm. Let's see you handle this. A radiant golden magic circle appeared beneath her, shining like the sun. A small spark flickered in front of Rauda, making him flinch. Suddenly, the spark erupted violently, turning into a massive explosion, with crimson flames engulfing the surrounding space. Rauda's body, at the epicenter, was scorched black, collapsing to the ground, smoke rising from his charred form. Ruina, confidently stepping forward, looked down at her fallen foe, scoffing coldly. Nothing special. But then, her eyes widened in shock. Rauda, thought to be defeated, suddenly raised his hand, his eyes gleaming with malicious red light. He grinned wickedly, unleashing a barrage of sharp magical blades that tore through the air, leaving deadly trails, slicing through Ruina's body, blood spraying and staining her armor red. Leo, witnessing the scene, clenched his fists and shouted, "Ruina!" But at that moment, his body froze. A terrifying pressure surged from behind. The Demond King's massive, cold, deathly hands appeared beside him. By instinct, he took the full force of the devastating blow. His body flew like an arrow, skidding across the ground, leaving a deep trench. He crashed into an ancient tree, shattering it into pieces, his body finally stopping amid the rubble. Clutching his wounded body, blood soaking his armor, Leo murmured heavily, his breathing labored. Kiran, the small bird hovering nearby, flew to him, asking worriedly, Are you okay?" Leo gripped his left arm, now bleeding and aching from the impact with the tree. Gasping, he said weakly, "My arm." Kiran, seizing the chance to tease, quipped, "Not dead yet, don't overdo it." But at that moment, the Demond King let out a chilling wail, like the cries of thousands of trapped souls. The ghastly sound shook the surroundings, an overwhelming pressure bearing down on everyone. Leo clutched his head, racked with pain, muttering, "In this situation, it's the worst kind of curse." Without hesitation, he summoned his small chicken, shouting, "Fiora, charge." The tiny chicken chirped with determination, its body glowing brightly, radiating fiery red energy like a blazing flame in the dark. The energy spread, enveloping everyone. Irene and Ruina, on the other side, felt their bodies recovering. Their wounds closed, strength returning. Stunned, they exclaimed in unison, "Our bodies, they're healing?" Leo, his eyes blazing with resolve, commanded again, "Now, Fiora." Summoning magic, manifest. At that moment, he and Fiora merged. His entire body radiated a brilliant aura, like an unyielding flame. The sword in his hand blazed fiercely, its crimson fire illuminating the battlefield. The Demond King, without hesitation, swung its massive sword at Leo's head. But with agile speed, Leo leaped high, dodging the attack perfectly. Under the radiant glow of the flames, his silhouette shone like the sun, dazzling and unyielding. Ruina, witnessing the scene, thought in awe, "Leo, he doesn't fear death at all, like a true hero." She turned, gently saying to her turtle, "Fire turtle, well done, rest now." The turtle vanished in a golden glow, but as she looked up, she saw Rauda, thought defeated, slowly rising, his eyes filled with hatred, ready to retaliate. Ruina gave him no chance. She summoned a blazing flame in her hand, striking at Rauda's right arm. But he merely glanced, mocking, "Humph, the flame that once terrified the world has faded. Ruina, what can you do with those feeble embers?" Ruina retorted sharply, "You call this faded? This is the flame of the Rundua clan. We, sworn to the Phoenix. Our first ancestor vowed to burn themselves if needed to incinerate all of Tartarus." At her words, Rauda smirked. Getting poetic now? Giving up, he glanced at the flame on his right arm, thinking, why hasn't this flame gone out? Ruina advanced, gripping his burning arm, shouting, "As long as our ancestors will burns, we remain heirs to the Phoenix's oath. This flame will never die until every demon is reduced to ash. And one more thing, your left eye, it's a demon eye, isn't it?" As she spoke, she closed in, making Rauda tremble with fear. She clenched her fist, shouting, "This move is called Blazing City." The surrounding space erupted in flames, forming a true phoenix, its radiant wings engulfing the battlefield. She continued, voice resolute, "This is the forbidden technique of the Rundua clan, burning even the caster." Stunned by her recklessness, Rauda stammered, "You're insane." Ruina's face grew tense, thinking, I won't let you escape. But suddenly, the eternal flame vanished into the air, leaving both stunned. Rauda looked at her, grinning wickedly. Not stopping, huh? It got sucked into this ring, didn't it? From the ring on his hand, a magic circle flashed, surprising even him. Ruina stepped back, exclaiming, What the hell is happening? The magic circle instantly drained Rauda's life force. He screamed in panic, Stop! Stop it! I said stop. Within seconds, his body was fully absorbed by the ring, leaving only a pile of ashes scattering on the ground. Ruina stared at the ring on the ground, her face darkening, muttering, It absorbed him into the ring? What's going on? The summoner's dead. The energy should have been cut off. So why is the Demand King still standing? Suddenly, a beam of energy shot from the ring, heading straight for the Demand King. Sensing the immense power, its eyes glowed blood red. Leo, witnessing this, murmured, So that's it. This is Hellkaiser's power. In a deep abyss of hell, on a cold throne, a towering figure sat. Its eyes suddenly opened, flashing a terrifying red. A low voice echoed from the depths. Go forth and complete the task you were given. As if receiving orders, the Demand King roared, its massive body surging with new power. Leo gripped his sword, thinking, as I suspected, this is Hellkaiser's power. He's channeling energy through dark magic. As cunning as ever. He turned to Kirin, shouting, Kirin, back me up. Kirin nodded, channeling power into Leo. He charged at the Demand King, his sword blazing. The Demand King didn't hesitate, swinging its massive sword. The clash rang out with a piercing metallic sound, as if tearing space itself. Under the terrifying attack, Leo's body trembled. He thought, this barrier, it's about to break. As the thought crossed his mind, the barrier he'd created shattered under the Demand King's strike. His body flew like an arrow, crashing into a ruined structure in the distance, enveloped in a cloud of dust. As the dust settled, Leo's form had yet to emerge. No one knew what was happening. Only a tense silence hung over the battlefield. A hushed stillness enveloped the elven realm, where withered ancient branches intertwined, painting a desolate scene under the cold silver moonlight. Suddenly, a gentle yet resolute voice echoed in Leo's ears, persistently calling his name, like a whispering breeze in the deep forest. It was the warm energy of Kirin and Fiora, intertwining and seeping into his body, rousing him from his daze. Leo jolted upright, sweat beading on his forehead. He looked down at his trembling, battle-scarred arm, cursing, Damn it! I've completely drained my spiritual energy and aura. Raising his eyes, his gaze settled on a massive stone gate in the distance, its surface covered in moss and time-worn cracks. He murmured, his voice low with regret, The Elven Realm. Huh? I never imagined it would fall into such ruin. His steps moved slowly deeper inside, each one stirring dust that mingled with the damp air. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to a sword resting quietly on an ancient stone table nearby. Its blade glinted faintly silver under the dim light, as if recounting a tale of thousands of years. Leo's eyes widened, and he exclaimed, This is... Memories flooded back like a torrent. In a scene from long ago, Berkia, with curious eyes, asked, Are you going to throw it away? Kyle, voice calm, replied, Yeah, Berkia, you can keep it. Kyle, standing beside the boy admiring the sword, questioned, What's wrong? Doesn't suit you. The boy pouted, his voice full of dissatisfaction. No, it looks cool, but doesn't seem useful at all. Hearing this, Leo, slightly embarrassed, retorted, What? Kid, do you know how many life or death battles this weapon has carried me through? From the gate, voices called out, Kyle. Startled, he turned to see his companions, then looked back at Berkia, ruffling the boy's hair in farewell. I'm off, little one. With that, he walked away with the others, leaving Berkia standing alone, his small figure swallowed by the boundless expanse of the elven realm. Leo approached, his trembling hand touching the sword. He murmured, voice thick with nostalgia, That arrogant kid. Lifting the sword, he sighed, continuing, Back then, he said he didn't need it. But at that moment, the sword suddenly vibrated, a surge of mana swirling around its blade like ribbons of light. A blinding radiance erupted from the blade, leaving Leo stunned, his eyes wide with awe. The powerful mana surged into his body, making him tremble violently. He threw his head back, letting out a resounding shout that echoed through the desolate space. Feeling the newfound power awakening within him, Leo thought, the magic sealed in this dagger for thousands of years has reacted to its true master me. He smiled, his eyes blazing with resolve. With this much magic, which spell should I use first? Facing him, the Bone King, with blood-red eyes, swung its massive sword, preparing a fatal strike. But at that moment, a deafening explosion rang out from behind. Ruina, her fiery red hair billowing, unleashed an attack directly at the Bone King's head, creating a thick plume of smoke. Leo gave a faint smile, thinking, those kids. If that's the case. On the other side, Ruina and Iron, though exhausted, struggled to their feet, launching relentless attacks. Ruina shouted, voice filled with fury, "Stay right there, you damned skeleton." Iron, beside her, quickly corrected, "Lady Ruina, it's over there." Suddenly, she sensed a terrifying surge of mana, muttering, "That's an insane amount of mana." The eerie silence of the ruined castle was shattered. A colossal pillar of mana erupted, shooting into the sky, radiating brilliant light and immense pressure, shaking the ground. Ruina frowned slightly, remarking, "If she's the one who made a pact with the Phoenix, she'd at least need to reach this level. It's not as strong as the original, but for those kids, it's a magnificent gift." Leo emerged, like a god descending, his body enveloped in a massive, radiant mana aura, blazing like an eternal flame. The surroundings turned ethereal, draped in a veil of light. Above, countless stars twinkled, illuminating the desolate land. Ruina and Iron looked up, their eyes filled with awe, muttering in unison. "I read in an ancient text, a stellar spell that bathes the world in the dawn of the stars." Iron's eyes widened, exclaiming, "The ultimate spell." At that moment, countless stars plummeted like arrows of light, striking the Bone King with ferocious force. Each hit was like a small explosion, shaking the space. After the relentless barrage, the Bone King's massive form dissolved into a cloud of smoke, leaving the two girls stunned. Leo calmly stepped out of the elven realm, raising his hand and calling, "Kirin!" Kirin, appearing, clenched his fist, shouting, "I'll kill you, Bone King." But Leo cut him off. "It's done." Kirin, startled, asked, "Huh? When?" Leo didn't answer, only saying, "Go find your wings first." At that, Kirin's eyes lit up, and he darted off, shouting, "Oh, right. My wings." Leo turned to the two girls, asking, "You guys okay?" Ruina, surprised, replied, "You're worried about us? You're the one who looks the worst right now." Iron smiled encouragingly. "I believe you two will pull through." Ruina, curious, asked, "But seriously, what was that spell?" "It was like a legend coming to life." Holding the sword, Leo said, "I felt it came from the magic sealed in this dagger. It's definitely tied to some great hero." Iron, intrigued, asked, "A treasure of a great hero?" Ruina frowned. "Could Tartarus have targeted this place just to seize it?" Kirin, after searching, returned with an item in hand, excitedly showing it off. "Hey, Leo, look. I found the wings my old man hid for me." Perched on Leo's arm, he struggled to unwrap the cloth, shouting in frustration, "Arg, help me get this off." Leo smiled, replying, "Sure thing." Looking at his small friend, Ruina questioned, "Wait, isn't that a fragment of a hero's memory?" Her words stunned both Leo and Kirin. As the cloth was fully removed, a blinding golden light erupted. A system notification echoed, unlocking Heroes Chronicle, Chapter, World. The three were suddenly transported to a new realm. Here, vibrant flowers bloomed everywhere, their sweet fragrance filling the air, creating a dreamy, fairy tale landscape. Ruina looked around, exclaiming in surprise, "What is this?" From deep within the forest, a clear voice rang out, "You're going to defeat Erobos?" The familiar voice froze Leo, his heart stopping for 5 seconds. The voice continued, "Are you crazy? Well, whatever, I like it." A pair of small feet stepped out from the forest, long hair shimmering like moonlight. The figure spoke again, "Hunting Erobos, what a splendid art. I like that goal. I said that, didn't I?" Now I understand what Tartarus is truly after. I'm Luna, and I'll shine like the stars in the night sky. So be honored to have me in your group, got it? Seeing his soulmate before him, Leo stood rigid, emotions swirling within. His image now merged with Kyle's memories from long ago. It was a vivid fragment of the hero Kyle's memory, as if it had just happened.